At the beginning of the episode, we see a beautiful village on top of the mountains with many beautiful houses and buildings. Actually, this is a sect called the Think Sect. Then, outside the sect in the forest, we see a young man running away from some elders. The elders try to catch and attack him, but the young man dodges all attacks skillfully, which surprises the elders because they are very powerful, and it's nearly impossible to avoid their attacks. The young man's name is Tongshen. While running, he comes across a cliff. Tongshen had secretly learned a forbidden technique inside the sect library, which was against the rules. Because of this, he was sentenced to death. Tongshen was firm in his principles and knew the punishment was death, so he decided to commit suicide himself. He also tells them that he hasn't told anyone else about the secret technique and that all the techniques are in his room. Then he takes out the most dangerous weapon of the technique and dedicates it to the sect leader. After that, he removes all his clothes because he wants to return everything he took from the sect. Then, he jumps down the cliff. The sect leader tries to save him, but Tongshen is determined and dies by falling into the abyss. After his death, his soul crosses different worlds and reaches a parallel universe, where he is reborn as a newborn baby named Tongshen. He remembers everything from his previous life, including all the techniques. From childhood, he practices these techniques on the mountain. This world has a continent called Dalo. Everyone here activates a special ability at the age of 6 called the Spirit Soul. After obtaining the Spirit Soul, people get different types of abilities. One day, while returning after practicing techniques outside, he learns that a Spirit Master is coming to their village to awaken the new children's abilities this year. The Spirit Master's name is Su Yudao, a rank 26 Spirit Grandmaster. In this world, the cult is divided into ranks from 1 to 100. Ranks 1 to 10 are called trainees, 10 to 20 are Spirit Masters, 21 to 30 Spirit Grandmasters, 31 to 40 Spirit Elders, and so on, according to their rank. To awaken the children's abilities. The village chief gathers all the kids in a building where the Spirit Master awakens their abilities one by one. Tongshen is also there to awaken his ability. Before awakening the abilities, Tongshen shows his power and summons a wolf-like spirit, which excites all the kids. Then children come forward one by one to awaken their spirit souls. The first child's spirit soul is a sickle tooth, a tool-type spirit soul. The Spirit Master tells him that this won't be very useful as a weapon, but people with this type of spirit soul are very good at agriculture or farming. Then the Spirit Master checks his soul bar, an indicator to train spirit souls. His soul bar is 0, meaning he cannot train his spirit soul and will live his life as a normal person. The Spirit Master checks more kids, mostly farming ability types. Then a girl comes forward with a spirit soul of blue silvergrass, which is a very common type with no special abilities. This spirit soul is considered the weakest. Then comes the main character, Tongshen. He extends his right hand and concentrates, and blue silvergrass appears from it. But at the same time, something appears in his left hand too, a hammer, which he hides silently. The Spirit Master checks Tongshen's soul bar, which is at level 10, a very rare condition. Those whose soul bar is level 10 during awakening are called burnt with soul bar, and are very powerful people who go very far in life. The Spirit Master explains that level 10 is the highest soul bar, and Tongshen asks if it's possible to train beyond this. The Master says that to go beyond level 10, one must acquire a spirit ring. Without a spirit ring, no matter how much one trains, they cannot reach level 11. Tongshen asks if the Master has 2 spirit rings, as the Master had needed one for level 10 and one for level 20. Being rank 26. Spirit rings give users special powers according to their spirit souls. After this, the Spirit Master leaves the hall. Then, the village chief visits Tongshen's home and tells Tongshen's father, Tang Hao, about his son's abilities and calls Tongshen a genius. Tang Hao asks about his son's spirit soul and learns it's blue silvergrass, which surprises him because he expected his son's spirit soul to be Clear Sky Hammer. This confusion will be explained later. The village chief wants Tongshen to train in a city academy, but Tang Hao refuses. He believes that keeping such a talented son at home is not right and that the son should get the best training outside. Despite the chief's insistence, Tang Hao refuses and leaves. Tang Hao worries his son will be upset, but Tongshen is content and says they can live like blacksmiths. Tang Hao, feeling sad, expresses disdain for all spirit masters. Tang Hao then asks Tongshen to show his spirit soul. Tongshen shows the blue silvergrass from one hand, which surprises Tang Hao. Then Tongshen reveals another spirit soul, Clear Sky Hammer, from his other hand. This reminds Tang Hao of how years ago he and his wife were running from some people, and his wife sacrificed herself to save her husband and child. Her spirit soul was also blue silvergrass. Seeing his son's double spirit soul, Tang Hao hugs him and advises him always to protect the grass spirit soul with his hammer spirit soul. Tang Hao then begins teaching Tongshen blacksmith techniques, using Tongshen's past life memories to create hidden weapons. The next day, Tang Hao allows Tongshen to go to the city for training, but sets some conditions. Never add any spirit ring to his hammer spirit soul. Never show his hammer spirit soul to anyone. Never reveal his secret of having 2 spirit souls unless his life is in danger. Do not use the hammer spirit soul unless absolutely necessary. Tongshen agrees and sets off. He and the village chief go to the city to enroll in a big school. At the academy gate, a gatekeeper stops them. The chief shows a pass given by the Spirit Master, but the gatekeeper thinks it's fake because it says blue silvergrass but also level 10 soul bar. which is very rare and unlikely for a boy from a small village. An argument breaks out, and the gatekeeper even hits the chief. Tongshan grabs the gatekeeper's hand and throws him down, getting very angry and ready to activate his hidden weapon. But a man arrives and stops the fight. This man is called the Grand Master by everyone. After stopping the fight, he takes Tongshan inside for admission. On the way, the Grand Master reveals his identity as the Grand Master of the Academy. He says if Tongshan wants to learn from him, he can call him teacher. The Grand Master saw Tongshan's admission pass and says he is very intelligent. He also reveals that in the past 100 years, Tongshan is the third person with 2 spirit souls. Tongshan is shocked and ready to activate his hidden weapon again, worried about his secret being revealed. But the Grand Master explains how he knew. Through extensive research, he knows there are only 647 people in the world with blue silver grass spirit soul. Only 16 have a soul bar, and none above rank 1. Since the soul bar corresponds to spirit soul quality, blue silver grass cannot have a full soul bar. So the Grand Master is sure Tongshan has 2 spirit souls. Hearing this, Tongshan realizes the Grand Master is wise and immediately bows, asking to become his disciple. The Grand Master accepts him, and they go to meet the principal for admission. The principal finds the blue silver grass spirit soul with full soul bar unusual but admits him after seeing the Grand Master. Though the Grand Master is not a teacher, the principal and others respect him highly. Tongshan is assigned Hostel 7. When S opens the hostel gate, a kid attacks him. They fight, and Tongshan easily defeats the kid. All kids cheer for Tongshan. The defeated kid respectfully tells Tongshan that there's a tradition in the hostel. A traditional kid fights the new kid, and if the new kid wins, he becomes the big boss of the hostel. Since Tongshan wins, all kids bow and call him the big boss. Then, a new girl named Jiwoo arrives. According to tradition, Tongshan attacks her. This girl has a spirit soul of rapid, and she is extremely powerful. During the fight, both seem equally matched, but eventually the girl defeats Time Seong, and she is declared the new big boss of Hostel 7. Her name is Jiwo. There is no separate hostel for girls and boys here because all the students are children. Hence, everyone lives together. Everyone starts asking each other about their spirit soul powers, and when Time Seong tells them about his power, all the kids are shocked. Soon after, a teacher comes and gives Tenshin his blanket. All the students in Hostel 7 are working students, meaning they do part-time jobs to pay for their tuition. The teacher then takes Time Seong and Jiwo to their rooms. But Jiwo doesn't have a blanket of her own, so she asks Time to combine their beds and sleep together. Everyone is shocked, and Tenshin nervously asks, how can a boy and girl sleep on the same bed? To this, Jiwo replies, if I, a girl, am not uncomfortable, then why are you, a boy, bothered? She attacks the bed, combines it, and they both go to sleep. The next day, all the children go to the mess to eat. Jiwo was told to eat on the upper floor, but she learns that the upper floor is reserved for rich kids, and the poor are not allowed there. The rich kids mock the poor ones. All the Hostel 7 students feel hurt and decide to eat on the lower floor. Just then, Grandmaster arrives. He is Tenshin's teacher. Grandmaster asks Time to join him on the upper floor because he wants to talk. But Time prefers to stay with his friends and says he'll come after eating. When his friends find out who Grandmaster is, they're surprised. Everyone knows Grandmaster is stuck at rank 29 and can't advance. Some even mock him. Tenshin gets angry and warns them not to disrespect his teacher again. Then, Tenshin meets Grandmaster, who asks him to show his second spirit soul, which turns out to be a hammer. Grandmaster is impressed but curious. How could a blacksmith's son have such talent? Still, he calls it a great match since a blacksmith is best suited to have a hammer spirit soul. Grandmaster tells Tenshin to add a spirit ring to his hammer spirit soul. Tenshin is shocked, as his father had warned him not to do that. When he asks why, Grandmaster replies, you'll understand when the time is right. Grandmaster wants to train Time Seong and turn him into a spirit master. But for that, he must increase his rank from 10 to 11, which requires a spirit ring from a beast at least 20 years old. So they head to a special forest. Along the way, Grandmaster gives him knowledge about his blue-silver grass spirit soul. Back at the hostel, Jiwo realizes Time Seong lost to her on purpose and didn't use his full abilities. She blocks his way and challenges him to a fight. During the battle, a romantic tension builds. Just then, a lady teacher catches them fighting and misunderstands the situation. Jiwo cheekily pushes the teacher and runs off. The next day, Grandmaster and Time head to the forest. Grandmaster gives Time a belt that can store items. Time is excited to use it for hiding weapons. They reach the forest entrance, where only authorized people are allowed. Grandmaster's status lets them in. Inside, they spot many beasts, including one that looks suitable but is too young. Then they find a radish-eating beast, and Grandmaster feeds it to activate its power. Suddenly, a giant snake-type beast, over 100 years old, attacks them. It's too strong for Grandmaster to defeat, so they try to run, but it chases them. Time Seong decides to sneak behind and uses his hidden weapon to stab the beast in the mouth, killing it. Grandmaster sees it and assumes it was luck. He tells Time to absorb the beast's energy to get the spirit ring. Time is scared, thinking the snake's energy might destroy his blue-silver grass soul. But Grandmaster reassures him it'll make it stronger. Time meditates, absorbs the energy, and gains a spirit ring. Morning comes, and Time finds Grandmaster unconscious, poisoned by the snake. Time uses his blacksmith skills and his spirit soul to extract the poison. Eventually, Grandmaster regains consciousness. He tells Time to go back to school and show his new spirit ring. They return, and Grandmaster gives him a book of his research for future help. He also tells Time to go to the Spirit Hall Academy to register and get monthly support based on his talent. This way, he won't have to work part-time anymore. Meanwhile, hostile 7 students and the rich kids clash on the playground. They agree to a match. Each side will send one fighter, and the losing team must acknowledge the other as superior. Jaiwo sends a boy with a spiritual line soul, but he starts losing. The rich kids mock Jaiwo, calling her a rabbit. Just then, Tam Seong arrives. Jaiwo happily tells him everything. Time secretly throws pebbles to distract the rich kid, allowing Hostile 7's boy to win. The rich kids get angry and send their strongest fighter. Tam Seong steps up and defeats him without even using his spirit soul, humiliating him. The rich kid attacks with full power, but Time counters with his spirit ring and paralyzes him. Forced to admit defeat, the rich kids accept Hostile 7 as the victors. Everyone is amazed when Time reveals his soul power rank is that of a ranger. Time then heads to Spirit Hall Academy as instructed, where he runs into some people from his village. There, he found his old masters. Then, the head of the academy met him and took Tongshen to show him the Martial Soul Hall. In this hall, there are high-level martial souls, which can only be found in big cities. This is a secret academy, and only people with a very high soul level can access these types of martial souls. Every master wanted to obtain this martial soul, but no one had ever been born with the ability to handle it, until now. Then, Tongshen revealed his spirit soul, and when they saw the snake's spirit inside him, they were shocked. When they discovered that the soul power of this child was already at level 13, jumping directly from level 10 to 13, they were even more surprised. They realized there must be a powerful teacher behind him. Tongshen then revealed that his teacher was the Grandmaster. Hearing this, they were ready to teach him and immediately admitted him into the academy. Then Ninshan went outside and tried to find work in the blacksmith colony. He wanted to earn some money to support his livelihood. He asked blacksmiths one by one for work, but each blacksmith mocked him as a child and drove him away. However, one blacksmith gave him work and assigned the most difficult job, which was refining. Hearing this, the blacksmith mocked him, but Tenshin did not take offense. He remembered his father's lessons about techniques. His father used to teach him different techniques for refining and forcing, and among those, Tongshen had mastered them. Tongshen took the blacksmith's materials and refined them in one attempt. Seeing this, all the blacksmiths present became very interested. They had thought the child wouldn't even be able to lift the hammer, but he used the random hammering skill refined them in one attempt. The blacksmith hired him, expecting to earn profit from the child. Meanwhile, a masked man was secretly watching Tenshin and monitoring all his activities. A year passed while Tenshin worked for the blacksmith. After a year, he went home to meet his parents, but they were not there. Instead, the Grandmaster was present, who gave him a letter. The letter said that they were leaving Tongshen because if they stayed close, it would cause difficulties in training. Also, they had some old work to finish and would not return until Tongshen became a powerful warrior. Seeing his father gone, Tongshen felt very bad. Meanwhile, the Grandmaster, now in the city, remembered his student. At that moment, Tongshen's father arrived at the gate. The Grandmaster and Tongshen's father had not met for 20 years. Upon seeing him, the Grandmaster became happy and realized Tongshen was his son, which explained his great power. The Grandmaster learned that Tongshen had left his son alone, which upset him. He scolded Tongshen severely because Tongshen was still a child, and this was wrong. Despite repeated requests, Tongshen's father did not agree to return and was not ready to go back. Instead, he gave the Grandmaster a changed appearance and left. Tongshen became very sad because of his father and lost the will to do anything. But his friend encouraged him and said his father had left him for his own good, wanting to see him become a great man. She told him to leave sorrow behind, focus on work, and become a great man. Tongshen understood, and they talked more. Between them, a romantic moment appeared, where they promised to always stay together and vowed to protect each other. Tongshen's father also has a hidden story, which will be revealed in the upcoming episodes. Tongshen shows his hidden weapon to her, which made her very happy, but he refused to give him anything dangerous. Tongshen looked at the sky and promised that one day he would become very powerful and train again. 5 years passed. According to the story, they were now attending high school. Both still lived together, and there was some romantic tension, but only from Zivo's side. Thagshan considered her just a friend. The university was scheduled to start 2 days later, so they decided to book a hotel. They found one called the Rose Hotel. While they were trying to book a room, they were told that only one room was available. Just then, a man around their age, standing with 2 girls, arrived and arrogantly booked the room before them. Everyone seemed to fear him and followed his commands without question. Angered, a fight broke out. Tongshen angrily attacked the man. At first, both used their skills to attack each other intensely. The fight was fierce, but Mr. Dai understood Tongshen's style and used his soul ring, which had a tiger spirit of level 20 and soul power rank 37, making him powerful. Tongshen then used his spirit made from Datura, and his soul power was continuing. He tried to bind Mr. Dai with his spirit, but Mr. Dai broke the bonds every time. Tang Shen tried repeatedly, but the bond was broken by a white tiger spirit, which escaped. The Fanshan attack landed on him, paralyzing his body, and he got trapped. It seemed Tang Shen had won. But then the Mr. Dai used his third soul ring, the third powerful, white tiger word formation. This spirit destroyed Tang Shen's position, and Tang Shen realized he could not defeat him now. Mr. Dai praised Tang Shen for fighting well despite the powerful axe used by him. It seemed Tang Shen would be accepted there, but then they left. Tang Shen realized he had to take school admission and went to his room, talking about how he liked a responsible, mature person who cared for him well. Upon reaching the room, they found it very different because it was actually a honeymoon hotel. Tang Shen felt strange seeing such grandeur. The girl was happy and went directly to lie on the bed. Tang Shen lay beside her and thought about today's fight. Actually, if he wanted, he could have used the hidden weapon to win, but that would have revealed the truth about Hidden to everyone, so he didn't use it. He remembered something from his past life, when he killed a man using the hidden weapons. The next day, they went to explore the city. Inside, a merchant tried to sell something at a very high price, and Tang Shen was willing to pay any cost. The price rose even more. Tang Shas angered the merchant. But then at the shop, Tang Shen wore the pendant given by the Grandmaster on his waist, and shop owner realized the boy was the Grandmaster's student. The merchant began giving it for free, but Tang Shen gave him some money and kept it. He then used it to crush and collect his crime news. Actually, this was considered useless, but Tang Shen knew that the material was valuable, something he recognized from his past life memories. He explained to Ziva, "We can make thin needles from this. They may look small, but they can be more powerful than most hidden weapons." Without delay, both headed to the school. Upon arrival, they saw a long queue. The gate tested everyone and did not allow weak children entry. They explained weak children would not be admitted, and their fees wouldn't be refunded. Mr. Dai managed the gate, telling those demanding refunds to fight him. If they won, they would get refunds, but no one dared fight Mr. Dai. So all rejected returned home. This school admitted only monster-like children, those who were dangerous and powerful. Tang Shen and Mr. Dai exchanged a respectful smile. Then Tang Shen's and Ziwo's test was done. Both were powerful, so they were admitted. Inside, the school was a different world. Mr. Dai walked with them to show the way and kept company. On the way, they talked about many things, including different spurts. Mr. Dai seemed to like the girl. Inside, there were many shops. Then, a moving sauce shop arrived. Ziwa wanted to eat sausages, so she asked Tang Shen to bring some for her. Tang Shen went out to buy the sausages and came across a moving sausage shop. He called the shopkeeper uncle, but soon felt sad because the man selling sausages wasn't an older vendor, but a fellow student, just like them. Tang Shen was shocked and wondered why someone his age was running a sausage shop. Just then, Mr. Dai appeared. He told Tang Shen that selling sausages in that area wasn't allowed. Tang Shen asked why. Mr. Dai explained that the student's spirit soul was connected to food, and he was using his spiritual energy to create the sausages. That's how he was able to make the shop move and sell them so quickly. Hearing this, Tang Shen felt guilty and decided to return the sausages. In the end, they all smiled. The sausage seller has many names, but everyone calls him Oscar. There were 2 students, including Tang Shen, who were walking toward the academy, but they hadn't been officially admitted yet. The admission process was still ongoing, and many students were lined up, waiting for their chance. Mr. Dai brought Tang Shen and a few other selected students toward the academy gates. The other students in line began arguing, questioning why they were being taken ahead without even giving the entrance test. Mr. Dai calmly explained, students with a spirit power level above 20 are allowed to skip the preliminary tests. With that, they continued toward the academy. Along the way, Mr. Dai revealed a harsh truth. None of the students at the back of the line were likely to pass. The entrance exam was extremely difficult, and only those with a spirit power level of 20 or higher were admitted. In fact, every year, only 2 or 3 students made it through. So far, only 42 students had ever studied at this academy. The children were shocked to hear this and wondered how such strict criteria didn't harm the academy's reputation, especially since so few were accepted. Mr. Dai responded firmly, this academy values quality over quantity. Weak students are not welcome here. He further explained that in order to graduate, a student must reach at least a spirit power level of 40. Those who failed to meet this standard were expelled. That's why, out of all who entered, only 14 students had ever graduated, and all of them had gone on to earn fame and respect in the world. The rest either died during the harsh training or disappeared, their stories ending in silence. Fear crept into the hearts of the students, but even so, their desire to study at the prestigious academy only grew stronger. They finally arrived at the exam hall, where the vice principal was waiting. The vice principal was a cold, intimidating man with a stone-like face. As the 4 candidates approached, he looked at them and said flatly, if you want admission, you must fight me. All 4 of you, together. If you win, you enter. If not, you leave. His name was Master Zahu. Mr. Dai leaned in and whispered to the students, this man is so powerful, even 40 armed soldiers couldn't defeat him. That's why he's known as the Immortal. Everyone was stunned. They had all heard of the name before. Master Zahu wasn't just a teacher, he was a legendary warrior. Then Mr. Dai gave them a vital piece of advice. His one weakness is speed. Use it wisely. He gave the 4 students 30 minutes to come up with a strategy to take him down. The 2 girls introduced themselves. The one wearing blue clothes was named Ningrong. She was incredibly powerful and possessed a support-type spirit soul. Her abilities were impressive. By using her spirit power, she could increase the speed of her entire team by 30%, making her a vital member in any battle. The other girl, dressed in black, introduced herself as Ziziking. Her spirit soul was a soul cat, known for its agility, stealth, and quick strikes. Tongshin then guided his teammates on how to fight Master Sahu. When the battle started, they quickly realized how powerful the master truly was. None of them could land a solid hit, and Master Sahu easily overpowered them. He was clearly enjoying the fight, treating it more like a game. The students attacked together with all their strength, but they still couldn't defeat him. Master Sahu laughed mockingly and suddenly struck Ziva with great force. She was badly injured. Seeing this, Tongshin was filled with rage. He stepped forward and challenged Master Sahu to a one-on-one fight. If I defeat you, Tongshin said firmly, you must admit all of us into the academy. Master Sahu agreed, intrigued by Tongshin's confidence. The real battle began. This time, Tongshin fought seriously. He used his hidden weapons openly, tiny, unexpected attacks that caught Master Sahu off guard. Though the master had a spirit power of 70 and wasn't badly damaged, he began to feel pain. He soon realized that the hidden weapons were laced with poison. Tongshin smirked, then finished the fight with a powerful strike from his hammer, landing a direct blow on Master Sahu. Tongshin had defeated the mighty, immortal Master Sahu. Master Sahu sat on the ground in shock, defeated by a child. Mr. Dai and Oscar arrived shortly after. Oscar praised Tongshin and his friends for their teamwork and determination. But when Oscar saw Ningrong, he was immediately smitten. He tried flirting with her, but Mr. Dai pulled him away, and Oscar walked off, disappointed. That night, Master Sahu sat quietly in his room, reflecting on the day. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful presence outside. Curious, he stepped out and saw a mysterious man standing under the moonlight. The man radiated overwhelming spirit power, above level 90. Master Sahu instantly realized this man was on another level. That man was none other than Tongshin's father, Tang Hao. He had come to punish Master Sahu for mistreating the students. Tang Hao challenged him to a fight. The dean of the academy also arrived and tried to stop the confrontation. But upon sensing Tang Hao's strength, far beyond both of theirs combined, the dean stepped aside. Tang Hao defeated Master Sahu easily and left without another word. Only later did Master Sahu ask the dean why you don't save me. The dean simply replied, there was nothing I could have done. The next morning, Tongshin woke up in his room. Oscar was there and offered some advice. Then he asked about Tongshin's relationship with Ziva. Tongshin replied, she's just my best friend, nothing more. Later, Tongshin went back to the training ground to collect his hidden weapons. He realized that if he wanted to face stronger enemies like Master Sahu, he'd need to create even more powerful hidden weapons. Back in his room, he found Oscar again. Tongshin asked if he wanted to train together, but Oscar laughed and said, my spirit is food-based. I don't need to train that hard. Afterward, Tongshin went to Ziva and apologized for not being able to protect her during the fight. Ziva smiled and said, don't worry. Master Sahu was far too strong. You did everything you could. While walking around the academy grounds, they saw a fat student arguing with his girlfriend. When he noticed Ziva, he made rude comments about her. Tongshin stepped in to defend her, and a fight broke out. This student turned out to be very powerful. He had a beast-type spirit soul with fire abilities, an incredibly destructive spirit. Tongshin tried to use his plant-type spirit against him, but it wasn't effective. Ziva joined the fight, but also struggled. However, the boy got distracted by Ziva's appearance, which gave her the opening she needed. She landed a surprise attack and managed to defeat him. Their battle was about to resume when Mr. Dai arrived and intervened, calming things down. It turns out this chubby boy isn't a bad guy at all. Mr. Dai then told everyone Fat Boy's story. Fat Boy is actually a new student at this school who enrolled this year. His soul is a mutated spirit soul, meaning it originates from 2 souls combined into one. This mutated soul is very dangerous, which is why Fat Boy possesses immense strength. However, Fat Boy can't yet control his spirit soul, so it changes his emotions and causes him to harm those around him. As a result, he becomes attracted to several girls, but every girlfriend he's had ends up betraying him, leaving him deeply hurt. The only thing that can control his spirit soul is feeding him to his heart's content. Everyone found this very strange, but realized this truly is the most unusual school. Then Mr. Dai introduced him to the other students. At that moment, Oscar appeared and introduced himself. He tried to impress Ningrong by striking a pose and showing off his biceps. He even shaved his beard, but Ningrong wasn't impressed. In fact, his antics irritated her. Then the school dean arrived. It turned out he's the same person who used to be a shopkeeper, the one from whom they'd bought that crystal. He serves both roles, shopkeeper and dean here. He lined up all the children and began assigning tasks. First, he called Ningrong and Oscar and told them to run 20 rounds around the place, then dismissed them. He asked Mr. Dai to explain the rules to the other children and then summoned Tang Shan to his office. There they discussed the Grandmaster and showed him a 3-year Grandmaster approval letter stating that Tang Shan was permitted to study at the school. Meanwhile, we see Rongrong's tribe is furious that she ran away from her home. They believe they could have educated her better themselves. Back with Oscar and Rongrong doing their 20 rounds, Oscar makes sausage from his soul part and offers it to Rongrong, since she hadn't eaten all morning. But Rongrong, with her attitude, declines and walks ahead, leaving him behind. Rongrong's tribe then send agents to bring her back. After a while, all children stand in line again, and the dean asks if they completed their 20 rounds. Oscar says yes, but when asked, Rongrong Oscar says on her behalf that he also does. The dean commends Oscar, then tells him to do 20 more rounds. Though upset, Oscar can't refuse his teacher and goes to run again. They realize Oscar lied on behalf of Rongrong. The dean scolds her too, and Rongrong angrily turns to him, raising her voice to say this is only a school, not a battlefield for unquestioning obedience. Rongrong's tribe is powerful and arrogant, so she answered defiantly. Enraged, the dean orders her to leave the school and tells Mr. Dai to pack her belongings. Rongrong threatens them, saying her tribe won't leave them alone. But the dean retorts, "What can you do? You're the weakest girl here, and should be grateful we even admitted you." Rongrong can't bear it, but seeing Time San, Ji Woo, Fat Boy, Mr. Dai, and Cat Girl standing behind her, she begins to feel weak. Then she looks at Oscar and thinks he's even stronger. But the dean points out that Oscar, too, possesses his full soul and is the strongest among his peers. Realizing this, Rongrong turns sad, cries, and runs away. That evening, the dean takes all of them on a city tour, and then brings them into a ring where warriors used to compete. This place is called the Soul Arena, where people use their fighting skills to defeat each other. Victors receive badges of distinction, and the dean tells them that to graduate from the school, they must at least earn a silver badge. Everyone goes in, and Mr. Dai explains his record. He's won 27 matches and lost 25, and his score is 2. Fat Boy then says his score is 9. Because Fat Boy's soul power is lower, he draws weaker opponents, while Mr. Dai, with stronger power, faces tougher ones. Then Ziwan Tang Shan register for a 2 versus 2 match, naming their teams Sangwoo. First, Ziwan and another warrior enter the ring. The opponent has an Iron Rhino soul power, very formidable. But Jiwoo, without using soul power, attacks and, in a short but brilliant fight, uses her skills to defeat and win the match. Next is Tang Shan versus Cat Girl. Tang Shan knows Cat Girl's ability is speed, so he wants to trap her. He constructs a cage using blue silver plants around her. Cat Girl gets caught, and Mr. Dai is displeased because he likes Cat Girl and wants to see her win. Tang Shan tries to trap her, but she escapes through the top. Mr. Dai then realizes Tang Shan's strategy. He's laid blue silver plants on the ground so that when she jumps, they'll grab her at her feet. That's exactly what happens. When Cat Girl leaps, Tang Shan captures her, earning the win. Cat Girl is sad, but Mr. Dai comforts her. This arena is flat, and her ability is meant for climbing trees, so she shouldn't be disheartened. Then the 2-on-2 round begins. Team Ziwan Tang Shan versus the 2 Hammersoul brothers, Iron Tiger and Iron Dragon, both extremely strong. They attack using random hammering skills. Though Tang Shan counters, the brothers overpower him. One of them strikes Tang Shan with a hammer, injuring him. Before he gets seriously hurt, Tang Shan traps them in his blue-silver plants. Zive sees Tang Shan wounded and, in anger, seriously attacks the brothers with her blades. But since this is a competition where someone is supposed to lose, her blades could have killed them. To prevent that, Tang Shan throws his hidden weapon at the brothers to save them. Impressed, the brothers admit defeat, and Team Sangwoo is declared the winner. After the fight, Tang Shan realizes there are many powerful warriors in this world and that he needs training. They exit, and Mr. Dai plans to propose to Cat Girl. But Fat Boy blurts it out in front of everyone, embarrassing Mr. Dai, and Cat Girl misunderstands and walks away, thinking Mr. Dai is a playboy. Ziwan Tang Shan talk and head back to school. At the entrance, they see Mr. Dai arguing with Ning Rongrong, who is treating him very rudely. This angers Mr. Dai, and he moves to strike her. Tang Shan stops him, telling him to control his anger. Mr. Dai calms down and goes inside. After Mr. Dai leaves, Rongrong tells Tang Shan to kill Mr. Dai. If he does, her tribe will pay him a lot and offer him a good position. But Tang Shan refuses because it means nothing to him. He tells her to improve her behavior. He then asks Oscar for help, but Oscar also refuses. Shocked, Rongrong says, "You like me, but you won't take my side? Why?" Oscar replies, "You repeatedly made me feel you're from a big family and we're insignificant compared to you. Now I feel I'm not made for a highborn girl like you." Rongrong realizes her mistake, and though she doesn't respond, she understands that if she doesn't change her behavior, she won't have any friends. She then starts crying loudly. The next morning, all the children stand in line again, and once more Oscar arrives late. As he arrives, the dean is about to scold him, but Oscar excitedly says, "I trained this morning, and today my soul par reached 30th rank." Hearing this, the dean is delighted, and the other children congratulate him. Reaching soul power rank 30 is very difficult. To go beyond rank 30, he needs to add a spirit ring to his soul power, and to get that, he must kill a beast. The dean then orders them, "Go into the forest today and hunt a beast so he can obtain his spirit ring." To celebrate, the dean asks Oscar to give everyone a sausage each. Oscar happily starts making sausages, but no one wants to eat his sausage. Finally, once they are ready, Ning Rongrong steps forward first and eats both sausages in front of him, shocking everyone. Then Mr. Zhao arrives and leads them into the forest to start hunting. They haven't seen any beasts yet. Eventually, they reach a spot where Oscar, walking, trips and falls into a pit. But Ning Rongrong rescues him. This is a romantic moment from her side. Continuing through the forest, they arrive at another town and decide to stay the night. They all enter a restaurant and begin eating when children from another school enter. These other kids are mischievous and always looking for trouble. The Shrek School kids sense a fight brewing. The rival kids first try to throw the waiter's food at them, but Tang Shan uses his speed to stop it. Then the rival kids try to hurt Mr. Dai, but Mr. Dai is so strong the rival kids get hurt instead. The rival school's leader asks about their school, and when he hears its name, he laughs. They're from a rich school. A fight breaks out, with the rival kids and the Shrek School kids battling. But Zai overpowers them all, and the rival leader gets angry. They glare at each other. Now a serious fight begins between the two. The other school's leader has the spirit soul of a black turtle. Tang Shan and everyone else thinks that it's a defense-type spirit soul, and accordingly, they
और
plan
वो
to
उनको
defeat
बर्फ
him.
से
Then
जमाने
they
की
all try to
कोशिश
attack
करने
him
लगता
together,
है,
but he evades all their attacks and laughs at them. The Shrek School kids try different ways to defeat him, but they are unable to, and now he also gets angry and starts trying to freeze them with ice. And the misunderstanding Tang Shan had, that he would only defend, breaks, because now he starts attacking too. The Shrek School kids begin to lose badly, but just then Mr. Zhao arrives. Mr. Zhao sends all the Shrek School kids inside to sleep in their rooms and then goes to face the leader himself. The leader also mocks him, but Mr. Zhao starts beating him up without even using his spirit soul. Even after using his full power, the leader can't defeat him and ends up beaten, falling into a dustbin. After beating him, Mr. Zhao goes back to the kids and tells them to head back to the forest the next day. There, he also asks Ning Rongrong why she didn't use her spirit soul. She replies that she was waiting for the right time. Actually, according to the plan, she was supposed to use her spirit soul after Mr. Dai used his second spirit ring, but Mr. Dai never got the chance to use it. In truth, Ning Rongrong had now changed and wanted to be friends with the rest of the Shrek School kids because she understood what Oscar had said. The next day, they all go back into the forest, where they again see many strange creatures, and they all proceed according to Mr. Zhao's planning. As they move forward, they come across a very dangerous beast. It is a huge snake called the Millennium Phoenix Tail Crest Serpent. This snake is over 1,000 years old, which is why it's extremely powerful. Actually, the older a beast is, the more powerful it becomes. Now they decide to kill it because if Oscar gets the spirit ring inside it, he'll become very powerful. They all plan to kill it through teamwork, and as per the plan, they each attack it. Finally, after a tough struggle, they manage to injure it and knock it down. Now Oscar had to kill it and obtain the spirit ring inside it. He steps forward with his knife to kill it. But then Ziwu asks him, "Can't we leave it alive?" To which Tang Shan explains that this is the law of nature. In this world, the stronger always kills the weaker. If we were weaker than this beast, they would be the ones lying on the ground, and the beast wouldn't have spared them either. Then Oscar proceeds to kill it. But just then, an old lady and her granddaughters arrive and say that they had seen this beast first and had already attacked it. They had wounded it on the stomach earlier, and upon checking, Tang Shan finds 3 marks there. Actually, the grandmother wanted to give the spirit ring to her granddaughter so she could become stronger, but Mr. Zhao doesn't agree with her. Actually, the grandma and grandpa, her husband, are extremely strong. If the two fight together, even the greatest warriors of the continent can lose to them. But right now, the grandmother is alone, and the grandpa isn't with her, which is why Mr. Zhao could defeat her if he wanted to. But Mr. Zhao doesn't want to take the risk. What if the grandpa is somewhere nearby in the forest? So a polite argument breaks out between the two. Then it's decided that there will be a fight between the granddaughter and Tang Shan. If the granddaughter wins, she gets the spirit ring. If Tang Shan wins, Oscar gets the spirit ring. Fighting the granddaughter isn't an easy task because she is at rank 30 and her spirit soul is also of a serpent stick, which is very strong. Still, a fight starts between the two. First, Tang Shan tries to bind her using his skill, but she escapes the attack, and then both start fighting using their best possible efforts. Then both start attacking each other using their spirit souls, and their energies clash. After a while, they both fall far apart. The granddaughter falls unconscious, but Tang Shan, though injured, remains conscious. This means Tang Shan has won and the granddaughter has lost. Now Tang Shan immediately sits to meditate because his power is drained. The grandmother accepts her defeat and lets them take the spirit ring. Oscar kills the beast and obtains the spirit ring and starts meditating. When he wakes up, everyone is eager to see his spirit ring, but he feels shy to show it. When everyone says they won't laugh at it, he agrees and uses his spirit ring to create a tasty sausage and shows them. Seeing this, everyone bursts out laughing. Oscar feels very bad, but then he shows them the second ability of this spirit ring and flies in front of them. This means Oscar now has the power to fly, and everyone is very happy to see this. Then Tang Shan also regains consciousness and says that they shouldn't leave the forest yet. Mr. Zhao scolds him, saying this forest isn't a place to play or picnic. Tang Shan then explains that due to the fight, he has upgraded and reached rank 30, and now he too will need a spirit ring. Everyone congratulates Tang Shan and is very happy. They decide to find a spirit ring for Tang Shang the next day. Then they all move ahead again and stop at a place to talk. Tang Shang discusses with Mr. Zhao about how humans kill soul beasts for their cultivation. A human kills 5 to 6 soul beasts in their lifetime, without even thinking or understanding. One day, all soul beasts will go extinct, and then humans won't be able to cultivate either. As Tang Shang talks about the death of soul beasts, Ziwu looks a little upset. Actually, Ziwu has her own different and interesting story, which we will find out later. While they are still talking, the ground starts shaking, and an earthquake begins. Trees, animals, and everything around begin to stir, and Mr. Zhao realizes that a great danger is approaching. They are in the middle of the forest, so they can't run away either. Then a massive beast with abs-like muscles appears. It's a many thousand-year-old beast. Such a dangerous beast should have been deep in the forest, but it's here, and they realize why it's here. Mr. Zhao steps forward and politely tells it that if this is your place and you don't want to see us here, we will leave. We didn't come here to cause harm. But the ape hates humans because humans kill soul beasts without mercy for their own benefit. That's why the giant ape now wants to kill all of them. Mr. Zhao uses his soul power and attacks it, and Ning Rongrong uses her soul power to increase Mr. Mao's speed by 30 times. But even this doesn't kill the giant ape. Now everyone else uses their own soul powers to attack it, but nothing affects the ape. They decide to escape, but during this, the giant ape grabs Ziwu. Now Tang Shang and Mr. Zhao get angry. Mr. Zhao uses his 7th spirit ring, which is of a bear. He attacks the giant ape with full potential, but even then, the ape only gets injured and doesn't die. Now Mr. Zhao is power drained and will take 7 days to recover. Tang Shan, in anger, runs toward the giant ape to save Ziwu. He wanted to save Ziwu at any cost because she was the only one he cared for the most in his life. He reaches the giant ape and tries to kill it, but the ape pushes him away and runs off with Ziwu. All the kids are very sad because Ziwu is gone, and Tang Shang deeply regrets not being able to save her. He decides to save her and immediately tells Oscar to make a flying sausage mushroom. Oscar had received his 3rd ring because of Tang Shang. So despite Mr. Zhao's refusal, he listens to Tang Shang and gives him the flying sausage. After eating it, Tang Shang gets wings and sets off alone to find Ziwu. Ning Rongrong also increases his speed by 30%. Seeing Tang Shang go alone, Mr. Zhao decides to follow him. Oscar also begins making a flying sausage mushroom for everyone. Meanwhile, the giant ape who had taken Ziwu was behaving very politely toward her, and Ziwu was calmly talking to him, saying, "My friends must be worried about me. You shouldn't harm my friends, and you shouldn't have picked me up like this." While on his way, he sees a huge spider that attacks him. The spider was extremely strong and thousands of years old. Killing this spider was very difficult because it was a poisonous spider itself, so if Tang Shan tried to use poison on it, it would have no effect. Now, Tang Shan somehow tries to save himself and attempts to bind the spider using the blue-silver plant. But the spider keeps breaking through the webs and continues to advance to attack him. The spider traps people by releasing its spider web, and the poison on the web gradually kills humans. The spider starts releasing its web on Tang Shan in the same way. Even Tang Shan's hidden weapons were having no effect on it. The spider could only be killed when it was injured. After a long fight, the spider finally stings Tang Shan, and he falls unconscious. A little while later, he opens his eyes and finds himself awakened in his past life. He was now back in Tang's sect, where the old elders were present. Tang Shan stands there and has completely forgotten all the memories of his current life. He doesn't remember who Ziwu is, what Shrek School is, or where he used to live. There, he talks to the others and begins to blend in with them. But then, a man says some words that Ziwu used to say. This triggers visions in Tang Shan, and gradually, he starts remembering everything, that he does not belong here, that he had died, and that in his next life, he was in another world. He realizes he doesn't belong here, so he attempts to commit suicide again. The elders try to stop him and tell him that he can stay if he wants to. But Tang Shan needed to return to save Ziwu, so he commits suicide again. This time, he opens his eyes back at the same place where he was fighting the spider. In reality, he had fallen unconscious due to the spider's poison and had seen this dream. Now, regaining consciousness, he frees himself from the spider's web and, remembering Ziwu, strikes the spider with his hammer. This weakens the spider significantly, giving Tang Shan a chance to use his hidden weapons. He attacks it directly with his hidden weapon and kills it. After this, his power gets drained again, so he sits down to meditate. Just then, a grandmother and her granddaughter arrive. This time, the grandfather is also with them. The grandparents were looking for this spider for their granddaughter. But for the second time, Tang Shan has taken away the granddaughter's prey. This makes both grandparents very angry. However, the spider was so strong that the grandparents would have had to use their full strength to defeat it, whereas Tang Shan defeated it alone. This shocks the grandfather, but he couldn't just let go of someone who robbed their granddaughter. So, he uses his mind and gives Tang Shan 2 choices. First, they will let Tang Shan live, but he must join their family. Second, if he refuses the first choice, he will be killed for stealing the granddaughter's soul beast. Tang Shan agrees to the first choice, but with a condition. He says, "I'm ready to join your family, but you must come with me and help me save Ziwu from the giant ape." Upon hearing the name Giant Ape, both grandparents refused because the giant ape was extremely powerful. Even the greatest grandmaster of Soul Land couldn't defeat it. So they reject his condition. Tang Shan also says, if you won't accept my condition, then I won't join your family. This angers the grandfather, and he moves forward to fight Tang Shan. But just then, Mr. Zhao and the other kids arrive and stop the grandparents. They try to reason with him and explain that Tang Shan killed the spider to save his own life. When the grandparents still don't listen, Mr. Zhao takes the grandfather aside and tells him that Tang Shan is the disciple of the Grandmaster. Upon hearing the Grandmaster's name, the grandfather calms down because he respects the Grandmaster. Without saying anything more, he turns around and leaves. But the granddaughter cannot bear this. She wants revenge on Tang Shan. So she challenges him and says, this time I'll defeat you. And if you still win, then you can claim the spirit ring of the soul beast. Tang Shan accepts her challenge. Just then, Oscar arrives and says that one more condition must be added to this bet. He adds that if Tang Shan wins, the granddaughter must kiss him. The granddaughter gets angry, but the grandparents are delighted because they wanted their granddaughter to be with a strong man like Tang Shan. A competition is held between them where both must throw blades at a tree standing 20 meters away. Each is given 16 blades. They must catch a leaf in each blade mid-air and strike the tree. The competition begins. The granddaughter throws her blades and manages to trap a leaf in each one. All her blades hit the tree, and she is very happy. Looking at Tang Shan, she says with attitude, are you scared? You haven't even thrown your blades yet. At that moment, her grandfather tells her, when you were throwing your blades, Tang Shan had already thrown his. He was so fast that you didn't even see him. And each of his blades trapped 10 leaves. Hearing this, the granddaughter becomes very sad, realizing she has lost the competition. Tang Shan approaches her and comforts her, saying, you shouldn't be disappointed because I've been practicing this weapon for 9 years. It's called the hidden secret weapon. He tells her more about it and says that if she wants to learn it, he can teach her. Impressed by Tang Shan's polite nature, the granddaughter becomes fond of him. Tang Shan gives her his secret weapons, making her very happy. She quickly kisses him and shyly runs away. Tang Shan then absorbs the spirit ring of the spider. The name of the spider is Human-Faced Demon Spider. Meanwhile, at the city school, we see the Grandmaster thinking about Tang Shan and missing him. The next day, Tang Shan's father, Tang Hao, arrives at the spot where Tang Shan fought the spider. There, he sees many blue-silver plants and feels very proud of his son's abilities. From there, he goes to a place filled with destruction. Some blue-silver plants are there too, and he reminisces about the past. Now we learn about Tang Hao's backstory. He stood at this place with his beautiful wife and infant baby while trying to escape from someone. Tang Hao used his hammer to protect his wife and child. He was incredibly powerful and wanted to save his wife at all costs. His wife's name was Yin, and she was being hunted by a powerful Soul Land Master. Tang Hao fights the Soul Land Master and injures him, asking his wife to flee. But the Soul Land Master attacks again with full strength. Tang Hao dodges again and continues to flee. But soon, more Soul Land Masters arrive, including a man who commanded them, the most powerful person on the entire continent. He tells them that loving each other was against divine rules. Tang Hao ignores him, saying, who are you to lecture us about the laws of the gods? That man wants to separate him from Yin, but Tang Hao loves her deeply and moves forward to fight. Just then, Yin arrives because she knew Tang Hao couldn't defeat 4 Soul Land Masters alone. She is ready to sacrifice herself. Handing the infant baby to Tang Hao, she dies. With her death, a lot of blue silver grass sprouts, as her soul spirit was blue silver grass. This infant is none other than Tang Shan, and Yin had made Tang Hao promise that he would raise him well. Now, Tang Hao watches over his son and misses Yin dearly. He talks to the blue silver grass, imagining it as Yin. Meanwhile, Tang Shan is trying to absorb the 3rd spirit ring and remembers Ziwu. He is facing a lot of difficulty in absorbing the spirit ring, as the spider was extremely powerful and he cannot tolerate it. If he stops midway, his life could be in danger. Just then, Ziwu comes running and everyone is overjoyed to see her alive. She tells them that the giant ape got nervous after hearing the roar of a bull and let her go. She also tells them that she reached level 30 and saw a beast at night. She defeated it and obtained a spirit ring. Everyone is happy to hear this. But their tension doesn't fade, as Tang Shan is absorbing a very powerful spirit ring, and now they are just waiting for him to wake up. On the other side, the Grandmaster goes to meet the Dean of Shrek School. They talk about Tang Shan, and the Grandmaster hears everything that happened. He realizes that it was Tang Hao who beat up Mr. Tin, and he shows the Dean Tang Hao's badge. We then see Tang Shan, who is still absorbing the spirit ring, and finally, he succeeds. Everyone is very happy. But then, Tang Shan starts to mutate. A spider-like leg emerges from his waist. Mr. Zhao understands that during absorption, the spider and Tang Shan mutated, and now the situation is about to worsen. Hearing this, all the children become scared and ask for a solution. Mr. Zhao says there is only one solution. They have to wait. Tang Shan becomes unconscious again and first dreams of Ziwu leaving him. Then he reaches his past life again, where we learn why he had stolen secret knowledge from the secret library in his previous life. Tang Shan loved reading and gaining different knowledge. He wanted to study various techniques and weapons and even made many of his own. But no one there valued his talent. The children around him wouldn't even look at his weapons. They would criticize him in front of him and break his weapons. This made Tang Shan very frustrated. He now wanted to gain higher and secret knowledge. He asked the elders to let him study the secret weapons in the secret library. The elders got very angry, saying no one had the right to learn about those weapons and that knowledge. They scolded him and expelled him from the clan. Now Tang San had to somehow gain the secret knowledge from the books inside the library. That's why he decides to sneak into it that very night. He wanted to go inside and read the secret scriptures. The library had 2 levels of security. The first level had guards patrolling, and the second level was guarded by lasers and 3 elders. Now Tang San had to break through both security levels to get inside. Though he could have used his hidden weapons to kill the guards outside, he deeply loved the Tang sect and owed it much. So, he sneaks in and manages to bypass the first level of security. Then he sees the secret scriptures, around which many lasers are present, and 3 elders are guarding them. Somehow, Tang San creates a distraction outside, which causes the elders to rush toward the noise, and Tang San quickly navigates through the lasers to get the secret scriptures. As soon as he opens the scriptures, the emperor of the Tang sect arrives and tells him that the world only knows about the 2 levels of security, but no one knows there's a 3rd level and he personally guards it. The emperor says, for this crime, you will be banished from the Tang sect. Tang San becomes sad and replies, I came here as a child and was raised here. I will only leave when death comes to take me, and it seems that time has come now. Saying this, he attempts suicide using his hidden weapon. But the emperor stops him and begins telling him the truth about the Tang sect. Over time, the Tang sect had become a major power and gained widespread fame. But outside the sect, discrimination between rich and poor had increased. Outsiders who wanted to learn the secret techniques were not allowed, and the royal-born insiders lacked the ability to truly master them. As a result, many techniques were lost. The emperor says, so you, being an outsider, coming here to take this knowledge is not wrong, but it's against our rules. That's why the elders must be after you. I forgive you, but now you must escape from them. He gives Tang San the secret scripture and tells him to learn from it. Meanwhile, Tang San starts regaining consciousness and is very happy to see Ziwu Zhu Shiqing safe in front of him. But suddenly, spider legs start emerging from Tang San's waist, shocking everyone. Mr. Zhao tells him to control it. Tang San begins meditating and, after great effort, becomes capable of controlling the spider legs. As they are talking, suddenly many small spiders arrive. These were the children of the giant spider Tang San had just killed. Though they were just babies, Tang San and the others decide to fight them. Tang San gives everyone his hidden weapons. Everyone is shocked to see these weapons, as they had never seen anything like them before. Using these weapons, they kill all the spiders. Rong Rong really likes the hidden weapons and wants to buy one from Tang San. But Tang San says, I will give it to you for free after some time. Then he tells everyone he will gift them a hidden weapon each, and they start heading back to school. They return using Oscar's flying sausage. Mr. Zhao tells the dean everything that happened. Then the Grandmaster also arrives. They begin talking about the giant ape, and Mr. Zhao asks the Grandmaster about the beast whose sound had made the giant release Ziwu. The Grandmaster explains that it was the Azure Bull Python, which is even more powerful than the giant ape. If the ape is the king of the jungle, then the bull python is the emperor. He also narrates a story. Once a very powerful soul master went into the forest to hunt the giant. Confident in his abilities, he challenged the giant while it was drinking water at a lake. But then a terrifying voice came from the lake. It was the bull python, who could even speak human language. The python told the warrior to leave, and without hesitation, the warrior fled, realizing its power. Then they talk about Oscar, acknowledging that he is very talented. In fact, everyone at Shrek School is highly talented, which is why the Grandmaster decides to personally train them all. He calls all the kids to the ground and introduces himself as their new teacher. While they are still talking, Tang San's spider legs suddenly become uncontrollable, striking randomly. During this chaos, one sting hits Fatty, Ma Hongjun, and he falls unconscious. The Grandmaster immediately goes to Tang San and tells him to take deep breaths. He instructs him to imagine that these legs are his own bones and to absorb them back into his body. Tang San follows his instructions and successfully regains control. He quickly takes Fatty to Oscar's room. The Grandmaster and Tang San go there, and the Grandmaster tells Tang San to extract the poison. Tang San is very scared because Fatty's life is at risk. But if he doesn't extract the poison, Fatty will die anyway. So he obeys and manages to extract the poison, saving him. Tang San comes outside and tells everyone that he may not be able to control his spirit ring yet. Then he and Ziwu discuss the spirit rings. Next, Tang San meets the Grandmaster, who scolds him for carelessly killing a 1,000-year-old spider and absorbing its spirit ring. Tang San apologizes and promises not to act recklessly again. The Grandmaster asks him to demonstrate the power of his new spirit ring. Tang San shows his blue-silver plant, whose ring has now grown and become stronger. His poison power has also become more lethal. Now Tang San has become so powerful that even a poison master's attacks would not affect him. Tang San now wants to create hidden weapons for his friends too, using his memories from the past life and the secrets from the scripture. That's why he decides to open a weapons business in the city, which would earn him money to fund his creations. He visits the biggest blacksmith shop in the city, where many expert craftsmen are making weapons. Tang San goes to the owner and tells him he has a business opportunity, but they need to talk privately. As they walk toward a room, he sees Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger, the owner's sons, the best craftsmen around. Inside the room, Tang San proposes, I will give you 100 soul coins. In return, I need a workspace where I can use your tools to make great weapons. We will share the profit from the sales. The owner likes the idea but doubts whether a child can actually make weapons. He asks about Tang San's skills. When he learns that Tang San has reached rank 30, he is shocked. The sons enter and happily tell their father that Tang San saved them once from his partner, who was about to kill them, but he spared them. They confirm that Tang San is very powerful. Hearing this, the owner becomes very pleased and agrees to the business proposal. Tang San then returns to school and sees Ziwu. They both promise to stay together forever and grow closer to each other. Just then, Ning Rongrong calls out, and they get embarrassed and head back to the school. They all celebrate Tang San reaching rank 30, enjoying a party together. The next morning, the Grandmaster personally prepares breakfast for everyone. Then they all gather in a line on the training ground. The Grandmaster announces the beginning of intense training. He calls Mr. Dai and tells him to fight each member one by one. He also instructs that no one should get hurt. When it's Tang San's turn, the Grandmaster says he won't use his third spirit ring. Mr. Dai responds, Tang San can use his third ring if he wants. I'll defeat him even with that. But the Grandmaster refuses and warns, if Tang San uses his spider powers, you might not survive. Everyone laughs, but Mr. Dai insists. The Grandmaster then allows Tang San to use his third ring. The battle begins, and Tang San traps Mr. Dai in a spider web. Struggling to escape, poison spreads in Mr. Dai's body. The match is stopped, and Tang San removes the poison. The Grandmaster then emphasizes the importance of teamwork, motivating them to always fight from the same side. Next, Fatty fights Oscar and wins. Then Mr. Dai fights Fatty, and it turns into an iconic level match. At first, Mr. Dai seems weaker, but then he goes full power, and both fight fiercely. Seeing their battle, the Grandmaster asks Ziwu to show her third spirit ring. Tang San and Ziwu fight. Tang San tries to trap her in the spider web, but she's too fast and strong. She grabs him tightly, and when he again uses the web, they both get trapped. A romantic moment develops between them. Since there's no clear winner between Mr. Dai and Fatty, the match is stopped. The Grandmaster points out flaws in everyone's fighting techniques and gives them advice to improve. Finally, it's Ziwu's turn, but the Grandmaster finds no flaws in her. Everyone is shocked. He then reveals that her third spirit ring gives her the power of a lightning speed rabbit that's thousands of years old. She can even teleport midair using this technique. Because everyone made some mistake, they're all given punishment to run laps carrying bags full of stones. Even those who didn't make mistakes join in, as they can't bear to watch their friends suffer alone. Everyone starts doing it, and because the bags were too heavy, they begin getting tired midway. Mr. Dai and Tang San were the strongest among them, so they take out some stones from the bags of the weaker ones, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, and put them into their own bags. But even then, after walking some distance, they start feeling exhausted. The Grandmaster had also arranged for water supplies at intervals to restore their energy, but still, they were weakening. They also couldn't use Oscar's flying sausage because the Grandmaster had forbidden them from using soul power. Now, as they keep walking, they get extremely tired. But they couldn't quit the punishment given by the Grandmaster. A long time passes while they walk. Just then, the kids from the other school show up. They had made a plan. Since the Shrek kids are tired, now's the best time to beat them up. They grab Fatty, Ma Hongjun, put their foot on him, and then challenge Tang San to a fight. Even though Tang San was exhausted, he was still strong enough to defeat them all alone, and then everyone enjoys a good laugh about it. After that, they continue the punishment. Tang San was carrying the most rocks, so his speed became slow, and when everyone else had finished their rounds, he still had 2 left. Tang San remembers that in his past life he was alone, with no friends, but in this life, he has so many. Thinking about this makes him really happy, and he understands that the Grandmaster gave them this punishment to teach them the power of friendship. He begins to complete his remaining 2 rounds, but collapses due to fatigue. The others also faint from exhaustion. When they wake up, they find themselves in their rooms, in a hot bath filled with medicinal herbs. The Grandmaster had arranged all of it. Then he calls them for dinner and feeds them very nutritious food. Everyone feels happy after eating, as they had trained intensely that day. After dinner, they all go to sleep. The next morning, all the students are called back to the training ground. The Grandmaster tells Tang San to complete his 2 remaining rounds. But this time, all the other kids run with him, and that's how they continue the day's training. Meanwhile, Tang San had started his secret hidden weapons business, which began making good profit. Over the next 3 months, he creates many different types of hidden weapons and decides to give some to his friends. Then one day, while Oscar and Tang San are sitting in a room, Fatty, Ma Hongjun, shows up, badly beaten. He explains that he liked the girl and was trying to impress her. While following her, a thug appeared and tried to attack the girl. Fatty helped her escape, but during the fight, the thug beat him badly. That thug had 4 spirit rings and was a notorious criminal who used to kidnap girls and assault them. Everyone was troubled by him. His name was Buell. Now Tang San and the others decide to go after Buell, since he had harmed their friend. While looking for him, they also see Zhu Zhuqing, the cat girl, who joins them in the search. They don't find Buell right away, so they make a trap plan. Zhu Zhuqing walks alone in the dark alleys, acting innocent. Seeing her beauty, Buell shows up. She pretends to ask for candy, and Buell lures her into a dark alley, attempting to assault her. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing attacks him using her spirit ring abilities. Her special ability was speed, and she beats Buell so fast he doesn't even get a chance to defend. His bones crack and break. He becomes so injured that he won't recover for 3 months. The Shrek students laugh and celebrate because they had just taken down a big thug, but Tang Sen still feels something is missing. So, he hangs Buell on top of the tallest building in town with a board around his neck saying, "I am a big criminal. I have done terrible things to many girls." Seeing him hanging there, 2 of his friends arrive, use their soul power to bring him down, and ask who did this to him. His body was shattered and barely moving. Buell tells them everything, and now they plan revenge on the Shrek students. Meanwhile, inside the school, the Grandmaster and the Dean are talking. The Dean complains that the school's budget is getting tight because the Grandmaster is feeding them too much and using expensive ingredients for training. But the Grandmaster tells him not to worry. He already has a plan that will take care of their finances. The Grandmaster gathers all the kids and explains the Soul Arena again. He tells them to enter competitions there. It will improve their skills and earn them money. He lays out the rules. No one except Tang San will use hidden weapons. Everyone must earn a silver badge to graduate. Oscar asks, "Since Ning Rongrong and I belong to the assistance branch, do we also fight?" The Grandmaster says no, and then tells them all to hide their identities. He gives them masks and code names based on their abilities so they can blend in during the fights. The competition starts. In the first match, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing team up to fight a team called Cat and Mouse, a very strong duo. Tang San uses his third spirit ring and traps them in a spider web, but Mouse bites through it. Still, using their techniques and coordination, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing manage to win. It's an iconic level fight. Next, Mr. Dai and Oscar fight and win easily. Then the cat girl, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong win their match too. Out of 5 2v2 fights, Shrek wins 3, a great score. The Dean is thrilled. But now the Grandmaster tells them the real challenge is coming. They will face a much stronger opponent in a full 7v7 battle. Tang San is chosen as the team leader. He gives the strategy, and everyone listens carefully because this match is very important. The host announces both teams inside the ring and introduces them to the audience. Shrek's team name, Shrek 7 Devils. Opponent, Frenzy Battle Team, who have won 7 matches in a row. After introductions, both teams return to their hotel rooms. The Frenzy Battle Team members come to the Shrek team's room and start misbehaving with Zhu Zhuqing and threaten the Shrek team. Mr. Dai gets angry, fights one of them, but is pushed back in one move. The opponent was very strong. Zhu Zhuqing gets furious and tries to fight, but Tang Sen stops her. Then the Frenzy Battle Team's teacher shows up, ends the fight, and warns them. "If you're so eager to fight, do it in the ring tomorrow." Anyway, everyone who's fought us till now is either dead or hospitalized. He tries to intimidate them and leaves. After he's gone, Oscar jokes that they're just trying to mess with their morale, and for the first time, he actually makes sense. Everyone laughs. They now understand that the enemy was just using mind games. Mr. Dai tells everyone to stay calm, and that Oscar and Ning Rongrong will stay in the back to assist. Their protection is top priority. On the way to the arena, Mr. Dai and Tang Sen discuss the plan to defeat them. They enter the ring, unleash their soul powers, and give their introductions. The scene looks iconic and cinematic. Now, the big battle begins. Now, both sides attack each other in their own ways, but the Frenzy Battle Team focuses more on Ning Rongrong and Oscar. They want to injure Oscar and Ning Rongrong first because they were supporting from the back by providing power. The Frenzy Battle Team tries to hurt Oscar, but Tang Sen stops them using the blue-silver plant. Then, a major fight breaks out between everyone. Suddenly, Tang Sen remembers what the Grandmaster had explained to them the day before, that they should target the Assistance Branch members in the Frenzy Battle Team. This is because the warrior from the Assisted Branch is of Millennium rank, which means he can greatly boost his team's strength from the back. Now, Tang San and the others head toward the Assisted Branch member. But they delay in doing so, and during that time, the Assisted Branch warrior uses his soul power to enhance everyone's strength and power, making them all extremely powerful. Now, they are capable of defeating Shrek School. So, Tang Sen uses Oscar's flying sausage to fly up into the air. The Shrek School starts flying up to avoid attacks from the Frenzy Battle Team, but they are still being attacked with stones and webs. Actually, in the sky, Tang San is waiting for the Assisted Branch members' soul power to deplete, because only after that will Tang San and the others be able to defeat them. But his soul power is going to last for a long time, and in the meantime, the Frenzy School students injure all the Flying Shrek students. Now, only Tang San is left. The Flying Sausage's power also runs out, and now everyone comes back down. Tang San, who is now alone, has to fight the Frenzy Battle Team by himself. But the good news is that the Assisted Branch warrior's soul power is now drained. Even then, the Frenzy Battle Team is fully confident because now they only have to defeat Tang San. There are 6 of them, and only one Tang San. But they don't know how powerful Tang San really is. So, when a spider girl tries to trap him with a web, Tang San doesn't get caught. Instead, the spider girl gets caught in her own web because her third spirit ring is also a spider. Everyone starts cheering for Tang San, but he quiets them down because he still has more to do. Tang San uses his silver plant to capture the remaining 6 warrior kids and injures all of them at once, winning the battle. Now, the audience cheers even louder than before for Tang San, and thus Shrek School wins. Everyone becomes very happy. They all return to their room, where the Grandmaster praises them, and everyone is overjoyed. The Grandmaster then tells them to rest today because from tomorrow, they'll have to fight 2 battles per day. The 3 teachers then go outside and joke around among themselves. The next day, they again fight similar battles, and after many such battles, Shrek School keeps winning. Tang San's team becomes famous all over the city, and even small kids in the city start wearing Shrek's 7 Devils masks. The Shrek 7 Devils had won 27 consecutive matches without losing. That's why their name had become so renowned. Then, one day, the Grandmaster goes to register for the next day's fight, and while registering, the head of the Soul Arena comes to meet him and puts forward a request. He tells the Grandmaster that silver rank warriors from another city's Soul Arena are coming to fight, and their Soul Arena doesn't have any silver badge team capable of defeating them. In fact, no team here can even last 5 minutes against them. So he wants Shrek's 7 Devils to fight against them. At first, the Grandmaster refuses, because having Shrek's 7 Devils fight silver badge warriors seems like too much. But the owner of the Soul Arena convinces him, saying that anyone can see from their fighting skills that they are capable of silver badge level, and they're about to get their silver badge anyway. And if they fight this match, they'll be awarded 10,000 gold coins from the Soul Arena. Hearing this, the Grandmaster agrees, and after taking the details of the opponent team, he leaves. Then he returns to the room and tells everyone about it. He says that from the 10,000 gold coins, everyone will keep 1,000 each, and the remaining 3,000 will be used for the school's development. Everyone agrees with this. Then they start discussing the opponent team members. A long discussion takes place, where they discuss each opponent one by one. What exactly they discussed will be explained during the match, because if we explain it now, it might seem too complex and go over your head. So after all the planning, Tang San motivates his team members and says that since we've won 27 matches in a row, we'll win this one too and bring glory to our school. Everyone gets very motivated and cheers together. The team they are going to fight is called the Emperor Battle Team. It's a very powerful team. Now we see this team, where their leader comes in and tells his team everything about the Shrek 7 Devils. After reading the details, they realize that tomorrow's match is not going to be easy. The next day, the match begins, and this time the Soul Arena is decided to be even bigger. 20,000 spectators have come to watch today's match because it's going to be on a very grand level. One by one, everyone makes heroic entries into the ring and starts advancing towards each other. Now, Dean sees the opposing team's leader and finds him familiar. When the Grandmaster asks him about it, Dean says he'll tell him after the match. Inside the ring, everyone releases their spirit souls, and the scene looks amazing. Then we see the leader of the opposing team, who has the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Ring, of very strong power. Among the top 20 soul types, one is the Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Alongside the leader is a warrior girl who has poisonous powers, and there's a boy on their team whose spirit soul is a panther. Likewise, each member of their team has dangerous spirit souls. First, they begin with hand-to-hand combat. But Tang San knows very well that in hand-to-hand combat, Shrek School will lose because the opponent is too powerful. So he starts executing the plan they made the previous day, to attack the assistant branch warrior so the rest of the team weakens a bit. The ones doing hand-to-hand combat begin to lose, and Tang San saves his team using his blue-silver plant. Now the opponent leader's attention shifts to Tang San and he attacks him. But for now, the situation is under Tang San's control, so he dodges it. Tang San had also planned to attract the leader's attention because the leader comes from a big family and is full of arrogance. Tang San plans to engage him in a one-on-one combat. When the leader begins to lose, he will act out of arrogance and make a mistake, and the Shrek 7 Devils will take advantage of that and win. According to plan, that's what happens. The leader, out of arrogance, unleashes his energy called Fury of Thunderbolt, and Tang San decides to use his blue-silver plant to neutralize it. But the released energy is so powerful that Tang San fails to fully neutralize it. However, he still manages to block most of the attack, preventing heavy damage to the Shrek 7 Devils. Then the Cat Girl and others get angry and attack the other warriors, excluding the leader. Now Shrek School starts to win. Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Wu, attacks the leader. Since the leader was already a bit injured, and Zhu Zhuqing has high speed and her third spirit ring now, she lifts him into the air and beats him up, injuring him further. Seeing her leader injured, the Serpent Girl becomes furious because she liked the leader. She immediately releases the deadliest poison of her clan, not caring that it could even kill. She's now overtaken by rage. Tang San quickly pulls his team members back using blue-silver plant and uses a trick. The Serpent Girl had attacked him with poison, something Tang San had been dealing with since childhood using hidden weapons. In his previous life, He had studied poison deeply. So now he comes up with an idea to nullify the poison. He takes out alcohol from his belt and asks Fatty, Ma Hong-jun, to light it on fire. The alcohol, mixed with antidote, spreads through the air, nullifying the poison. All the kids from Shrek School become very happy. They begin fighting again, and now Shrek's 7 devils appear to be winning. But then the warrior with the Black Panther soul ring steps forward, and the rest of the opponents also start using their soul power. Together, they all attack Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San. Tang San gets busy fighting them, but Zhu Zhuqing gets trapped in the air. She tries to teleport and escape, but keeps getting more trapped. She gets injured in the process and starts falling. Tang San catches her midair and becomes very upset upon seeing her unconscious. Now Tang San becomes extremely angry after seeing Zivo unconscious, and the rest of the team members also don't like it at all. To face the enemies, Catgirl and Mr. Dai step forward. Catgirl and Mr. Dai fuse their soul power with each other, and the beast created from that fusion attacks the enemy. To fuse their soul power, trust was necessary, and because their powers merged perfectly, it becomes clear that Mr. Dai and Catgirl trust each other. Their attack was supposed to cause huge damage, but even then, they still can't harm the opponent team, and Catgirl ends up weakened. Now Tang San gets angry and uses his 3rd spirit ring to unleash his mutated soul power, and he begins attacking them with poison stings. Tang San becomes so aggressive that he attacks without thinking, and everyone gets affected by his poison. No one is left to stand against him. So Tang San's team wins the match. Then Tang San remembers his teacher's words that he must not take anyone's life, so he prepares to extract the poison from each of them one by one. But from the opponent team, the warrior who has healing powers is told to first heal Zivo. After healing her, Tang San removes everyone's poison and the team leaves with their victory garlands. The defeated team returns to their room and sits silently, feeling sad. Their captain motivates them to learn from their failure. Meanwhile, the Shrek School kids go to the Grandmaster and begin bragging about their victory and joking around. They had undergone intense training, so Mr. Zhao asks for a few days of rest. The Grandmaster agrees to give them 15 days, after which their Phase 3 training will begin. While they're talking, the captain of the opponent team arrives and, surprisingly, greets the dean and Mr. Zhao. We learn that his name is Qi Ming, and he was once a student of Shrek School. The dean introduces him to the Grandmaster, and Qi Ming greets him, but the Grandmaster looks at him strangely. Everyone finds this odd, and then it's revealed that the Grandmaster is actually his uncle. They belong to the same family, but due to conflicts with his father and elder brother, the Grandmaster cut all ties and left. Qi Ming meets his juniors, but learns this is Shrek School's last batch because the school's financial problems haven't been solved. Everyone becomes sad because Shrek School feels like a family to them, and now it's closing. The Shrek kids go to the Soul Arena to collect their credits. Their scores are excellent, and all of them reach the silver badge level, while Tang San reaches the gold badge level. Meanwhile, Qi Ming prepares to return home with his injured team. On the way, the Grandmaster meets him privately. Qi Ming first asks him to return home because his father and brother miss him, but the Grandmaster refuses. They discuss the match, and the Grandmaster tells him his loss was due to arrogance. Qi Ming accepts this. He always stayed overconfident because of his blue Titanium Arctics. He promises not to repeat the mistake. He asks to become the Grandmaster's disciple, but the Grandmaster refuses, saying he only teaches at school. He tells Qi Ming that if he ever wants to test his capability, he should fight Tang San. The day he defeats Tang San, he will become a great soul dance master. Qi Ming dislikes hearing this, believing he'd win in a one-on-one fight. But the Grandmaster insists he won't defeat Tang San and will understand later. They later sit for dinner, and Qi Ming joins them. When he reveals he is level 62, everyone is shocked. Qi Ming admires them and invites them to study at Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Hearing this, the dean gets angry, asking if he thinks Shrek School doesn't give proper education. The Grandmaster calms the situation and explains that for the Continental Elite Tournament next year, only graduates of registered schools can participate, and Shrek School is not registered. If the kids graduate from here, they cannot join the tournament. The dean struggles to accept this because this is the last batch and they would be leaving midway. He built the school with his blood and sweat, and now his heart breaks. But he cannot deny the Grandmaster's logic. He leaves upset, but Fatty goes to console him, explaining that although he taught them everything, now they need a proper name, a brand, which only a registered school can give. The dean's heart softens, and he agrees. The Grandmaster's condition is that all Shrek teachers will teach inside the new academy, and that the academy will only provide its name. Their teachers won't teach the Shrek kids. The kids return to Shrek School. They have 2 months before going to the academy and are given 2 months rest. Tang San goes to Ning Rong Rong and tells her about the hidden weapons he made for the Qin tribe, planning to deliver them personally later. Tang San returns to his room, creates more weapons using his soul power, and after many days, his new weapon is finally ready. He shows it to everyone, and they're shocked by its power. It can crush heavy objects and act as a rope over long distances. He gives each person a weapon, and everyone is very happy because such weapons don't exist anywhere in this world. 2 months pass. Before sending them to the academy, the dean wants to train them, so he tells them to run. After intense training, everyone returns exhausted. Later, Zivo comes to Tang San's room and says her legs hurt, asking if he can massage them. He agrees, and they go into the forest. Tang San massages her legs, and the scene becomes romantic, but only from Zivo's side. She tries flirting innocently, but Tang San stays awkward and treats her only as a friend. They return, and Tang San's friends tease him because they saw everything. Since they haven't fought anyone in 2 months, the dean takes them to the Seoul Arena and registers them. They learn that no one at their level is available because no one has reached Gold Badge. They find one team, but all members are above level 40 and either kill their opponents or badly injure them. The team is called Fiend Battle Team, and they're extremely dangerous. The Grandmaster agrees to fight them, but the dean and others are against it. They fear the Shrek kids will die. But after the Grandmaster whispers something, the dean agrees. A sponsorship is also offered. If they win, they will receive 30,000 gold coins. The Grandmaster instructs them to use their best skills and even Tang San's hidden weapons. He tells them that even if blood must be spilled, they must spill it. No mercy. Everyone is shocked but obeys. The match begins. The enemy attacks Cat Girl together. Frightened, she uses Tang San's hidden weapon, and instantly the entire opponent team dies. Seeing this, the Shrek kids vomit and get terrified. They had never killed anyone before. They killed humans just to win a fight. Except for Tang San and Mr. Dai, everyone begins regretting it. Tang San explains that the enemies were members of a terrorist group and needed to be killed. The Grandmaster wanted to train them to face real evil someday, without hesitation. They understand and calm themselves. Even the dean feels sad, but the Grandmaster's decision was correct. They decide that 90% of the reward money will go to the families of the dead men. The Shrek kids return to their rooms. None of them can sleep, but they know they must face such things eventually. Grandmaster wants to get Tang San and the others admitted to the Dao Imperial School. All the kids arrive there along with the dean and Mr. Dai. When they reach the school, they are shocked to see its beauty because it was extremely huge. As soon as they enter the school, the spoiled rich students studying there come and try to trouble them. When they find out that these children are from Shrek School, they start making fun of them. One of those rich kids even attacks a Shrek School student. But Mr. Dai handles him alone and beats up all the rich kids present there. Everyone is shocked to see that such big school students are getting beaten by one man. Just then, Kuming arrives. Kuming is the teacher here and the leader in battles. He scolds the rich students and then takes the Shrek kids inside. On the way, he talks politely with them, and they learn from Kuming that this school has many facilities like training areas, mimicry zones, grounds, lakes, and mountains where children practice. There are highly qualified teachers as well, but despite all this, the students here are not very capable. They are spoiled and lack discipline, so the school doesn't get many quality students, and those who are good are very few. That's why Kuming brought Shrek School's children here, so the school can finally get capable students. They reached the board members of the school. There were 3 of them, and all 3 were extremely strong. They introduce themselves and mention their ranks. Everyone gets shocked when they hear their ranks: 86, 83, and 85. The board members welcome all the teachers respectfully and take them inside the hall. They talk among themselves, and we also see here that the dean is still sad about the downfall of Shrek School. One of the board members stands up and asks the Grandmaster about the child he had heard about, the one from the controlling branch and the strongest among them. As soon as Tang San steps forward, the board member starts releasing his energy toward him to test his abilities. Tang San endures the pain, but the board member keeps increasing the level of his energy. Tang San feels more pain. His spirit soul starts emerging, yet he holds on. Seeing this, everyone becomes happy, and the board members realize how powerful Tang San is. While they are talking, a very powerful Grand Solan Master arrives from outside the hall. His nephew is with him, the same rich kid who was beaten by Mr. Dai. This Grand Solan Master is the direct manager of the school, meaning he holds a higher position than the board members. He has come to fight because Mr. Dai beat up his nephew. He brings a powerful warrior with him, a poison master whose rank is above 90. Mr. Dai tries to attack again, but the poison master's poison affects him from a distance, and he cannot even get close. The Grandmaster and everyone else realizes the seriousness of the situation. Even if all of them attack together, they might not survive the poison master's poison. The direct manager mocks Shrek School badly. The dean tries to step forward and fight, but the Grandmaster stops him and says, "We don't care about our own lives, but these children are here with us. If anything happens to us, they will also die." The direct manager insults them and tells them to leave. Kuming and the board members don't like this at all, but they cannot do anything. They leave the school. Kuming resigns in anger and goes with them. While leaving, they see a school in the city. Kuming tells them he knows the principal of this school, and maybe they can become teachers here and the children can study here. Everyone agrees, and they meet the school manager, who becomes very happy after hearing their levels, all above 60. He asks them to meet the principal. When they arrive, they find out the principal is a lady. For some reason, the Grandmaster avoids looking at her. We learn that she and the Grandmaster had a past relationship but got separated due to circumstances. She becomes emotional after seeing him after 20 years. The Dean handles the situation and talks to her. 20 years ago, the Dean, the Grandmaster, and this lady were a powerful team known as the Golden Iron Ring. They request the lady principal for teaching positions. She agrees and says, "Ever since we separated, I haven't been able to live happily. Now this school will be named after you, and from today, the Dean will be the new principal." She renames the school Shrek School again. Everyone becomes extremely happy, but the Grandmaster is still sad and sits silently. During dinner, he calls Tang San and shares his past, how his spirit soul mutated when he was young, how he couldn't cultivate further, and how he focused on theoretical knowledge. He left his home and went to another city, where he was once beaten by kids. The Dean saved him that day, and they became best friends. Both the Dean and the Grandmaster fell in love with the same girl, the same lady principal. She loved the Grandmaster, not the Dean. Even then, the Dean sacrificed his feelings and got them married. But right after the wedding, her family came and forcefully took her away. The Grandmaster later learned she was actually his cousin. Shocked and emotionally broken, he left her and tried to commit suicide, but the Dean saved him. She cut ties with her family and searched for him all these years, but the Grandmaster always stayed away. Tang Sen advises him to talk to her. She overhears everything, begins crying, and tells him, "Now that I have found you, I will never let you go again." They hug emotionally. As Tang Sen leaves them alone, the Poison Master suddenly attacks him and drags him into his territory. Because Tang San had defeated his granddaughter earlier, he wants to kill him. Tang Sen warns him, "You may kill me, but your poison is also killing you from inside. It is even affecting your granddaughter. Rainy days make it worse. She won't live long." The Poison Master stops attacking, shocked. He deeply loves his granddaughter and asks for a cure. Tang Sen says, "If I cure her, you might kill me afterward." But the Poison Master promises not to harm him if he saves his granddaughter. He is a man of his word. To test Tang San, he takes him to his garden and challenges him to create antidotes for 3 poisons he will prepare. If Tang San succeeds, he will believe him. If he fails, he will kill him. He shows Tang San a legendary lava and ice pond famous for its power. Tang San starts collecting herbs, but one important herb is on the ice lake, where even strong beasts freeze instantly. The Poison Master had warned him not to go, but Tang San still heads toward it. Now, Tang San is giving his best and searching for herbs to prepare those medicines. While searching, Tang San notices an herb growing on top of an icy lake. He moves toward it and tries to cut it with his knife, but the knife strikes the ice and breaks on the spot. Still, somehow, Tang San manages to obtain this ice herb. In the same way, he also manages to obtain a fire herb. After that, Tang San mixes both the fire and ice herbs together and eats them at once. Even though both herbs are poisonous, the fire and ice neutralize each other. Because of this, Tang San adapts to the environment of this place and is now able to survive here and search for many different kinds of herbs. Meanwhile, we see the Grandmaster, the Dean, and the lady, who are searching for Tang San. At that moment, the Poison Master arrives and tries to stop them. The Grandmaster asks him angrily where he has hidden his disciple Tang San, but the Poison Master refuses to answer. This leads to an argument, and soon they begin fighting each other using their soul power. The Grandmaster, the Dean, and the lady use a technique from 20 years ago and form the Iron Triangle formation, and the Grandmaster's dog transforms into a dragon. In response, the Poison Master releases his venom and begins fighting them. Although his venom is extremely powerful, the fight takes place in the air, giving the dragon an advantage, and it begins to overpower him. This angers the Poison Master, and he directly attacks the 3 of them. They are unable to withstand his attack, and their formation breaks apart. The Grandmaster steps forward and says, "Let my disciple go and kill me instead." The Dean also says the same, asking the Poison Master to spare Tang San and kill him instead. The Poison Master moves forward to kill the Dean, but the lady stops him and reveals that they belong to the Blue Lightning family. She warns him that if he harms them, their family will seek revenge. The Blue Lightning family has the power to wipe out the Poison Master's entire lineage. Because of this, the Poison Master decides that he will kill all 3 of them and dispose of their bodies, so their families will never find out what happened or who did it. Just then, the Dean steps forward again and says that if the Poison Master harms them, their family won't kill him. The Great Southland Master himself will come and break his bones. He also reveals that the surname of the Great Southland Master is Tang. Hearing this, the Poison Master becomes frightened because he realizes the Dean is talking about Tang Hao. Although the Poison Master is powerful, Tang Hao is far stronger. Even though the Poison Master hides his fear, he has already said he will kill them, so he suppresses his fear and moves forward to attack. At that moment, Tang Sen arrives. His spider legs have become poisonous because he had collected many poisonous substances from this place. Tang Sen tells the poison master that he has already prepared antidotes and that the poison master can test him now. He also says that since he has made the antidotes, the poison master will not be able to harm anyone from Shrek School. The poison master stops and becomes very happy after understanding Tang San's abilities. Tang San then tells him that he can also cure the poison inside his granddaughter because he has already found its treatment. With an arrogant tone, the poison master tells the Shrek School teachers that this child is extremely talented and that he wants to take Tang San with him to study. He says he will take Tang San for only 6 months, during which he will teach him and also allow him to learn about various poisons. The Shrek School teachers agree, but they warn him that Tang San must remain safe. The poison master agrees. After the teachers leave, the poison master tells Tang San that he will now test him, and if Tang San fails, he will kill him. Tang San is shocked and says that the poison master had just promised his teachers to keep him safe, so why is he talking about killing him now? The poison master replies mockingly, "Don't worry, I'll keep your corpse safe." They go to another location, where the poison master releases his strongest poison on Tang San 3 times, one after another. Each time, Tang San neutralizes the poison. From this, the poison master understands that Tang San will easily be able to remove the poison from his granddaughter. When he asks Tang San how he did it, Tang San explains that the previous day he ate both the ice and fire herbs together. It was very risky, but he managed to handle it. The poison master is deeply impressed, but he still doesn't fully trust Tang San. So he grabs Tang San and injects his own poison into him, saying that he will only remove it after Tang San cures his granddaughter. With no other choice, Tang San stays there, studies different poisons, and searches for the best possible medicine to cure the poison master's granddaughter. We are then shown Shrek School, where the other students are training with full dedication because they now have access to better facilities. They are given mimicry grounds and virtual locations, allowing them to train according to their natural attributes. As time passes, 6 months go by, and Tang San gains deep knowledge about poisons. One day, when the poison master comes to see him, Tang San shows him his secret hidden weapons, which are coated with top-quality poison capable of killing even the strongest Soul Land masters. Seeing these weapons, the poison master becomes extremely happy because he has never seen anything like this in his 78 years of life. The poison master then removes the poison from Tang San and pretends to act innocent, saying that he cannot keep Tang San bound forever. In reality, he has become Tang San's friend, and a strong bond has formed between them. Impressed by Tang San's talent, he jokes that if Tang San were 3 years older, he would have married his granddaughter to him. Tang San shyly replies that his granddaughter likes Qi Ming, and he would be the most suitable husband for her. They laugh and joke, and then the poison master asks Tang San about his background. When Tang San says that his father is just an ordinary blacksmith, the poison master realizes that Tang San knows nothing about his father's true identity. Since 6 months have passed, the poison master fulfills his promise of granting Tang San 3 wishes. Tang San's first wish is that the poison master will never harm anyone from Shrek School. His second wish is to take many herbs from this place with him. For his third wish, Tang San asks the poison master to become Shrek School's senior advisor. At first, the poison master refuses, but Tang San explains that he doesn't need to work there. He only needs to hold the title so that Shrek School's reputation improves. Hearing this, the poison master agrees. They both return to Shrek School, where Tang San greets all his teachers and explains everything. When everyone learns that the poison master is willing to become their senior advisor, they are overjoyed. Later, the Grandmaster meets Tang San alone. Tang San teases him by asking questions about his love life, and they joke around. The Grandmaster then says that Tang San hasn't trained for 6 months and must have fallen behind his companions. Tang San replies that although he didn't train traditionally, he practiced poisons extensively, and his rank has reached 37. Hearing this, the Grandmaster is shocked and happily tells him to reach rank 40, as Mr. Dai has already reached that level. Tang San then meets Zivo. As soon as she sees him, she hugs him tightly and starts crying because he left without telling her and was gone for so long. Zivo loves Tang San deeply because she has no one else in this world. Seeing her cry, Tang San comforts her and promises that he will never leave her again. Tang San then meets his other friends and distributes the herbs he brought back, explaining that these herbs will greatly increase their strength. The Grandmaster arrives and warns them about possible side effects, but Tang San assures him that there will be none because these herbs are special and will be taken in limited amounts. Everyone takes their herbs, but one herb remains. Tang San wants to give this last herb to Catgirl. This is the most powerful herb, and it has a story behind it. Once, a man saw a beautiful garden and loved it so much that he created a similar garden near his home. He fell deeply in love with the flowers. One day, a flower goddess descended from heaven, and the two fell in love. But later, the gods arrived and took her away because a heavenly fairy was not allowed to love a human. Heartbroken, the man destroyed his garden. One day, an old man told him that after the fairy left, she reincarnated as a white flower in his garden. Filled with regret, The man rebuilt the garden and cared for the flower day and night. When there was no response, he eventually died beside it. When he died, the blood from his heart splashed onto the flower, turning it into a priceless herb. Whoever cultivates this flower becomes an extremely strong warrior. Tang Sen wants to give this herb to Cat Girl because only a couple can use it, and in their group, only Cat Girl and Mr. Dai are in a relationship. Cat Girl shyly looks at Mr. Dai and accepts the flower. While using it, one must think only about their partner. Cat Girl tries, but then remembers Mr. Dai's past with many girls, which breaks her focus, and she fails to absorb it. Everyone becomes sad. Tang Sen then gives the flower to the Grandmaster, who also loves the lady. The Grandmaster tries, but memories of their family problems distract him, and he fails as well. Suddenly, the flower moves on its own and lands in Zivo's hand. Zivo uses it, and is able to focus on positive thoughts, activating the flower. Everyone is happy, but Zivo decides not to absorb it yet. She wants to become stronger first, and will absorb it later, keeping it with her for now. Everyone else meditates and cultivates using their herbs. When they wake up, they find themselves much stronger. Everyone's rank increases by 5 or 6 levels. Ning Rongrong is especially happy and kisses Tang San to thank him, breaking Oscar's heart. Oscar then gestures to Zivo to kiss him, but she angrily beats him up. Finally, Tang Sin notices his eyes, and we learn that his purple demon eye is further cultivated. With this, he can now see through objects and better understand the soul power of others. Now Mr. Dai looks at Cat Girl and hugs her because he loves her. Although Cat Girl doesn't want to push him away, she is reminded once again of Mr. Dai's flirtatious nature from his past, so she asks him to step back. When Mr. Dai says that he has now become pure and innocent like Tang San, Cat Girl replies that she will check for herself whether he has truly changed or not, and then she leaves. After this, all the kids start teasing Mr. Dai, but he remains calm. Looking toward Cat Girl, he thinks to himself that he will definitely become pure and innocent. Just then, the Grandmaster arrives and meets Tang San. He tells Tang San that because of the herbs Tang San brought, he has broken through level 30 and can now increase his rank further. Tang San becomes very happy because the weakness that made the Grandmaster less effective in fights has now been resolved. However, since the Grandmaster has grown old, he no longer has much desire to increase his rank, and after a certain age, the speed of rank advancement also slows down. Therefore, he decides to continue focusing only on theoretical knowledge. After that, Tang San starts roaming around with the other kids. Suddenly, a masked man appears and attacks them. The masked man is very powerful, but Tang San and the others fight back together. With Tang San's help, they manage to overpower him. Just then, Fatty uses fire to kill the masked man. At that moment, Tang San realizes that the masked man is actually Mr. Zhao, so he immediately blocks the fire and saves him. In reality, Mr. Zhao was testing their increased power. Seeing everyone's performance, he is very happy. He had been holding back during the fight. Otherwise, Mr. Zhao himself is extremely powerful. The Dean, who is standing there, tells Tang San that the Poison Master is calling him. Tang San goes to meet him, and the Poison Master's granddaughter is also present there. Tang San gives her the medicine he prepared. However, the granddaughter is very arrogant. She insults the school and speaks badly about Tang San. In response, the Poison Master makes fun of his own granddaughter and praises Tang San's abilities in front of her. This makes the granddaughter angry, and she says that she is stronger than Tang San and that if he doesn't believe her, he can fight her right now. Tang San calmly replies that if she is so fond of fighting, they can face each other in the upcoming tournament in a few months, and then she can show her skills. The Poison Master knows very well that Tang San is far stronger and that his granddaughter would not be able to win. So he asks Tang San not to hurt her, and Tang San agrees. The Poison Master then bids farewell. Tang San wishes that the Poison Master would stay, but the Poison Master still has unfinished business, which is why he must leave. Later, the Shrek School kids gather around the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster tells them that he, the Dean, and the lady are going into the forest with Mr. Dai because they need to hunt a soul beast to obtain a spirit ring for him. Ning Rongrong also returns to her tribe during this break. When the Dean is leaving, a design slips out from his shirt. When Tang San and the others see it, they are terrified because it is the design of their upcoming school uniform, and they would look very strange wearing it. After they leave, Tang San asks his friends about the teaching methods used here and then attends his first class. In class, Tang San and Zivo sit together on the same bench, laughing and chatting. A senior student notices this. Since he likes Zivo, he comes over and warns Tang San to stay away from her. This leads to an argument, which quickly turns into a fight. Tang San easily defeats the boy, humiliating him. Furious, the boy tries to attack Tang San again, but just then the teacher arrives. The teacher tells them to meet outside after class. After class ends, the two go to the ground and begin fighting again, this time without using spirit souls. The boy believes he will win because he has a muscular body, but Tang San knows martial arts and completely overwhelms him. After losing, the boy leaves sadly and returns home. Later, Tang San and Zivo go to a restaurant to eat. They eat a lot of food and have fun. After that, they decide to go to an auction house because they might find some valuable items there. However, they are stopped at the entrance because the auction house is only for wealthy people, and kids like Tang San are not allowed inside. Tang San then decides to enter as a seller and sell his hidden weapons. He meets the auction house manager and demonstrates his weapons by breaking a very thick steel wall. He explains everything in detail, making the manager realize how powerful these weapons are. Although Tang San gives him a weaker version of his hidden weapon, it is still far more powerful than any other weapon in this world. The manager decides to start the bidding at 1,000 gold coins, which makes Tang San very happy. Tang San and Zivo are given masks and taken inside the auction house. There, Tang San notices several girls working who appear strange and emotionless. This feels unsettling. Just then, a man explains that these girls are brought here at a very young age and are forced to work. They are treated badly, which destroys their emotions and thinking ability, turning them into puppets. Hearing this makes Tang San and Zivo furious, but they are unable to do anything. The auction begins, and the first item is a girl being sold. Zivo becomes extremely angry. The girl is a cat girl, and wealthy people want to buy her for entertainment. Tang San and Zivo don't want anyone to buy her. The same man who explained everything earlier bids the highest amount and buys her to free her. This makes Tang San and Zivo very happy. This man is actually Ning Rongrong's father, who is extremely rich, though Tang San doesn't know this yet. Next, Tang San's hidden weapon is auctioned. Everyone loves it. When Ning Rongrong's father learns that Tang San made this weapon, he is shocked and places a bid of 10,000 gold coins, winning it. Tang San is stunned and gives him another weapon as well to keep things fair. Ning Rongrong calls her father Uncle Sword, and from now on, Tang San also refers to him as Uncle Sword. Tang San and Zivo return to school, where they encounter the boy Tang San had beaten earlier. His name is Tai Long. When Tai Long returned home, his father saw his injuries and learned that Tang San had beaten him. Enraged, Tai Long's father comes to the school to confront Tang San. Tang San and Tai Long's father fight, and initially the father gains the upper hand. Then both use their soul power to attack each other. Tang San uses his third spirit ring and his hidden weapon, poisoning Tai Long's father and bringing him close to death. Seeing this, Tai Long angrily attacks Tang San, but Tang San stops him and warns that if he fights, his father's poison won't be cured and he will die. Hearing this, Tai Long steps back, and Tang San removes the poison. Father and son leave sadly. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong meets her father, who has returned from the auction house. He happily shows her the weapon he bought, and she immediately realizes that Tang San made it. Uncle Sword also understands that Tang San is Ning Rongrong's friend. While talking, Ning Rongrong thinks about Oscar and blushes. Uncle Sword misunderstands and thinks she is thinking about Tang San, so he suggests she marry Tang San, making her even more embarrassed. Back in his room, Tang San reflects on the fight he had earlier, realizing he was badly injured. Zivo arrives and immediately understands that he is hurt. Tang San meditates to heal himself. Ning Rongrong continues talking with her father and shows him her increased levels, achieved thanks to Tang San's herbs. Her father and grandfather are overjoyed. Ning Rongrong's father has a 7-level pagoda, limiting his rank to 70, but Ning Rongrong now has a 9-level pagoda, meaning she can reach rank 90. This fills her father with pride, and he feels grateful that she attended Shrek school, as none of this would have been possible otherwise. Finally, we see Tai Long and his father, both saddened by their defeat. Tai Long decides to go to his grandfather, his father's father. Ning Rongrong had returned to her tribe. After she came back, her grandfather wanted to personally check her increased power and also test the weapons shown by Tang San. That is why he asks Ning Rongrong to fight him directly. Soon after, a fight begins between Ning Rongrong and her grandfather. Her grandfather was at rank 97, making him extremely powerful. During the fight, Ning Rongrong starts using one hidden weapon after another. Each time, her grandfather struggles, but still manages to block every single hidden weapon. However, Ning Rongrong then releases her most impressive hidden weapon. This weapon is coated with poison, and because Tang San created this poison after deep research and study, it actually starts affecting her grandfather. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong's father scolds her, while her grandfather tries to heal himself. Ning Rongrong feels extremely sad, thinking that she poisoned her own grandfather, and she begins to cry. But since her grandfather is rank 97, he quickly heals himself and recovers completely. Instead of being angry, he becomes very interested in Tang San's weapon. He then discusses this matter with his son, Ning Rongrong's father, and they decide that they want to buy many such weapons from Tang San and also bring Tang San into their clan. They want to recruit Tang San to strengthen their clan. Meanwhile, we see Tang San opening his eyes after meditation. Because he had absorbed both the cold and lava lakes, his body had become much stronger than before. His purple demon eye had also grown more powerful, which makes him very happy. Later, the three of them head toward class. On the way, Tang San talks to Oscar about Ning Rongrong, and Oscar finally admits that he loves her. While they are talking, news arrives that Tai Long's grandfather has come to challenge Tang San. Tang San immediately goes outside the school to meet him. Zivo quickly goes to Mr. Zhao so that he can help Tang San if things go wrong. Tai Long's grandfather threatens Tang San and says that if Tang San is truly strong, he must accept his challenge. If Tang San fails, he will be killed. The challenge is simple but dangerous. Tai Long's grandfather lights an incense stick, and Tang San must stand alive inside the ring until the incense burns out. If Tang San survives in proper condition, he wins. If he loses, he must join Tai Long's clan. Tang San counters by saying that if he wins, Tai Long's grandfather must join the Tang clan. The grandfather agrees, and the fight begins. When Mr. Zhao sees Tai Long's grandfather, he nervously explains that he once beat one of this man's disciples, and since then the grandfather had been chasing him to beat him up. He barely escaped and became a teacher at Shrek School to survive. Hearing this, everyone realizes how serious the situation is and silently watches Tang San's fight. During the battle, Tang San starts losing badly because the grandfather is extremely powerful and also a Soul Land master. Just when Tang San is about to be completely crushed, he summons his second martial soul, the hammer, and starts attacking with it. At that moment, Ning Rongrong arrives with her father, who immediately steps in and stops the fight. Ning Rongrong's father is called Uncle Sword. Upon seeing Uncle Sword, Tai Long's grandfather bows respectfully. Uncle Sword is a king of one of the strongest tribes in Soul Land, so the grandfather lowers his head in respect. Uncle Sword meets Tang San, and Tai Long's grandfather suddenly asks Tang San if his father's name is Tang Hao. When Tang San says yes, the grandfather immediately bows deeply to him. It is revealed that Tang Hao is his master and a legendary warrior. Uncle Sword is also shocked upon hearing Tang Hao's name and looks at Tang San with disbelief. Later, both Tai Long's grandfather and Uncle Sword request a private meeting with Tang San. Tang San first goes to his room, changes clothes, and thinks about his father. At this point, he realizes that his father was definitely not an ordinary blacksmith. Tang San meets Tai Long's grandfather first. As soon as he enters, 3 people kneel before him. Tang San helps them up and asks them to call him Tang San, since he is still young. He then asks about his father. The grandfather tells him that Tang Hao was his master. Tang San shows them the last letter left by his father. After reading it, the grandfather breaks down in tears. The letter describes Tang Hao calling himself useless, which deeply pains the grandfather because he was completely devoted to his master. He tells Tang San that since Tang Hao never revealed the truth himself, they do not dare to expose his hidden past. All they can say is that Tang Hao was an extraordinary man. All 3 of them were once members of Tang Hao's clan. After Tang Hao disappeared, they settled in this city and formed their own tribe. Now that Tang San has arrived, he is the rightful owner of that tribe, which contains 217 soul masters who would give their lives at his command. After hearing this, Tang San helps the grandfather stand up, speaks with him a little longer, and then leaves to meet Uncle Sword. On the way, the grandfather warns Tang San that his tribe is not fully trustworthy and that many people doubt them. Tang San acknowledges the warning and leaves. Uncle Sword later meets with Ning Rongrong and her grandfather. Uncle Sword admits that he originally wanted Tang San to join his tribe, but since Tang San is Tang Hao's son, it is no longer possible. However, he is extremely interested in Tang San's hidden weapons and offers to pay a huge price to learn how to make them. Tang San refuses, saying he cannot sell the method he developed through intense research. However, he proposes setting up a factory in Uncle Sword City, where Tang San himself will personally handle the final step. Uncle Sword agrees and offers 10,000 gold coins per weapon. He orders 500 sets, immediately paying 50 million gold coins. After the deal, Tang San leaves. Uncle Sword and his father, Uncle Bone, discuss Tang Hao. They never expected Tang Hao to survive, nor did they expect his son to cultivate at such terrifying speed. Uncle Bone becomes worried, fearing that Tang San's future tribe might threaten Ning Rongrong's tribe. Uncle Sword remains calm, but Uncle Bone is deeply concerned. Tang San returns to his friends, who support him after the intense battle. When they learn that Tang San earned 50 million gold coins, they get extremely excited and surround him jokingly. That night, everyone goes to dinner. On the way, Oscar stops Ning Rongrong and proposes to her. Blushing, she accepts. Oscar happily promises that he will cultivate hard, become strong, and formally ask her father for marriage. Later, Uncle Sword comes to say goodbye to his daughter and tells her to study well with Tang San. Ning Rongrong happily runs to tell Oscar about her tribe's marriage rules, but after seeing him, she postpones the conversation, fearing the rules might scare him away. That night, all the students gather in a room to play games when Mr. Dai arrives. Everyone is thrilled to see him, and he hugs Tang San first. Oscar jokingly says he thought Mr. Dai would hug Catgirl first, making everyone laugh. Thanks to Tang San, Mr. Dai's rank has reached 43. Tang San then visits the Grandmaster and asks about his father. The Grandmaster reveals that he already knew Tang San was Tang Hao's son. Tang Hao had once visited the school and left behind a badge representing all major Soul Land clans. The Grandmaster explains that Tang Hao and his brother Tang Xiao were among the strongest Soul Land warriors. Without formal training, they reached rank 90 and even defeated 2 Grandmasters of the Martial Hall. However, the reason behind their conflict with Martial Hall remains unknown. Tang Sen feels emotional thinking about his father, but the Grandmaster assures him that Tang Hao never abandoned him and even secretly visited the school. He also reveals that the person who first beat Mr. Zhao might have been Tang Hao himself. This completely shocks Tang San. They then discuss Tang San's blue-silver plant martial soul, after which Tang Sen asks one final question. Why did both the Grandmaster and his father forbid him from adding a spirit ring to his hammer martial soul? The Grandmaster explains the reason behind this. He says that before Tang San, there were only 2 people in history who possessed dual martial souls. When the first person tried to add spirit rings to both martial souls, the 2 souls became unstable, and one day they completely exploded. The second person succeeded in doing so, but even then, adding spirit rings to both martial souls carries an extremely high risk. Tang Sen understands this explanation. After that, they both return to the office, where the Grandmaster tells Tang San that a contest will be held in a few days, and once the contest ends, all of them will graduate from Shrek School, meaning they will officially receive their degrees. Hearing this shocks Tang San, because he never imagined that the time he spent here would pass so quickly. They continue talking, and the Grandmaster tells him that teaching at Shrek School was only a small part of his life. What he will learn in the real world will be his true life lessons. The Grandmaster then motivates Tang San for the contest that will take place 6 months later, and Tang San feels fully prepared for it. However, Tang San is worried about Zivo. Everyone else took the herbs and increased their ranks, but Zivo did not take her herb. As a result, her rank is the lowest among them. Tang San believes that because of her low rank, Zivo may not be able to contribute much during the contest. After discussing this with the Grandmaster, he decides that in difficult matches, Zivo will not be included in the team. At that moment, we see Zivo standing outside, secretly listening to their conversation. Hearing Tang San's words makes her upset and irritated. Later that night, Tang San and Zivo go out for a walk together, but Zivo is still angry. She asks Tang San whether he thinks she is weak. Tang San laughs, which irritates her even more, and she challenges him to a fight, saying that they should prove it right now. They begin a friendly sparring match, and Zivo actually starts overpowering Tang San. To stop her, Tang San is forced to use his blue-silver plant, but Zivo easily dodges it as well. Eventually, both of them stop fighting and laugh. Tang San finally realizes that Zivo is extremely strong. During the fight, Zivo's hair gets messy. In a slightly romantic moment, she asks Tang San to comb her hair. However, Tang San tells her to go to sleep instead, saying her hair will get messy again anyway. This makes Zivo angry at first, but then she suddenly becomes emotional and hands him a comb. That comb once belonged to Zivo's mother, who used to comb Zivo's hair with it. It was the only keepsake Zivo had from her mother. The scene becomes deeply emotional. Tang San gently combs Zivo's hair, and Zivo remembers how her mother gifted her that comb and told her that when she finds her future lover, she should let him comb her hair. Today, Zivo is finally doing exactly that. The next day, all the students gather in the field. They are heading into the forest to hunt soul beasts. When Ning Rongrong notices Zivo's hair, she comments that it looks different today. Zivo blushes and looks toward Tang San. Oscar immediately understands what happened the previous night and starts teasing Tang San and Zivo. The group heads deeper into the forest, but they fail to find any soul beasts during the day. Because of this, they decide to set up camp and stay overnight. Since wild beasts could attack, someone needed to stay on patrol. Mr. Dai volunteers to guard first, while the others sleep in the camp. Zivo sleeps beside Tang San and begins remembering the time she has spent with him in the past. Outside, Mr. Dai and the Grandmaster are on guard. Mr. Dai realizes how exhausted the Grandmaster is and asks him to rest. The Grandmaster agrees and goes inside the camp. Everyone falls asleep, but after some time, Tang San hears Mr. Dai shouting. He rushes outside and sees a massive soul beast attacking Mr. Dai. Tang San immediately saves him. At that moment, Lady Arlong arrives and launches an attack on the beast. Lady Arlong is so powerful that the beast does not even get a chance to counterattack. Enraged, she uses her 7th soul ring, which manifests as a dragon. Using a 7th soul ring in this situation was completely unnecessary. It was like using a divine weapon to kill a bird. Tang San asks the Grandmaster why she reacted so fiercely. The Grandmaster explains that when he lay down beside her in the camp earlier, he started cursing his fate because Lady Arlong was nearby but not close to him. He imagined romantic moments, but then he unintentionally pushed her away again. Lady Arlong is still angry about this, and she is venting her anger on the beast. The beast then reveals its true form, becoming far more powerful. Even so, it is still no match for Lady Arlong. All the students are deeply impressed. Motu decides to absorb the soul ring from the defeated beast. The next morning, when everyone sees Motu meditating, they realize he has successfully obtained the soul ring. The dean helps him stabilize it through training. When Motu opens his eyes, he feels much stronger. Suddenly, Lady Arlong walks past them, still radiating intense anger. The terrifying aura around her frightens all the students. They continue deeper into the forest and discuss an important topic. If a very powerful soul beast is killed, but the person absorbing its spirit ring is too young, it can cause serious problems. However, if a soul beast willingly sacrifices itself and offers its spirit ring, then even a 30-year-old person can safely absorb the ring, no matter how powerful the beast was. As they move forward, they notice many animals fleeing in panic. Soon after, poisonous mist spreads through the area. Tang Sen immediately understands the danger. He gives everyone a pill that makes them immune to poison. Using his purple demon eye, he looks ahead and sees thousands of scorpion-type soul beasts, all extremely poisonous and powerful. This group is called the Pink Group, and their queen is known as Pink Lady. The male scorpion killed by Lady Arlong earlier was Pink Lady's husband, and now she has come for revenge. Although her poison is not instantly fatal, inhaling too much of it would cause death. Lady Arlong prepares to fight Pink Lady, but the Grandmaster stops her, warning her not to act recklessly. Since Tang Sen has the most knowledge about poison, the Grandmaster asks him what they should do. Tang Sen says the best option is to escape by flying. Everyone eats Oscar's flying sausages and takes off. Even then, Pink Lady manages to attack them. Lady Arlong descends to fight, slaughtering the scorpions. Pink Lady appears, and the Grandmaster sends Tang San and Motu forward. Tang San traps Pink Lady in his spider web, and Motu uses his fourth spirit ring to severely injure her. The Grandmaster then orders Oscar to kill Pink Lady so he can absorb the spirit ring. Oscar does so and begins absorbing it. Since Oscar belongs to the food branch, Ning Rongrong doubts whether he should absorb a poisonous spirit ring and questions the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster explains that food-type soul masters can never produce poison, no matter how toxic the spirit ring is. Instead, their soul power and skills transform, granting them stronger abilities and enhancing their sausages. Everyone is shocked, but Oscar suffers intense pain due to absorbing a ring from such an old and powerful beast. The Dean praises Motu's fourth spirit ring, and the Grandmaster adds that Motu is now even stronger than Mr. Dai. However, Motu still has weaknesses. His attack range and flight duration are limited. He will always need someone to restrain enemies before he can strike. Despite this, Motu's attacks are extremely powerful, and all the students are geniuses in their own fields. The Dean asks about training Tang San's second martial soul. The Grandmaster explains that Tang San will only train it after reaching rank 80. He then reveals that after the contest, he will take Tang San to the sacred temple. Lady Arlong and the Dean are shocked by this revelation, but the Grandmaster insists it is necessary. Oscar finishes absorbing the ring and announces that his ability has increased by 5%, and anyone who eats his sausages will gain a 10% boost, allowing them to fight at 110% capacity. Everyone is thrilled and continues hunting soul beasts, as 3 students still need spirit rings. After searching for 2 days without success, Tang San suggests using a fragrance herb to lure soul beasts. The downside is that extremely powerful beasts may appear, but they have no other choice. Tang San sets the trap and releases the fragrance, attracting many soul beasts. He also sets a poison trap to weaken stronger beasts. He gives everyone special pills for poison immunity. Soon, a very powerful soul beast appears. Tang San traps it with his spider web, and Motu laughs, amazed at how easily they caught it. Suddenly, the beast breaks free and attacks Motu and Oscar. After that, in order to hunt more soul beasts, Tang San placed a fragrance flower in the area. Attracted by its scent, a very powerful tiger soul beast arrived there. Tang San tried to trap it using his blue-silver plant, but the tiger managed to break free even from that. The tiger then used its shadow clone ability, duplicating itself and launching attacks from multiple directions. No one could tell which one was the real tiger. However, Tang San used his purple demon eye and immediately identified the real one. After that, everyone began attacking the real tiger together. Ning Rongrong boosted everyone's power, increasing all their abilities by 40% this time. With their enhanced strength, everyone attacked together, and an iconic level battle began. During the fight, Catgirl jumped in and managed to seriously injure the tiger. After that, Lady Arlong also entered the battle and beat the soul beast so badly that it was no longer even able to move. Soon, more soul beasts began approaching the area. Because of this, the Grandmaster told Tang San to move the fragrance flower away. Tang San picked it up and then told Catgirl to go near the poison trap, because no soul beast would come there and Catgirl could safely obtain the spirit ring. Just as Catgirl was about to go, all the surrounding soul beasts suddenly gathered there. Among them appeared an extremely powerful creature called the Bro Demon Spider. At this point, all 3 teachers stepped forward. Ning Rongrong powered them up, but because she gave strength to people much stronger than herself, she became severely exhausted and fainted. Taking advantage of this moment, Tang San and the others entered the poison trap area, and soon the 3 warriors also came inside. Tang Sen then gave each of them a hidden weapon, which they could use to kill the soul beasts. By now, they had successfully obtained the spirit ring for Catgirl. Next, they needed to find a spirit ring for Ning Rongrong. So all the teachers decided to go out and kill another soul beast. They found a beast with extremely high defensive strength and launched an attack on it. However, the beast was too powerful, and they were unable to defeat it. At that moment, Lady Arlong stepped forward in anger and attacked the beast alone. Her attack was so overwhelming that the beast was knocked unconscious. Now it was Tang San's turn. When the Grandmaster asked him which soul beast he wanted, Tang San requested the Bro Demon Spider. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, because the Bro Demon Spider was extremely old, and Tang San was not strong enough to safely absorb its spirit ring. Because of this, the Grandmaster and the others tried to stop him. Zivo also came forward and warned them that if Tang San tried to absorb it, he could suffer soul shock and might even lose his sanity. Despite this, Tang San insisted on choosing this soul beast. He explained that he had learned extensively from the Poison Master, had consumed many rare herbs, and had become highly skilled at absorbing energy. He also possessed the Ice Fire herb, which would allow him to store and stabilize this energy. After hearing this, Zivo realized that Tang San would not change his mind. She then said that if Tang San died, Zivo would commit suicide along with him. Hearing this determination, all the teachers finally agreed. They decided to kill the Bro Demon Spider, and everyone tried to capture it together using their hidden weapons. However, the Bro Demon Spider spun its web and escaped. The Dean then stepped forward and fought it using his soul power, but even he began to struggle against the soul beast. Seeing this, Tang Sen handed the fragrance flower to Zivo and went to fight the beast himself. Meanwhile, the others moved away with Zivo, but suddenly, a human spider demon attacked them. Zivo and the others tried to fight it. At the same time, Tang San and the Dean worked together, combining soul power and hidden weapons, and finally defeated the Bro Demon Spider. They rendered it unconscious and brought it back toward the others. But when Tang San arrived, he saw that the human spider demon was fighting Zivo, and Zivo was growing weaker. Tang San rushed forward to fight it, but before he could reach her, the human spider demon stabbed Zivo with its venomous stinger, causing her to collapse unconscious. Seeing Zivo injured, Lady Arlong became furious. She immediately attacked the human spider demon and critically injured it in a single strike. Tang San, filled with rage, went to the human spider demon and began torturing it, absorbing energy directly from its body. Meanwhile, all the teachers rushed to Zivo's side and cried for her. All the students were devastated, because it was nearly impossible to survive the poison of a human spider demon. Everyone believed that Zivo had already died. At that moment, the Dean lifted Zivo and used his skills to revive her. Everyone was completely shocked. It was then revealed that when the human spider demon attacked Zivo, its stinger had struck the love-seeking heartbroken Scarlet, preventing the poison from entering her body. She had only fainted from the impact, and now she had regained consciousness. Everyone was overwhelmed with happiness. The scene became deeply emotional. Zivo lay in Lady Arlong's arms, and seeing her made Zivo remember her mother. When Zivo said this out loud, Lady Arlong gently asked her if she could become her mother. Zivo was overjoyed, because she had always longed for someone to call her own. From that moment, they became mother and daughter. The Grandmaster was also very happy, because Lady Arlong finally had someone close to her, someone she could open her heart to. Seeing Zivo safe, Tang San arrived and hugged her, giving her a recovery herb. The scene became extremely emotional. After that, the Dean told Tang San to begin absorbing his spirit ring. Tang San decided to do this inside the Icefire Inyang Spring Lake, because only there would he be able to absorb the energy safely. He warned everyone not to follow him, as the place was extremely dangerous, and told them to stay behind. Tang San then killed the Bro Demon Spider and took it with him to the Poison Master's cave, where he had lived for 6 months. He entered the Icefire Inyang Spring Lake and began meditating to absorb the spirit ring. As the energy became unstable, visions of his teachers and friends appeared before him, and he began to experience unbearable pain. To endure it, he submerged himself deeper into the lake, struggling intensely. Meanwhile, we see the Grandmaster sitting sadly. The Dean comes to him and tells him that he should stop causing Lady Arlong pain, go to her, and stay with her. The Grandmaster initially refuses, saying society would never accept them. The Dean then gives him an idea. He suggests that instead of marriage, they should stay together mentally and emotionally, living together without formal marriage. This way, society would not question their relationship. The Grandmaster likes this idea very much. At the same time, Zivo grows anxious because Tang San has still not returned. Everyone waits for him. Just then, the Grandmaster approaches Lady Arlong and hugs her. Lady Arlong had waited 20 years for this moment, and now it had finally come true. She becomes extremely happy, and the children watching them also feel joyful. The scene turns deeply romantic, and the Grandmaster vows that he will never leave Lady Arlong. Zivo, still worried about Tang San, is comforted by Lady Arlong. Zivo remembers the childhood moments she shared with Tang San. At that very moment, Tang Sen opens his eyes, having successfully absorbed the spirit ring. Zivo senses this from afar and immediately runs toward Tang San. The two of them then used the spiderweb parachute created by Tang San and safely returned. After they arrived, Oscar asked Tang San about his new skills. In response, Tang San showed everyone his fourth spirit ring. Using this spirit ring, Tang San could now produce a black-colored blue-silver plant. This new blue-silver plant was extremely tough and rigid, and seeing this made everyone very happy. With this ability, Tang San could trap everyone at the same time inside a web cage. Motu was especially happy about this, because now he and Tang San could use their skills together to support each other in battle. Since the contest was only 5 days away, the Grandmaster called some even stronger students from Shrek School to join them. These students introduced themselves, and among them was Tai Long. All of these new students were brought in as substitutes, meaning that if anything happened to anyone on Tang San's team, they would be replaced by these students. After that, the Grandmaster began explaining the rules of the competition. He said that many powerful teams would participate, and this competition was meant to produce great Soul Master talents. Because of this, no one was allowed to kill anyone during the competition. If anyone did so, their team would be disqualified. He also explained that during the matches, they were only allowed to use their soul power and nothing else. This meant that Tang Sen could not use his hidden weapons. The Grandmaster explained many more rules, which would be discussed later. In the initial matches, only 3 players would fight at a time. So Tang San, Zivo, and Mr. Dai decided to fight first. While they were discussing this, the dean arrived and handed everyone a uniform, since wearing uniforms was mandatory during the competition. When the students saw the ugly uniforms, they all felt disappointed, but since there was no other option, they wore them and headed to the tournament venue. At the venue, other students began mocking them after seeing their uniforms. Soon after, students from their old rival school came again and started making fun of Tang San and his team. Their teacher was also present, Teacher Xian Yang, a nightmare soul master who specialized in creating illusions. As they moved forward, the mocking continued, which made Mr. Dai extremely angry. However, Tang San calmed him down and continued forward. The tournament was massive. Many people of all ages had gathered, some to participate and others just to watch. Soon, the host arrived and began introducing all the teams one by one. Tang San's team was given the name Unrivaled Champions. At that moment, the group saw 3 important figures on a large screen. Ning Rongrong explained that one of them was her father, the second was the emperor of the Tiando Empire, and the third was the chief of the Martial Soul Temple, whom she described as a bad man. The tournament officially began, and various leaders came forward to give speeches. Uncle Sword spoke first and said that he knew of a team that stood out above all others and, in his opinion, that team would win the tournament. When people asked which team it was, he said it was a secret. As they went inside, they noticed a team carrying blue flowers, talking about giving them to someone. When Ning Rongrong asked the Grandmaster about this, he explained that these flowers were very common there, but symbolized true love, which is why people gave them to one another. Next, the chief of the Martial Soul Temple stepped forward and began deciding which teams would fight each other. During this time, he also looked at a girl with disgusting intentions, making it clear how evil he was. The opposing teams were then decided, and one team was called forward and given a grand introduction. Seeing this, the dean felt irritated because he wished his own school could receive such an introduction, but there was nothing he could do. These teams had found sponsors, whose advertisements were displayed on their shirts. To raise Shrek School's status, the Grandmaster allowed his students to remove advertisements from their uniforms. This made the dean very sad, because it meant he would not receive any sponsorship money. Tang San then explained the battle plan to his team. Their opponent turned out to be none other than the Imperial School. When Shrek School and Imperial School were called into the arena, the audience overwhelmingly believed that Imperial School would win. They mocked Shrek School, calling them losers, especially because of their ugly uniforms. The match began, and Tang San confidently declared that they would win within 1 minute. At first, Tang San and the others attacked normally. Then Tang San trapped the entire opposing team using his black-blue-silver plant, and Mr. Dai attacked them from above. Everyone panicked, believing that Mr. Dai's attack would kill them. Mr. Dai still launched the attack, sending them flying far away. When the audience saw no movement from the opposing team, they assumed they were dead. Because of this, discussions began about disqualifying Shrek School for killing their opponents. However, it was then revealed that Tang San's team had a healing branch warrior, who had been continuously healing the opposing team. As a result, they were not dead, only unconscious. Everyone immediately understood Tang San's intelligence, and Shrek School was officially declared the winner. The dean was overjoyed upon seeing their victory. He stood up and left, announcing that he would now bring in even more expensive sponsors, since his team was winning. Outside, Uncle Sword met with Ning Rongrong. He praised Tang San, and Ning Rongrong introduced Uncle Sword to all her friends. When she introduced Oscar, she became shy, and Oscar stepped forward himself, praising their tribe and introducing himself. Everyone laughed and joked together. Later, Uncle Sword spoke to Tang Sen privately and told him that his father disappeared shortly after becoming a great Soul Land master. He wanted to tell Tang Sen much more, so he took him to a hotel and introduced him to a young man, the prince of the Tiando Empire. They introduced themselves to each other. Tang Sen asked the prince about his father. The prince explained that he had been searching for Tang San's father for many years, and all clues pointed toward the Martial Soul Hall. Long ago, the strongest warriors of the Martial Soul Hall had gathered and gone in search of a treasure that was in Tang San's father's possession. This led to a battle between the Martial Soul Hall and his father. After immense struggle, Tang San's father defeated all of them alone, but he was severely injured. After that, he became known as the youngest Soul Land master. However, his era gradually faded, a new generation rose, his clan weakened, and one day, he disappeared. When Tang Sen asked about his mother, the prince said he knew nothing. This filled Tang Sen with rage toward the Martial Soul Hall, and he vowed to take revenge. The prince promised to investigate further and find the truth about Tang Sen's parents. Before Tang Sen left, the prince offered to have dinner with him, but Tang Sen declined, saying he needed to train. The prince then gave him a badge, telling him that Tang Sen could seek his help anytime by showing it. After Tang Sen left, Uncle Sword and the prince discussed him, realizing that Tang Sen would one day surpass even his father. Uncle Sword was revealed to be the prince's master. As the Shrek School students left, the same people who had mocked them earlier now praised them, amazed that they had defeated their opponents in just 1 minute. Still, their uniform color looked strange, so the students went to the dean to argue. Mr. Dai had a long argument with him. The stubborn dean finally agreed, but only on the condition that he would keep 80% of the advertisement revenue. After discussion, everyone agreed, and it was finally decided that their uniforms would be changed. Later, the Grandmaster called Tang San and Ning Rongrong to him. He wanted to give Ning Rongrong special training, because when she assisted 6 people at once, she could only maintain the boost for 3 seconds. He explained a powerful technique from her tribe and discussed heart separation control. Normally, when Ning Rongrong assisted someone, she boosted all abilities. But if someone was running, they only needed speed, not swimming ability. Boosting unnecessary abilities wasted energy. The Grandmaster wanted her to learn how to boost specific attributes only. Ning Rongrong complained that the training was boring and difficult, but the Grandmaster explained that she was born with the talent for it, so she agreed. The Grandmaster then told Tang San to learn this technique as well. Tang San was shocked, since it belonged to Ning Rongrong's tribe. But the Grandmaster explained that Tang San possessed dual martial souls, a control branch, and had grown even stronger after obtaining his spirit ring. Because of this, he should learn it too. Tang San hesitated, but Ning Rongrong convinced him. Finally, the Grandmaster spoke to Tang San alone and asked him what Uncle Sword had talked to him about. Tang San tells him everything in detail, and the Grandmaster agrees that everything Tang San said is true. But the real question still remains. What did the Martial Soul Hall want from Tang San's father? There are only 2 things that a great Soul Land master can possess, either spirit rings or a soul bone. Spirit rings cannot be taken from someone by force, but perhaps they had come to take his soul bone. However, if they truly wanted the soul bone, they could have taken it easily, because taking a soul bone does not require killing the person. But the Martial Soul Hall had come with the intention to kill. The Grandmaster continues analyzing this, but he still cannot reach a clear conclusion, because the real answer can only be known by the Martial Soul Hall and Tang San's father himself. Just then, Ning Rongrong arrives. She had brought the heart separation control technique from her father, Chief Ning, and Chief Ning had officially given permission for Tang San to learn it as well. Meanwhile, all the students enter the tournament area and go to their respective rooms, where their uniforms are changed. This time, their uniforms look much better, and no one will mock them anymore because of how they look. Seeing this, everyone feels very happy. However, the Grandmaster and the other teachers arrive and inform them about their next opponent team. Their opponent is called the Elephant Armor Team, which is known as the strongest defensive team currently present on the continent. The Grandmaster then gives them 3 options. 1. Tang San's team can forfeit the match, because if they fight this battle, Tang San and the others may become exhausted and fail to perform well in future matches. 2. Tang San's team can fight with full strength, but the probability of winning is only 1%. 3. They can fight the match, but only the strongest warriors will enter the battle. Hearing this, the dean becomes a bit depressed, because if they do not fight, they will lose their sponsorship. Arlong becomes very angry at this situation. After discussing among themselves, all the students decide that they will fight this match, because this tournament is not just about winning or losing. They will also learn a lot from it. They then begin planning how to defeat a team that is stronger than them. The tournament match begins, and both teams are introduced. Among the chief guests present are Chief Ning, Ning Rongrong's father, and discussions arise about Hu Yanzhan, who is the master of the Elephant Armor School and the leader of the opposing team. He is extremely powerful, and so is his team. Hu Yanzhan is connected to the Martial Soul Hall. Both teams' members are introduced. From Tang San's side, The team consists of Tang San, Mr. Dai, Zivo, Catgirl, Oscar, and 2 subordinate members. The fight begins. The opposing team immediately forms a defensive formation and slowly advances toward Tang San's team. Tang San had carefully selected his teammates because he already had a master strategy prepared for defeating a stronger team. Tang San first tries to bind them using his blue-silver plant, but they escape easily. Then, according to his plan, Tang San binds his own teammates with the blue-silver plant. Oscar eats a flying sausage and lifts Tang San into the air, causing everyone to fly up, initiating aerial combat. The Elephant Armor team is not well suited for air combat, which is exactly why Tang San chose this strategy. Tang San and the others launch their attacks from the air. Even then, the opposing team does not weaken easily, and both sides push each other back. The fight turns into hand-to-hand combat, and Shrek School begins to fall behind. Oscar is about to be beaten badly, but Tang San saves him at the last moment. Tang San realizes that they cannot win like this. He then uses his 4th spirit ring, binding all opponents at the same time with immense strength. They struggle to free themselves. Some would need 30 seconds, others a full minute. The leader of the opponent team, being the strongest, breaks free first. Now that only the leader is free, Tang San and the others attack him together, following their plan. Their logic is simple. If the leader falls, the team will collapse. The leader begins to lose, but then his master Hu Yin-jun uses the voice compression technique from a distance and tells him to use his soul bone. The leader activates his elephant soul bone and launches a fierce counterattack. Mr. Dai barely survives the assault. Then Catgirl and Mr. Dai fuse together, using fusion soul skills to strike back. Everyone's attention shifts to Mr. Dai and Catgirl. Taking advantage of this moment, Oscar uses his pink sausage on their fusion skill, increasing their power by another 10%. With this boost, they successfully overpower the elephant soul bone. The leader collapses, badly injured and unconscious. Soon after, the rest of the opposing team breaks free from the bindings, but Tang San and his teammates engage them one by one. Each Shrek School member takes on a single opponent, and because they are extremely strong in head-on combat, they easily defeat the remaining enemies. The host announces Shrek School as the winner, and everyone celebrates. The defeated leader stands up and tells Tang San, "We will meet again in the future," before leaving in anger. Tang San and the others also leave the arena. Tang San's hand is injured, so he leans on Zivo's shoulder. While they are talking, Ning Rongrong arrives with the Grandmaster and heals Tang San using her healing power. Everyone celebrates Shrek School's victory. Later, Tang San goes to meditate, wanting to gain better control over his purple demon eye, because observation is essential for mastering the heart separation control technique. He practices by trying to use hidden weapons and the blue-silver plant simultaneously, but his aim keeps failing. Feeling frustrated, he sits down. The Grandmaster arrives and tells him to relax. As Tang San calms down, the Grandmaster explains the finer details of the technique. Tang San meditates deeply, and his mental strength becomes so powerful that it begins to create a mimic environment around him. The surrounding plants start responding to his thoughts, as if they are deeply connected to him. The environment reshapes itself, and silhouettes of Tang San and his companions appear around him. Seeing this, the Grandmaster is shocked, because creating a mimic environment is something only rank 71 to 72 Soul Masters can do. Inside his mind, Tang San then uses his spider web, and multiple spiders appear, rushing to attack him. He understands that he must control the illusions, not be controlled by them. All 3 spiders attack at once, but Tang San stays strong and defeats all of them. He opens his eyes and sees the Grandmaster and Ning Rongrong. The Grandmaster praises his ability, and Ning Rongrong asks about his progress. Tang San demonstrates his power, leaving Ning Rongrong completely amazed and deeply impressed. The Grandmaster then motivates Ning Rongrong to train just as hard as Tang San and explains the true power of her tribe's 4th spirit ring. He also asks Tang San to help her train. Sometime later, we see Tang San and the others in the tournament room, talking among themselves, when the Grandmaster and teachers arrive again. The Grandmaster tells them that because of their continuous victories, many people have become impressed, and Shrek School is now famous across the continent. They have gained countless fans and many future opportunities. The Dean motivates them, saying they must continue winning and protect their reputation. The Grandmaster then informs them about their next opponent, the Lightning School, a very powerful team. He warns everyone to remain cautious. As they leave, they see many fans waiting outside. On the way, they pass the same school that Tang San's team had fought earlier. That school's leader gives them an evil smile. Now the Grandmaster reveals even more important information. He says that only 5 major challenges lie ahead of them. These 5 major challenges are Shan Fong School, Chi Hao School, Tian Shui School, Lightning School, and the Elephant Armored School. They have already defeated the Elephant Armored School in the previous match, but 4 extremely powerful teams still remain, and they must defeat them all. Just like the Elephant Armored School had a hidden soul bone, these 4 schools also possess many hidden secrets that no one knows about. Because of these secrets, Tang San and the others may face serious danger. Soon, everyone reaches the competition ring, where today's match is between Shanfeng School and Tian Shui School. Tang San asks the Grandmaster about their soul power, and the Grandmaster explains different details about each team. In the end, he says that all these teams can be defeated if Tang San's team fights together, but their true main enemy is the Martial Soul Hall, and they must defeat it no matter what. Tang San's father's disappearance is directly connected to the Martial Soul Hall. Hearing the name of the Martial Soul Hall fills Tang San with anger and motivation. He immediately goes alone to train in the heart separation control technique. As Tang San tries to reach the training ground, he suddenly realizes that he has been trapped in a time loop. No matter how many steps he takes forward, he ends up back in the same place. At that moment, he sees a strange-looking man, and Tang San instantly understands that this is an illusion meant to trap him. That strange man is the master of Kanghui School, and he has come specifically to kill Tang San, because if Tang San is eliminated, his team's victory will be guaranteed. Tang San asks him, "If I'm gone and Mr. Dai becomes the leader, will you kill him too?" The man answers yes, clearly revealing his cruel nature. The man then begins to alter reality, and Tang San suddenly finds himself standing inside a forest. The man attacks Tang San in various ways, while Tang San uses his blue-silver plant to defend himself. However, his defense is eventually broken. Seeing this, the man laughs loudly and drags Tang San into his dream world, where Tang San is forced to face his deepest fears. Tang San finds himself in his previous life, where elders are sentencing him to death for stealing secret knowledge from the elders' library. He also sees the lake, which was once being harassed by vile people. On the other side, when Zivo does not see Tang San nearby, she begins to panic. At the same time, she receives blood disaster signals from a plant, and she immediately realizes that Tang San is in danger. She rushes outside, and the entire school follows her. Meanwhile, the Kanghui School master laughs, believing Tang San is suffering immensely. But suddenly, Tang San stands up and launches an attack using his hidden weapons. Although the man is above rank 70, he manages to pull the weapons out of his body. Still, he is completely shocked. How did Tang San break his illusion? Tang San explains that the moment he was trapped in the time illusion, he already understood what was happening. He could have broken free immediately, but instead, he pretended to be trapped. In reality, his purple demon eye has evolved to such a level that it can break illusions even from rank 90 opponents. Tang San then reveals that although the man removed the weapons from his body, the poison inside the hidden weapons is still active, and it will kill him. Hearing this, the man is horrified, and moments later, he dies. After his death, the man's soul bone drops, and Tang San picks it up. However, he does not absorb it, because the Grandmaster had already warned him never to attach a soul bone without careful consideration. Tang San returns and sees the lake and everyone waiting for him. Zivo immediately hugs him, but because Tang San is severely injured, he loses consciousness. Zivo carries him to his room to rest. When Tang San wakes up, he sees Zivo lying beside him. As she opens her eyes, they begin to share a romantic moment on the bed. Unfortunately, Oscar suddenly arrives, bringing a notice that the Grandmaster has summoned Tang San. If Oscar hadn't interrupted, a full romantic scene might have happened. Tang San goes to meet the Grandmaster. When the Grandmaster learns that Tang San has killed Kanghui School's Shin Yang, he is deeply shocked. However, he does not want Tang San to be dragged into a murder case, so he orders him to keep this a secret. Tang San agrees. Tang San then shows the soul bone he obtained. The soul bone is extremely valuable, but it is not suitable for Tang San. The Grandmaster decides to sell it and buy another soul bone, either a plant branch soul bone to strengthen Tang San's blue-silver plant, or a strength branch soul bone to enhance his hammer spirit soul. During their conversation, the Grandmaster says that if Tang San's father were still here, no one would have dared harm him today. This makes Tang San deeply miss his father. Later, Tang San rejoins the others, where Qi Ming is present and is chosen to lead the school for the current matches, because the Grandmaster needs time to analyze the remaining teams. Their next opponent is Jihao School. The Grandmaster brings Tang San a detailed file explaining Jihao School's strengths and weaknesses, shocking everyone with how powerful they are. The Grandmaster even suggests skipping the match to conserve energy for future battles. However, Tang San and the others refuse to back down and decide to fight. Both teams enter the ring, and their introductions are grand. Jihao School is famous for fire-based attacks, and they have two Storm Branch warriors who have never been defeated. This time, Mr. Dai, Tang San, Zivo, and 4 subordinates fight for Shrek School. The opposing team activates their spirit souls, and the battle turns into one-on-one combat. Spirit rings clash, and both sides overpower each other. Eventually, the opposing team succeeds in separating Shrek School, breaking their team formation. Tang San is surrounded alone, and the enemy's assistant branch warrior boosts their power selectively, a technique similar to what Ning Rongrong is currently learning. Their plan is to defeat Tang San first, knowing that the team will weaken without him, something that deeply worries the Grandmaster and Arlong. Dean Flander, however, is still focused on maintaining sponsorship. The opposing team attacks Tang San together using their spirit rings. Tang San recalls the techniques from his previous life and begins fighting without using his martial soul at all. Everyone believes Tang San is about to die, but instead, he dodges every spirit ring attack, defeats them using pure martial arts, and wins without activating his martial soul. He then pulls Mr. Dai and the others back together using the blue-silver plant, restoring their formation. Enraged, the opposing team unleashes fire attacks, but Tang San blocks them with the blue-silver plant. Everyone assumes the plant will burn, but because Tang San had once absorbed both fire and ice lake energy, his blue-silver plant has become immune to fire and water. Meanwhile, Kanghui School grows worried because their master has been missing for 2 days, unaware that Tang San has already killed him. Unable to defeat Tang San, the opposing team admits defeat, and Shrek School is declared the winner. With 11 consecutive victories, they are now clear champion contenders. The defeated team, furious in their room, vows revenge. Tang San may be immune to fire, but not to wind. A Storm Soul warrior named Feng Jiao Dian decides to eliminate Tang San. He admires an arrogant girl on his team, who promises to be his if he defeats Tang San. Motivated, Feng Jiao Dian makes up his mind. Later, Tang San, Mr. Dai, and Qi Ming meet the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster is extremely impressed by Tang San's past life abilities, but fears that if too many teams learn his secrets, final opponents will exploit his weaknesses. Because of this, he decides that Tang San should not fight in upcoming matches. Tang San becomes upset, but Mr. Dai and Qi Ming persuade the Grandmaster that Tang San must continue fighting to grow stronger. Eventually, the Grandmaster agrees. Later, when all the Shrek School students are celebrating together, the Grandmaster arrives and tells them about their next opponent, the Kanghui School team. Everyone immediately begins planning how to defeat them. The other's opponent this time is Kanghui School. This is the same school that fought Tang San at the very beginning, where Mr. Dai stepped in and brutally defeated Kanghui School's leader. Tang San has also killed Kanghui School's master, and now Kanghui School is about to fight Shrek School inside the arena. Tang San and the others begin heading toward the ring. But on the way, Feng Xiaotian stops them. Feng Xiaotian is the same guy who has been told to defeat Tang San, because if he manages to beat Tang San, the girl he likes will become his girlfriend. He repeats the same nonsense again, and Tang San and the others immediately realize that this guy is clearly a mental case. Soon after, both teams are brought face-to-face inside the ring, and they begin displaying their soul power. Kanghui School has 7 fighters, and all 7 of them combine to form a special formation called 7-in-1 Martial Soul Fusion Skill. The opponent team first releases dense fog across the arena. Because of this fog, Tang San and the others are unable to see anything. Then Kanghui School begins creating illusions to confuse them. Tang San's team has no idea where to attack, because they cannot even see their own teammates, let alone the enemy. Kanghui School truly hates Tang San and Shrek School from the bottom of their hearts. They are not trying to win the match, they are trying to kill them. To do this, they flood the entire arena with fog, so much so that even the audience and judges cannot see what is happening inside. Dean Flander tries to stop the match because he knows Kanghui School intends to kill Shrek School. However, the Grandmaster remains calm, knowing that Tang San can easily handle such attacks, and he stops the Dean from interfering. Tang San has already understood Kanghui School's strategy and realizes that this school is like a monster. He quickly forms a plan. Kanghui School students move behind Shrek School members using illusions and begin stabbing them with knives. At that exact moment, Tang San throws his teammates away using the blue-silver plant and releases an enormous burst of high-intensity energy in all directions. The energy is so powerful that Kanghui School's fighters don't just get injured, they lose consciousness instantly. They will not recover for many years. The fog slowly clears. Tang San pretends to be injured, and his teammates understand immediately. They also come out acting injured, performing Oscar-level acting. Everyone believes Kanghui School is dead, but the referee checks and confirms that they are still breathing. Many people start calling Tang San cruel, while another group argues that he isn't cruel at all, because Tang San himself was injured too. And in a battle like this, how badly someone gets hurt depends on luck. In other words, Tang San is deliberately gaining sympathy. The audience didn't see what actually happened inside the fog, but they can roughly guess. As Tang San returns, Dean Flander informs him that since Kanghui School barely survived, there will be an investigation for attempted murder, and a committee will interrogate him. When Tang San asks what he should say, the dean tells him to say he knows nothing. The fog was too thick for anyone to tell who attacked whom. The organization committee arrives, with Salas and Ning Rongrong's father acting as judges. Ning Rongrong's father feels sympathetic toward Tang San, but Salas hates Tang San and wants to remove Shrek School at any cost. Salas accuses Tang San of attempting murder. Dean Flander again performs Oscar-level acting, explaining that Shrek School students were also injured, and just like Salas doesn't know what happened inside the fog, Tang San and the others don't know either. Salas understands their tactic and orders them to leave. Before things end, the dean calls Tang Sen forward, and Tang Sen continues pretending to be injured. Salas still refuses to back down until the Grandmaster arrives. The Grandmaster throws down a badge given by Tian Ho. This badge belongs only to powerful and honorable soul masters. Seeing it, Salas immediately bows his head and leaves angrily without saying another word. The problem is resolved. However, Arlong becomes angry with the Grandmaster, believing that the badge was given to him by a woman and assuming he still has a connection with her. The Grandmaster calmly explains that Tang San's father gave him the badge, and Arlong finally settles down. The identity of that woman will be revealed later. Tang Sen then withdraws from his next 2 matches, pretending to be badly injured. After officially losing 2 matches without fighting, he decides to participate in the 3rd match, which is against Tuansha School. All the Shrek School students are in their room when Feng Xiaotian shows up again, annoying everyone and declaring that after a few matches, he will defeat Tang San. He continues irritating the team with his childish behavior. Meanwhile, Tian Shui School's team appears, consisting entirely of girls. One of the girls instantly takes a liking to Mr. Dai. This is Shrek School's final preliminary round match, and if they win, they will be promoted. Their opponent is Tian Shui School, an all-girls team. Mr. Dai feels a little shy, and everyone laughs. He Ming reminds them not to underestimate their opponents, because Tian Shui School has been winning continuously and is very strong. Both teams enter the ring, and their entrance is spectacular. The host gives an impressive introduction, and the fight begins. The opponent team uses ice abilities to block Shrek School. Before Tang Sen can attack, he is frozen inside ice, and soon the rest of the team is trapped as well. The opponent leader advances toward Tang Sen, knowing that if Tang Sen falls, the rest of the team will collapse. Seeing this, Mr. Dai breaks free using his soul power and attacks the leader, forcing her to retreat and giving Tang San a chance to escape the ice. However, the leader freezes them again, nullifying Mr. Dai's effort. Since Tai Long is from the defense branch, Mr. Dai sends him forward. Tai Long smashes through the ice and attacks the leader. His defense is extremely strong, allowing his attacks to be effective. Other Shrek School members who escape the ice join the attack. It becomes clear that Tang San intentionally stayed trapped to keep the leader's attention focused on him, allowing his teammates to attack freely. A fierce battle follows, with both sides overpowering each other. Finally, the opponent team attempts to end the match by covering the entire arena in ice, dropping the temperature drastically. Even the audience begins freezing. They launch ice blades at Tang San and the others, lowering the temperature so much that their soul power becomes difficult to use. At that moment, Tang San creates a cage using the blue-silver plant, focusing entirely on defense. Having mastered the heart separation control technique, he uses all his soul powers solely for defense, holding his ground perfectly. The opponent team becomes furious and fuses their martial souls. The temperature drops even further, forcing the officials to activate a protective barrier over the arena. Even Zivo begins freezing. The fused martial soul controls massive ice fins, creating a terrifying scene. Tang Sen realizes that he cannot survive this using soul power alone. Everyone becomes anxious. With no other choice left, Tang Sen finally decides to use his second martial soul. He brings Mr. Dai with him for support, activates his 4th spirit ring, and charges forward to attack. Immediately, ice spread everywhere, and no one could understand what exactly had happened. After some time, the ice finally cleared, and everyone saw Tang Sen standing there in an injured condition, while the entire opponent team was unconscious. This shocked everyone deeply, and no one could understand how this was even possible. Tang San then explained that he is immune to ice, and the only reason he got injured was because the Ice Phoenix had attacked him with strong momentum. Tang San had defeated the opponent team by using his 4th spirit ring, but this was actually against the rules. No warrior was allowed to use the power of a 30,000-year-old soul beast, yet Tang San had done exactly that. No one realized this truth, and everyone was about to declare Tang San the winner, when Tang San himself stopped the host and explained the reason. He said that because he had broken the rules, this match should be declared a draw. The opponent team also agreed, and the match was officially declared a tie. Because of this, Shrek School did not win the match, which made everyone quite sad. However, they still received their qualifying certificate, which made Oscar and the others very happy. Tang Sen blamed himself for this result, saying the draw was his fault, but the teachers and everyone else motivated him and told him to keep moving forward. After this, Tang San went to meet the Grandmaster and told him that there was a conflict going on between the Emperor and the Martial Soul Hall. He also explained that they had been summoned earlier, as all the qualifying teams were invited by the Emperor. The Emperor congratulated them and began awarding them with deserving titles. However, a man from the Martial Soul Hall named Sellers objected to this, because the Emperor was giving out very large rewards. The Emperor immediately shut him down and said that this was an internal matter, and Martial Soul Hall had no right to interfere. Sellers was badly humiliated, and out of spite, he allowed the use of Millennium Soul Beasts in the upcoming rounds. His real intention was to make Tang San fight against the Martial Soul Hall Academy and ensure Tang San's defeat. Hearing all this, the Grandmaster was shocked and moved forward. Suddenly, the same girl who wanted to defeat Tang San earlier appeared. She challenged Tang San to fight without using martial souls. Tang San replied that he was unavailable and tried to walk away. This made the girl furious, and she tried to attack him from behind, but Tang San easily dodged her attack. The girl was completely humiliated. Zivo and the others then left the area, and the girl finally understood that she could not defeat Tang San like this. Her school had also qualified, and she still had another chance to fight Tang San in future matches. Zhao Feng also arrived and comforted her, promising that he would destroy Shrek School in the upcoming matches. Later, we see Shrek School sitting together in a room when Tang San arrives and tells the Grandmaster that he wants to train alone. Their next matchup was 1 month away, and everyone needed training. The Grandmaster allowed Tang San to leave alone and took responsibility for training the rest of the students himself. While alone, Tang San began blaming himself again, thinking that the draw happened only because of him. He started wondering what he really had besides his 4 spirit rings and the ice and fire herbs, both of which were now banned from use. He became worried, wondering what he would do next, since his main weapons were no longer allowed. He then began to look deeper into his own talents and decided to consider using poison. However, he felt that relying only on poison would not be right. The only thing left was his hammer martial soul, and he decided to start cultivating it seriously. On the other side, we see the Poison Master when a man suddenly appears before him, someone who looks like his sworn enemy. It is revealed that 10 years ago, this man had tried to kill the Poison Master, but the Poison Master survived. The man's name is Zhu Hua, and back then, the Poison Master was saved only because Prince Zhu's patrol team arrived in time. Now, 10 years later, they face each other again, and the Poison Master wants revenge. A fight breaks out, and the Poison Master begins to lose. At that moment, he remembers the secret weapon given to him by Tang San, specially made for him. Using that hidden weapon, the Poison Master injures Zhu Hua and defeats him. Afterward, the Poison Master thinks about Tang San, realizing that he won only because of him. He goes to Tang San and sees him looking depressed. When he asks the reason, Tang San explains that as his rank increases, his blue-silver plant seems to be getting weaker. This deeply worries him. Tang San then asks whether he can cultivate his second martial soul instead. The Poison Master immediately understands his concern. He takes Tang San into a forest and asks him to release his blue-silver plant. Then he brings a normal blue plant and asks Tang San to compare them. Tang San explains that his blue-silver plant is stronger, tougher, warmer, and more comforting. Meanwhile, we see Tang San's friends undergoing intense training. The Poison Master explains that Tang San's blue-silver plant is not ordinary at all. It is his innate soul power, and most importantly, Tang San has 2 martial souls. This happens either when the parents' martial souls are extremely different or extremely similar. Tang San realizes that his mother's martial soul was the blue-silver plant, which was compatible with his father's hammer martial soul. Tang San remembers his mother and decides to continue cultivating the blue-silver plant, as it is something very special. At the same time, we see Zivo, who has cultivated up to rank 39. The Poison Master praises Tang San's hidden weapons and thanks him, saying that he defeated his opponent only because of Tang San. Tang San asks more about that man and learns that he was actually a Grand Soul Land Master. Tang San is confused because the hidden weapon alone should not have been enough. The Poison Master explains that he had infused the weapon with his strongest poisons and demonstrates it by destroying a tree instantly. This gives Tang San a sudden idea to integrate hidden weapons into his blue-silver plant. He becomes extremely happy and gives the Poison Master even more hidden weapons. Meanwhile, Zivo misses Tang San and wants to meet him. The Poison Master later tells Tang San that since he is qualified, he will surely achieve 3rd position in the tournament. This sounds strange to Tang San, so he asks why not 1st or 2nd place. The Poison Master explains that Martial Soul Hall has always been the champion of this tournament. Martial Soul Hall has many powerful Soul Land Masters, and even the man who fought the Poison Master belonged to Martial Soul Hall. Their juniors this year are stronger than ever and are guaranteed to win. The Poison Master also tells Tang San about the prizes, 3 soul bones. Meanwhile, we see Sellers checking Tang San's files, when someone informs him that the Poison Master will be the chief guest of the tournament. The Poison Master advises Tang San to give up the competition, warning that they will try to kill him. Tang San refuses, saying he will not quit without fighting. The Poison Master leaves. Suddenly, Zivo appears and attacks Tang San, wanting to fight him again. Tang San agrees, and during the fight, they grow closer and start sharing romantic moments. Suddenly, they hear a thunderous sound from Shrek School and rush there. They see Erlong conducting extremely intense training, causing the lightning-like energy. The students are exhausted, but Erlong is so strict that they cannot protest. Tang San and Zivo join them. Their task is to complete 3 rounds, while Erlong tries to stop them. Eventually, Erlong attacks them directly using her spirit ring, and all students fight her together. Erlong is incredibly powerful, but Tang Sen unleashes his full potential, traps her in a blue-silver cage, and strikes her with his hammer, finally defeating her. Everyone is shocked. This new ability is called Blue-Silver Spike Formation, a mutated version of Blue-Silver Cage, developed with Zivo's help. Erlong refuses to accept defeat, but the Grandmaster calmly explains that she has lost. The next day, they enter the Imperial Hunting Ground and are amazed by its beauty. Shrek School is treated with great respect and given their own campus. Everyone is extremely happy. Later, Uncle Ning and Prince Yu arrive to meet Tang San. Prince Yu asks Tang San to call him brother. After introducing themselves, Uncle Ning told the dean that he wanted to send more children from his tribe to Shrek School, because Shrek School had turned Ning Rongrong into an excellent warrior. He needed more strong warriors in his tribe, so he wanted to send more of his tribe's children here. Hearing this, the dean became extremely happy, because it meant Shrek School would receive a lot of funding from the Qibao tribe. He happily accepted Uncle Ning's proposal. After some more conversation, Uncle Ning and Prince Yu left. Prince Yu did not reveal his identity as a prince to the dean, and he also told Tang San not to mention it. The reason behind this will be revealed later. After that, Ning Rongrong came to meet her father, and Uncle Ning told her that he wanted to make her the next chief of the tribe. This should have been a moment of happiness, but instead of being happy, Rongrong looked sad. The reason for this sadness will be revealed later. As Uncle Ning and Prince Yu walked away, the dean suddenly realized that Prince Yu was actually a prince and wondered why he was hiding his identity. Even the dean could not understand this. When Uncle Ning and Prince Yu went a little farther, Prince Yu gave an evil smile, and Uncle Ning laughed and said that Tang San had cultivated very quickly and his body was extremely strong, so they should keep an eye on him. Soon after, Shrek School received details about their opponent teams, and their first opponent turned out to be Barak School, a major school from Jiangdao City. Although this was a team battle, the rule was that they had to defeat the opponent through one-on-one battles, which shocked everyone. Tang San wanted to fight first, because he was the strongest in one-on-one combat, but the Grandmaster decided to send Zivo first, because one-on-one battles were Zivo's specialty. All the students then moved toward the battleground, where the same opponents were present whom Tang San's team had defeated earlier. The first match was between the girl who hated Tang San and the opponent team, and she completely crushed her opponent. Shrek School then moved toward the ring, but Barak School stopped them on the way. From this, it was revealed that the dean already knew them. Barak School had always caused trouble for Shrek School in the past, and even now they were trying to provoke them. Everyone became furious, but fighting outside the ring would result in disqualification. After Barak School left, Mr. Zhao told Zivo to take revenge inside the ring, which motivated Zivo even more. Zivo entered the ring, and a rank 42 warrior from Barak School came forward. The fight began. Zivo first used her charm abilities to seduce and distract him. The moment the opponent lost focus, Zivo attacked. Her fighting style was so fast and unique that the opponent couldn't even react. No matter how much he tried to attack, Zivo dodged everything and eventually defeated him easily. This enraged Barak School, and they surrounded Zivo from all sides, which was completely against the rules. The host tried to stop them, but they displayed their power openly, frightening the host. At that moment, Shrek School students arrived and stood in front of them, and both sides stared at each other angrily. Suddenly, lightning flashed, and Erlong appeared, furious and ready to break Barak School's bones. However, when Sella saw that Shrek School's side would overpower them, he suddenly remembered ethics and ordered the match to continue normally. Everyone backed off, and as Tang San was leaving, he whispered something into Zivo's ear. The second warrior was brought in front of Zivo, and she defeated him as well. One by one, Zivo defeated 4 warriors, and then the 5th warrior, who was extremely strong, stepped forward. He used his martial soul to release energy at Zivo. She did not defend, shocking everyone, who thought she was weakening. But then, the lovesick flower inside Zivo activated, granting her power and reflecting the opponent's energy back at him, defeating him instantly. The opponent had used sunflower power, but the lovesick flower is the king of all flowers, and when it sensed another flower threatening its owner, it protected her. No one understood what technique Zivo had used, so everyone assumed she possessed a special soul bone. It was then revealed that what Tang San whispered to Zivo earlier was instructions on how to use the lovesick flower. Zivo had now won 5 consecutive matches, but she was exhausted. The teachers decided to send Tang San into the next round. As Tang San walked toward the ring, he saw many people he had defeated before, most of whom had now become his enemies, especially that girl who wanted to defeat him badly. Tang San entered the ring and used his blue-silver plant to bind his opponent. The opponent could have struggled free, but he was so terrified upon seeing Tang San that Tang San defeated him easily. One by one, Tang San defeated all remaining members, completely humiliating Barak School. Later, Shrek School students moved to the audience area to watch other fights. Suddenly, that girl appeared again and asked Tang San to come alone. Tang San agreed. She threatened him, saying that when their match comes, they will duel. Tang San replied that if they get the chance, he would give her a fair fight. That night, They set up camp and learned that their next opponent would be Ji Hao School, meaning Tang San would finally fight that girl. Everyone believed Tang San would defeat them easily like last time, but the teachers explained that this time Ji Hao School had prepared while keeping all of Tang San's abilities in mind, so the match would not be easy. The next day, the match began. Tang San and Hao Wu entered first. Tang San used his blue-silver plant martial soul, but the opponent was extremely strong and easily avoided it. He attacked Tang San aggressively, making it seem like Tang San might lose. The opponent had prepared all countermeasures against the blue-silver plant. Tang San then came up with a new idea. When the opponent attacked with full strength, Tang San dodged and redirected the opponent's own power back at him using the controlling crane catching dragon technique. This gave Tang San the upper hand, and with continuous attacks, he defeated the opponent. One by one, more opponents came forward, and Tang San defeated them all. Finally, the strongest opponent, the girl herself, entered the ring. Tang San had already lost 40% of his soul power, but he still chose to fight her. The girl fought fiercely and used her final attack to end the match. This ability was called Fusion Ring, not a technique, but a rare innate talent. Everyone was terrified because it was almost impossible to escape. Tang San tried to dodge, but when he realized he couldn't escape, he used his blue-silver plant to pull the girl toward him and placed her in front of the energy attack. He warned her that if she didn't stop it, both of them would die. The girl was devastated, but she was determined to restore her school's honor. She was ready to sacrifice herself. Tang San was deeply impressed. He pushed her away and took the attack himself, getting severely injured. Everyone was shocked and saddened. The girl was also deeply moved, realizing that Tang San risked his life to save her. Tang San survived due to his strength, but he was no longer able to fight and was declared defeated. The girl won, but instead of being happy, she felt sad. Tang San was taken to the doctor, who asked Zivo to take care of him. Tang San could no longer participate in future matches, which deeply saddened him. Zivo stayed by his side and took care of him. Later, students from that school came to thank Tang San, but Shrek School students refused to let them enter, blaming them for Tang San's condition. The girl requested to meet Tang San and apologize, but Zivo rudely told her to leave. The girl left sadly. After that, the Grandmaster begins analyzing the remaining opponent teams. After doing many calculations, he finally decides who will fight in the upcoming matches. Now the match was School of Flora versus Shrek School, and School of Flora had already defeated 2 warriors from Shrek School. All the students started getting tense. At that moment, the Grandmaster decided to send Motu into the ring. Motu had not fought even a single qualifying match yet, and no one knew how strong he really was. Because of this, when Motu entered the ring, everyone started making fun of him. But then Motu released his soul power, and seeing its intensity, everyone was shocked. Motu started fighting and easily defeated his opponent using fire abilities. After winning, Motu picked up the defeated girl and started flirting with her. However, her teammate stepped forward and challenged Motu. Motu began fighting her, but soon realized that this girl was fire-resistant, just like Tang Shang. She even said arrogantly, "I am immune to fire." Seeing this, Mr. Dai started teasing Tang Shang. Meanwhile, we see Hao Bu, who was heading toward Tang Shang. The boy who liked her tried to stop her, but Hao Bu angrily told him to mind his own business. This deeply hurt the boy. Back in the ring, when Motu realized that fire was ineffective, he used his other skills and finally defeated the opponent. One by one, he defeated everyone, and Shrek School won the match. On the other side, Hao Bu comes to Tang Shang and asks to meet him alone. This makes Zivo angry, and she tries to stop Tang Shang. But the Grandmaster explains to Zivo that trust is essential in love, and she should trust Tang Shang. Tang Shang and Hao Bu go to meet alone. Zivo and Jiao Wan, the boy who loves Hao Bu, also secretly follow them. Tang Shang talks to Hao Bu calmly and without any emotional attachment. Hao Bu, however, becomes emotional and asks about his injuries. When Tang Shang explains his condition and tries to leave, Hao Bu stops him and asks, "Why did you save my life?" Tang Shang replies that if he hadn't saved her, hostility between her school and Shrek School would have increased, and Shrek School would have gained unnecessary enemies. Hearing this, Hao Bu feels heartbroken because she thought Tang Shang cared about her. Tang Shang then starts leaving, but suddenly Hao Bu slips and falls into his arms. She quickly kisses him, gets embarrassed, and runs away. Zivo and Jiao Wan both witness this kiss, and both of them become furious. Jiao Wan storms off angrily. Zivo walks up to Tang Shang, looks at him angrily, then suddenly kisses him and says, "I've taken back her kiss." She then blushes and runs away. Tang Shang secretly feels happy. Later, all Shrek School students gather together and plan their upcoming matches. They continue winning match after match, eventually achieving 11 consecutive victories. However, the next matches are extremely dangerous. They have 3 very powerful teams ahead, and today's opponent is Li Ting School, a very strong school. Tang Shang wants to fight in this match, but because his blue-silver plant is not immune to lightning, the Grandmaster forbids him from participating. After preparation, the team enters the ring, and Tai Long is sent first. His task is to defeat as many opponents as possible and drain the final opponent's soul power. Since he belongs to the defense branch, he can withstand lightning attacks better. Tai Long performs brilliantly, defeats 2 opponents, and then loses. However, he reduces the third opponent's soul power by half. Next, Ji Jing enters the ring. He struggles greatly, but eventually loses. Then Zivo enters, using her incredible skills to defeat many opponents. But the real challenge appears when the opponent team's leader steps in. He is extremely smart and powerful. When Zivo tries to use her charm ability, he simply closes his eyes. This opponent possesses spider-like abilities similar to Tang San's, though not as powerful. Still, he is strong enough to seriously injure Zivo. Zivo gives it her all, and multiple times it seems like she has defeated him. But the opponent keeps standing back up, and finally Zivo loses. Then Mr. Dai enters the battle. An iconic level fight takes place between them. Because Tang San had given Mr. Dai a special herb, Mr. Dai gains the upper hand and finally secures victory for Shrek School. The opponent team is brutally beaten and severely injured, which fills them with rage. In the next round, their strongest warrior attacks Mr. Dai directly. Another intense, iconic level battle unfolds. The opponent wants to kill Mr. Dai because Mr. Dai had nearly crippled his teammate earlier. Both fighters suffer severe injuries, but neither gives up. Mr. Dai thinks about his family's honor and attacks with full strength. Even then, the opponent does not fall. As the match ends, Mr. Dai is less injured, and the opponent himself admits defeat, saying, "I lost to you." Mr. Dai responds, "You may have lost the fight, but you have won my heart." All the students rush toward Mr. Dai, and Cat Girl hugs him tightly. Mr. Dai promises her that he will never look at another girl again. He proposes to her once more, and Cat Girl laughs and starts beating him playfully, creating a very funny scene. Everyone starts heading back to the campus. Suddenly, Jifeng appears and makes an offer to Tang Sheng. "Tomorrow, you and I will fight first. If you defeat me, my entire school will surrender. If you lose, you must stay away from Haobu forever." Tang Sheng has no problem with this condition, but he cannot make such a decision alone for his team, so he initially refuses. However, Mr. Dai and the Grandmaster allow him to decide. We then see Haobu secretly watching Jifeng, becoming emotional upon seeing his love for her. The next day, the match begins, and both teams face each other in the ring. From Shrek School, Tang San stepped into the arena, while from Kangoo School, Xiao Feng came forward to fight. Xiao Feng was already filled with anger because he believed that Tang San liked Hao Wu. As soon as the fight began, Xiao Feng launched a fierce attack on Tang San. Xiao Feng was extremely strong. Using his first and second martial souls, he started overpowering Tang San. Tang San tried multiple times to bind Xiao Feng using his blue-silver plant, but every time, Xiao Feng used his intelligence and immense power to break free from the blue-silver plant. Xiao Feng released blades formed from his soul power, and they were incredibly powerful. Although Tang San managed to dodge them, whenever one of those blades struck the wall was completely shattered. Xiao Feng began brutally beating Tang San. At times, Tang San managed to gain the upper hand, but every single time, Xiao Feng escaped and counterattacked. Everyone started getting scared because it looked like Tang San was about to suffer his first ever defeat. During the fight, Xiao Feng became even angrier. He released his wings and began fighting in the air. This combat technique was called Gale Devil Wolf 36 Continuous Chops, and until now, no opponent had ever survived this technique. Tang San realized that he was about to lose. So, he decided to use his final weapon. Tang San released his second martial soul, the Clear Sky Hammer, Hao Tian Hammer, and used it for defense. The moment everyone saw the Clear Sky Hammer, they were completely shocked. Everyone understood that Tang San was none other than Tang Hao's son. Tang Hao was known throughout the entire continent as a legendary Grand Soul Master. When Salus, a high-ranking member of the Martial Soul Hall, realized this, he immediately called one of his men and whispered something into his ear. Ning Rongrong's father noticed Salus' actions and instantly understood that Salus was planning something dangerous. Inside the ring, Xiao Feng continued attacking Tang San with his powerful technique. But Tang San used random hammering in the air to counterattack. Thick smoke filled the arena, and when the smoke cleared, everyone saw that Tang San had won the battle. Tang San then cleared the misunderstanding with Xiao Feng and told him that he had no feelings for Hao Wu and did not like her at all. Hearing this, Xiao Feng happily accepted his defeat and left. Tang San was badly injured, and his friends carried him away. The Emperor arrived and announced that 15 qualifying teams would advance to the finals. He gave special congratulations to Shrek School, as they had not lost a single match. Prince Shui also came forward to greet them. On the other side, we see the Grandmaster riding a horse in great haste, heading somewhere urgently. A little later, the Dean goes to Erlang, who is angry because the Grandmaster left her a letter saying that he was going to meet another woman. The Dean explains that the Grandmaster had gone to bring something special for Tang San, and Erlang should trust him. However, Erlang still couldn't control her emotions and remained worried. Soon, The royal army arrives to escort all the schools to Martial Soul City, where the finals would take place. All the teams begin their journey with the royal army. Elsewhere, we see a mysterious woman inside a palace, ordering her two subordinates to kill a specific person. Meanwhile, the students traveling with the royal army chat among themselves. Tang San says that the teams they defeated so far were not their real competitors. Their true competition would be the Martial Soul Hall team, whom they would face in the finals, and they needed to prepare for that. Later, the dean informs them that although the finals were originally supposed to be held at the previous arena, Salas suddenly changed the venue to Martial Soul Hall City. This made everyone suspicious, but they decided to focus only on the upcoming matches. Elsewhere, Xiaofeng goes to Hao Wu and apologizes, saying that he failed to defeat Tang San for her sake. Hao Wu is not angry. Nervously, Xiaofeng asks about their relationship. Smiling happily, Hao Wu invites him into her carriage. Everyone becomes happy, realizing that Hao Wu has accepted Xiaofeng. As the convoy continues moving, the royal army senses danger and immediately forms a defensive formation. Suddenly, rocks start falling from above. The students summon their martial souls to block and push away the rocks. Tang San also tries to help, but the dean stops him and tells him to save his martial soul, because the real danger was yet to come. The falling rocks were meant to separate the schools from each other. Soon, a massive rock barrier forms between the schools, and men dressed in black attack them. The royal army and students fight back fiercely. Tang San uses his hidden weapons to kill the attackers. Then, a Soul Emperor and two Soul Kings appear. Shrek School is now completely separated from the others, and they realize that this ambush was specifically meant to destroy Shrek School. The Dean and Erlang arrive to protect the students and engage the enemies. An iconic level battle begins, but Shrek School starts falling behind. The enemies unleash their full martial souls, and Zivo charges alone to fight them. Zivo gets badly injured, but her lovesick, heartbroken Scarlet Flower protects her. One of the villains tries to kill Zivo again, but at that moment, a powerful Grand Soul Land Master arrives and stops him. The villain calls this person Master. He is their leader and is also evil. He becomes fascinated by Zivo's lovesick flower and wants to take it. However, herbs have rules. Only the chosen owner can possess them. The owner may transfer it willingly, but for that, Zivo must stay alive. Although his mission was to kill Shrek School, he spares Zivo. His subordinates then move toward the rest of Shrek School, but discover that Mr. Dai also possesses a special herb. The Soul Land Master approaches Mr. Dai and realizes that he too has consumed a rare herb. Wanting to use this to his advantage, he offers Mr. Dai a deal. If you become my disciple, I will spare your life. Mr. Dai agrees, but adds one condition. My partner, Cat Girl, must also become your disciple, and you must spare her. The Soul Land Master agrees. Mr. Dai then insists that his entire team must become disciples. One of the subordinates objects, saying this would fail their mission to destroy Shrek School. The Soul Land Master gives an evil smile and says, I'll make all of them my disciples, but one of you must die. Meanwhile, we see the Grand Master entering the sacred temple of Martial Soul Hall, showing the badge that Tang San had given him to gain entry. His plan was to train the rest and force them to work under him. However, because his mission was to eliminate Shrek School, he had to kill at least one person. So now, he starts deciding who should die. Before he can act, Tang San steps forward and says that they should kill him instead. But Mr. Dai immediately stops Tang San and tells him to step back, saying that they are all one team, and if he kills even one of them, they will all fight him together. The Soul Land Master laughs at this and immediately releases his energy, attacking Tang San directly. But just in time, Erlang arrives to protect Tang San. Erlang is furious and warns him that if he harms Tang San, he will die instantly. The Soul Land Master is not afraid of Erlang at all because he is extremely powerful. Soon, the Dean also arrives, and another battle begins. However, the Soul Land Master easily defeats both the Dean and Erlang. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see the Grand Master entering the sacred temple. Inside, a woman is seated, the very woman who controls Martial Soul Hall. She is extremely dangerous. When she sees the Grand Master, her reaction makes it clear that they share a past connection. However, she now deeply hates him. Why this is so will be revealed later. The Grand Master speaks to her formally and asks how she managed to handle two martial souls at the same time. Because, just like Tang San, she also possesses two martial souls and successfully trained both. The Grand Master came to learn this method for his disciple Tang San, but the woman refuses and asks, what will you even do after knowing this? The Grand Master then tells her everything about Tang San. She laughs and says that there is no need for him to train Tang San, because she has already sent assassins to kill Tang San. She explains that Tang San must die because he is a genius, and his connections with the Tiando Empire and the Qibao tribe are growing. If he becomes a Soul Land Master, he would become a huge problem for them. Hearing this, the Grand Master is completely shaken and begs her to stop. But she refuses and says that the Grand Master hurt her deeply in the past, and now it is her turn to take revenge. Back at the battlefield, Tang San and the others are weakening. Just then, the elderly couple arrives. If you remember, this is the same couple who were searching for spirit rings for their granddaughter, and whose spirit beasts were killed twice by Tang San. This couple is known as the unrivaled dragon-serpent couple, and they are extremely powerful. Seeing Tang San in danger, they come forward to protect him. They attack the Soul Land Master, and a long, iconic level battle begins. The elderly couple are excellent fighters, but the Soul Land Master's level is far higher. Despite giving their best, they are unable to defeat him. Eventually, they are defeated. The Soul Land Master grabs their granddaughter and threatens to kill her, telling them that he has no grudge against them, so they should leave. Seeing their granddaughter's life in danger, they have no choice but to retreat to save her. The Soul Land Master then turns back toward Tang San and attacks him. Tang San feels that this might be his last day. Just then, Poison Master arrives and saves Tang San. Everyone already knows how terrifying Poison Master's strength is. When the Soul Land Master sends one of his men to fight Poison Master sends him flying in a single move. This shocks the Soul Land Master, because Poison Master is also a very powerful Soul Land Master. Now, a battle between two Soul Land Masters is about to begin. Meanwhile, the Grandmaster confronts the woman again and threatens her. But she calmly shows her power and tells him that he cannot do anything to her. Back at the battlefield, Poison Master warns the Soul Land Master and tells him about Tang San's father, saying that if Tang San is harmed, his father will come for revenge. Hearing about Tang San's father, the Soul Land Master becomes frightened. However, for the sake of his pride, he cannot retreat now. He pushes his fear aside and continues his mission. The battle resumes. When another enemy attacks Poison Master uses his poison and kills him instantly. Then, the Soul Land Master's companion Ghost appears. Ghost is his martial soul and is also a powerful Soul Land Master. Now, the enemy side has two Soul Land Masters, and Poison Master alone cannot handle both. Shrek School starts panicking, but Poison Master does not back down. He releases his martial soul and attacks both enemies. The students also attack together, and Tang San uses his hidden weapons. Despite all this, the enemies remain overwhelming. Zivo and Catgirl are badly injured. The Soul Land Master advances again and releases his blades toward Tang San. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's grandfather, Chen Jin, arrives. Chen Jin is an extremely powerful Soul Land Master. He attacks using his swords, and his strength matches the Soul Land Master. This greatly boosts the morale of Shrek School. Both fighters use their spirit rings and clash fiercely. Soon, Ning Rongrong's father also arrives, making 3 Soul Land Masters on Tang San's side. Realizing he can no longer win, the Soul Land Master decides to retreat. The crisis finally ends, and everyone feels immense relief. Back at the Sacred Temple, the Grandmaster grabs the woman's hand to stop her. At that moment, her soldiers arrive and inform her that the assassins failed to destroy Shrek School. The Grandmaster realizes that this is revenge for what Tang Hao did 20 years ago, when he opposed Martial Soul Hall. This is why she sent assassins to kill Tang Hao's son, Tang San. Back at the convoy, Uncle Sword and Uncle Bone meet Tang San, along with the rest of the students. Prince Shui is also present. He will play a very important role in Tang San's life going forward, making him a crucial character. Tang San thanks everyone. They return to the carriages. Tang San and Chief Ning talk, and he learns that the attackers were from Martial Soul Hall, attracted by Tang San's talent. The 2 Soul Land Masters were rank 94 and rank 95. The Ghost Soul Land Master's name was Guimei. If they had used their full strength, they could have easily killed all of them, but they chose not to, as they did not want to start a war with the tribe yet. Tang San thanks everyone again and promises Poison Master that if he ever needs any hidden weapon, Tang San will make it for him. Chief Ning then tells Tang San about the woman who controls Martial Soul Hall and how powerful she truly is. Inside the temple, the Grandmaster calls her cruel for sending such powerful Soul Land Masters to kill a teenager like Tang San. But the woman responds calmly and logically, finally saying, "Anyone in this world has the right to criticize me, but you do not." Instead of anger, the Grandmaster feels deep sadness. Why that is, we will find out later. During this conversation, the Grandmaster becomes very emotional. While holding back his emotions, the Grandmaster says that even after 20 years, Bibi Dong is just as beautiful as she was before, while he himself has grown old. He says that many things have changed between them. 20 years ago, they loved each other, and even today, if Bibi Dong were in trouble, he would feel pain for her. But now, he himself is the one in trouble, while she is enjoying her power. The most shocking thing for him is that the person responsible for putting him in trouble is none other than Bibi Dong herself. Hearing all this, Bibi Dong also becomes emotional. The Grandmaster then turns around and leaves, saying that when he came to meet her, he still had some affection for her in his heart, but now there is nothing left except hatred. These words deeply hurt Bibi Dong, and she even starts crying. However, instead of softening, her hatred for the Grandmaster grows even stronger. In anger, she declares that she will completely destroy him. On the other side, The Shrek School students finally arrive inside Martial Soul City. After reaching there, they start wondering where the dean has gone. Erlong tells them that he will be back soon. Tang San then says that before the dean returns, they should all focus on training, because the finals will begin in 3 days and they must perform well. All the students begin training again, while Zivo starts meditating. After her meditation, Zivo's rank increases, and she finally reaches rank 40. Everyone becomes very happy seeing this. Erlong becomes so excited that she immediately hugs Zivo, and then takes her toward the forest, because she wants to personally find a suitable soul beast for her daughter, Zivo. Even though reaching rank 40 should have made Zivo happy, she looks slightly confused. When Oscar brings up this doubt in front of Tang San says that maybe Zivo is missing her father, indirectly referring to the Grandmaster. The students continue their training, while Erlong leaves with Zivo. In the evening, Erlong returns, and by then, Zivo has already obtained her 4th spirit ring. Tang San thanks Erlong for helping Zivo obtain the 4th ring, but Erlong explains that she didn't help Zivo get it. In fact, Zivo had gotten separated along the way, and by the time Erlong found her, Zivo had already obtained her 4th ring on her own. Everyone is shocked upon hearing this. Zivo explains that she encountered an injured soul beast and obtained the spirit ring from it. While they are still talking, the Grandmaster arrives. Seeing him, all the students become very happy. The Grandmaster then explains the rules of the finals. He tells them that there are 33 teams in the finals, including a team from Martial Soul Hall, which will be their most challenging opponent. The Grandmaster then explains different battle strategies and formations, telling them when and how to use each one. After that, all the students go back to their rooms. Erlong stays behind to talk privately with the Grandmaster and asks him about Bibi Dong. The Grandmaster tells her that Bibi Dong hates him and that she may try to hurt Erlong in order to hurt him, so Erlong must be careful. Erlong hugs the Grandmaster and says that as long as he is with her, no one can harm her. The scene then takes on a very romantic tone. The next day, all the teams enter the arena, and the finals officially begin. Before the matches start, Tang San and the others receive shocking news. Giant House School has disbanded its team and merged with Feng School. Their opponent teams have formed an alliance, and the new team is called Nu Feng. In reality, Hao Fu had invited Ji Feng to his carriage to discuss this alliance. They decided to join forces so they could become stronger and defeat Tang San. The first match is Nu Feng's, and they defeat their opponent within just a few minutes. This reveals the terrifying strength of the new champion team. Nu Feng then fights another school and defeats them as well. Next, the match between Shrek School and Sing Law Empire is announced. As soon as Mr. Dai hears the name of this school, he becomes visibly nervous and angry. Catgirl feels the same emotions. We are then shown Catgirl's past. In her memories, Catgirl is running away from someone. She becomes furious and tells her teammates to give their best in this match. This is not just about winning or losing for her. This match is about her pride and honor. Shrek School must win at any cost. Both teams enter the arena. The opponent team's leader is also named Dai, and he recognizes Mr. Dai. He mocks him, but Mr. Dai responds boldly. It is revealed that the two are brothers who have always been enemies. This is not a friendly match. They are bloodthirsty rivals. Mr. Dai recalls how Dai once defeated him badly in the past, forcing him to flee to save his life. But this time, Mr. Dai decides he will not run away. If he loses today, he is ready to accept death. On the opponent team, there is a girl who turns out to be Catgirl's sister, named Zhu Zhuyu. Zhu Zhuyu sarcastically tells Catgirl to come home, saying that their parents miss her and that she cannot go against tribal rules. Catgirl knows that her parents never loved her. She remembers how they abandoned her in a cave full of tigers to die. Somehow, she survived, but even after that, her sister tried to kill her. Yet, Catgirl managed to escape again. After this emotional exchange, the battle begins. Both teams release their soul power, and an intense fight starts. The opponent team is extremely powerful. Catgirl, Ning Rongrong, and Mr. Dai fight head-on. The opponent traps Catgirl inside an illusion. Inside it, she sees her father and mother, who call her back and compare her to her sister, then attempt to kill her. Catgirl struggles, but is ultimately killed inside the illusion. Meanwhile, Zivo fights alongside Mr. Dai against Dai Wei. After struggling heavily, they finally gain the upper hand. At the same time, Catgirl strengthens her mind, breaks the illusion, and returns to the battlefield. The opponent team is confused as to why only 4 people are fighting, since Tang San and the others have not attacked yet. In reality, Tang San and the others were restoring their soul power. Now Tang San finally activates his blue-silver plant, throwing enemies into the air. The opponent leader realizes Tang San's strategy and uses a special martial soul to create mirrors, pulling some teammates into them. Everyone realizes that space is being distorted, creating a huge problem for Shrek School. Still, Shrek School does not give up. Tang San and Motu defeat the remaining opponents. Suddenly, Dai Wei reappears using space distortion and attacks them, injuring Motu. He continues attacking others. Tang San tries to bind the mirrors using the blue-silver plant, but fails due to Dai Wei's extreme speed. Dai Wei then attacks Ning Rongrong, but Oscar steps in and gets injured while protecting her. Seeing this, Uncle Bone realizes how deeply Oscar loves his daughter. Dai Wei then targets Tang San, but Tang San activates his purple demon eye at full power, using his mental strength to shatter all the mirrors. Two opponents collapse unconscious. Motu and Oscar are also unconscious, but the remaining fighters continue. When Mr. Dai and Catgirl start losing, they decide to fuse their martial souls. Due to the immense pressure, their fusion soul gains wings, allowing them to fly. Everyone is shocked, including the judges. Mr. Dai uses the fusion martial soul to strike Dai Wei, weakening him badly. Though Mr. Dai is heavily injured, Shrek School finally wins the match. Just then, Catgirl's sister steps forward and declares that she has not yet accepted defeat, and launches another attack. That's why Tang San immediately used his blue-silver plant to pull Catgirl's sister down, and Zivo launched continuous attacks, beating her badly. Finally, this time Shrek School achieved a complete victory. After the match, everyone starts heading back to their rooms. On the way, Jiao Feng from Shinfeng School stops Tang San and praises him. Tang San also returns the compliment with a few kind words before heading back to his room. Some of the Shrek School students were injured, so doctors arrive to treat them. Tang San then goes to Mr. Dai to ask about his condition, since Mr. Dai was also badly injured. During their conversation, Mr. Dai tells Tang San about the politics of this continent. Mr. Dai reveals that he is actually a prince of a city, and both he and his brother want to become king. Because they both desire the throne, they are trying to become stronger so they can defeat each other. Mr. Dai explains the political situation in detail, but for now, the important thing to know is that Mr. Dai is a prince whose empire is as large as the Tiandao Empire. They continue talking, and Mr. Dai warns Tang San that Marshal Soul Hall is trying to kill him. Right now, Tang San is under the protection of Ning Rongrong's father, which is why he is safe. But once the tournament ends and Tang San leaves, Marshal Soul Hall will definitely try to kill him. Mr. Dai then makes an offer. He says that after the tournament, he will return to his empire, and Tang San and Zivo should come with him. In his empire, they will both be safe. Once Mr. Dai becomes king, he will appoint Tang San as the military chief of the tribe, and Tang San will be able to live peacefully there with Zivo. Tang San thanks Mr. Dai for the offer, but does not accept it immediately, saying that he needs permission from his master first. After this, all the remaining teams are shown looking extremely nervous, because now they are about to face Marshal Soul Hall. The next day, the Marshal Soul Hall warriors enter the arena, shocking everyone. All of them are extremely powerful and possess different kinds of martial souls. One of the girls even has a charm skill like Zivo, but her charm skill is several times stronger. Their levels are extremely high, and their spirit rings come from demon beasts that are thousands of years old. Marshal Soul Hall faces the Imperial School first. They immediately create thick smoke and begin attacking their opponents. They use the smoke so that they don't reveal their full strength before the finals. However, Tang San uses his purple demon eye to see through the smoke, and what he sees shocks him. Marshal Soul Hall is attacking so fast that the opponent team collapses almost instantly, without even feeling pain. Within just a few minutes, Marshal Soul Hall wins the match. All the teams present now fully understand how terrifying Marshal Soul Hall's team is, and fear spreads among them. The Grandmaster discusses this situation with Erlong and the Dean, but in the end, he says that he will not put Shrek School in danger. That's why he decides to prepare a backup plan. What this backup is will be revealed later. Many more matches take place, with different teams fighting each other. Eventually, only 3 teams reach the finals. Marshal Soul Hall, Shrek School, Shinfeng School. That night, we see Tang San sleeping, but he is having terrible nightmares. First, he sees his mother sacrificing herself to save him. Then he sees Zivo walking away from him. Frightened, Tang San wakes up and steps out onto the balcony to catch his breath. There, he sees the Grandmaster, standing silently while staring at the moon, deep in thought. The Grandmaster is worried about the finals scheduled for the next day, because he knows that the Pope herself will be watching the match. He also knows that the Pope will definitely try to create trouble. The next day, all teams enter the arena. Everyone bows their heads when they see the Pope, Bibi Dong, except Tang San. He remains standing, because he only bows before his father and his master. Seeing this, the Pope's commander becomes furious and tries to scold Tang San, but the Pope stops him. She speaks to Tang San and says that his attitude is exactly like his master's. Tang San replies respectfully that he could never compare himself to his master. Hearing this, the Pope stares coldly at the Grandmaster. At that moment, Erlong holds the Grandmaster's hand, clearly showing that she and the Grandmaster are now together, and that no other woman can take him away from her. Next, the prizes for victory are revealed. The rewards are 3 extremely valuable soul bones, which will be given to the leaders of the winning teams. This makes all 3 teams even more eager to fight, because everyone wants those soul bones at any cost. The format of the finals is announced. The 3 teams will fight each other one by one. The match between Marshal Soul Hall and Jiang School is about to begin, but Shungang School suddenly gives up. In the second round, A warrior from Jiang School and a warrior from Shrek School are supposed to fight in a one-on-one battle, with the team battle still remaining. Just as the match is about to begin, the Grandmaster stops it and announces that Shrek School is giving up the one-on-one match. Everyone is shocked, but this is part of the Grandmaster's strategy. One-on-one battles will not decide the final winner, and the Grandmaster does not want Shrek School to waste their soul power. Now the one-on-one battles are over, and the grand final is about to begin. Shrek School must perform extremely well, because their goal is to secure the #1 position. That evening, the match between Shengfeng School and Shrek School begins. Shengfeng School wants to defeat Tang San and secure either first or second place in the tournament. Both teams face each other and launch attacks. They form their battle formations. Shrek School uses the 7-in-1 fusion formation. This is not a martial soul fusion skill, but it is still an extremely dangerous formation. They have never used this formation before. The energy starts from Ning Rongrong, travels through Oscar, and then passes through the rest of the team members. Finally, the entire energy cluster reaches Tang San, who merges it with his hammer soul power and prepares to attack. The opponent team is stunned when they see this formation. However, they quickly notice that the formation begins with Ning Rongrong, who is the weakest in direct combat. Because of this, they target Ning Rongrong and Oscar and launch an attack using a technique called the 37 successive attacks. Seeing this attack, Tang San counters it with his hammer. Shrek School formed the 7-in-1 fusion formation and transferred all their power to Tang San. After receiving that power, Tang San used his hammer martial soul and attacked Jiao Feng. Jiao Feng was an extremely powerful warrior, but he could not withstand Tang San's strike. After struggling for a long time, he was finally defeated. Seeing Tang San's power, everyone was shocked. However, the Grandmaster looked somewhat sad, and the reason for this would be revealed later. Shrek School won the match, and the Grandmaster came to Tang San and praised his tool soul form. But deep inside, the Grandmaster felt sorrow. He told Tang San that he should not have used the tool soul form today. If the Grandmaster had known Tang San possessed this power, he would never have allowed him to use it. Because if Tang San had used this tool soul form against Martial Soul Hall, his chances of victory would have risen to 70%. But now Martial Soul Hall had already seen this power, and they would surely find a counter to it by tonight. On the other side, we see Bibi Dong advising her warriors. She had already created a plan to break Tang San's tool soul. Their master arrives, inspires the warriors, and then threatens them, saying that if they lose tomorrow's match, he will send them for 3 years to the disorienting Grand Canyon, a place filled with deadly beasts where only ghosts can survive. Meanwhile, the Grandmaster realizes that Martial Soul Hall must have already devised a method against Tang San's tool soul. If Tang San uses it again tomorrow, he might either die or go insane. Two Soul Land Masters ask Bibi Dong why they don't simply kill Tang San before the match. Bibi Dong replies that Tang San is inside Martial Soul City, and killing him there would disgrace Martial Soul Hall. People would say Martial Soul Hall could not protect invited participants from assassins. Although Bibi Dong still holds affection for the Grandmaster and will not harm him, she does want to kill the children of Shrek School, especially Tang San. The next day, all the students head toward the arena for their final battle. Shengfeng School and the Poison Master both worry about Tang San's safety. Martial Soul Hall also watches Tang San closely, because he alone poses a real threat. The dean motivates the students. He says that every time he wished for Shrek School's victory, they fulfilled that wish. But this time, he does not ask them to win. He only wants them to stay safe. After saying this, he sends them into the arena. The warriors of Martial Soul Hall are introduced. Ji Yu, Moonblade Martial Soul, extremely cruel, capable of knocking opponents unconscious. Hu Lina, Devil Fox Martial Soul, can fly and possesses a charm ability stronger than Zivos, able to attract and distract enemies. Other warriors are also described, and their abilities will appear during the fight. The fight begins. Martial Soul Hall again spreads thick smoke, but Tang San had already taught his teammates how to counter this trick the previous night, so it has no effect. The Devil Fox uses Charm, and Zivo releases her own charm, causing Charm to cancel Charm. However, because Zivo's rank is lower, she is injured. The real battle starts. Devil Fox and Moonblade fuse their martial souls and attack together. Martial Soul Hall releases a red mist so dense that even the Poison Master cannot see inside. Shrek warriors begin to panic. Their senses stop working. Tang San uses the purple demon eye and realizes the red mist creates hallucinations through mesmerization, the same trick used to defeat Imperial School. Blades are thrown from the mist, but Tang San senses them and saves everyone. Then all Shrek members jump into the air and escape the red mist, shocking Martial Soul Hall, because the mist behaves like a swamp. Tang San had predicted this and secretly fed everyone flying sausages, allowing them to fly out. Only Tang San remains inside, because he can still fight using the purple demon eye. Everyone fears for Tang San, since his opponent's ranks are far higher. Then Tang San reveals his hidden soul bone, shocking everyone. He had been waiting for this exact moment. A fierce, iconic battle begins. Elsewhere, teammates fight one-on-one. After a long struggle, Martial Soul Hall releases their true power and attacks together. Zivo alone withstands the massive attack without injury, astonishing everyone, and the battle continues. Eventually, one Martial Soul Hall warrior is knocked unconscious, and Shrek appears close to victory. Furious, Martial Soul Hall targets Tang Sen directly. The Devil Fox launches a devastating attack. Tang Sen tries to defend with Blue Silver Plant, but BB Dong smiles, knowing he cannot escape. Tang San is severely wounded, and his soul bone is cut, causing unbearable pain, like losing a limb. Erlong feels his pain and is heartbroken. Tang Sen collapses. Oscar tries to give him a recovery sausage, but Martial Soul Hall prevents it. In agony, Tang Sen declares, "We cannot lose." He stands again. The enemy mocks him, asking what he can possibly do now. Tang Sen then reveals his true power. He controls his severed soul bone, lifts it into the air, and fires it like poison blades at Martial Soul Hall. The soul bone's poison spreads through their bodies, and one by one, they fall unconscious. Everyone is stunned. The entire tide of battle has changed. Finally, Tang San himself collapses unconscious from pain. Only one Martial Soul Hall warrior remains able to fight. The Poison Master sarcastically warns BB Dong that if the match continues, the next generation will have only one survivor, because only Tang San can remove his poison. Hearing this, BB Dong concedes defeat. Shrek School is declared the final victor, and everyone cheers. Ning Rongrong's father uses his martial soul to increase recovery speed and strength for all warriors. The Grandmaster, Dean, and others rush to Tang San and wake him. Seeing him safe, everyone feels immense relief. Finally, BB Dong approaches Tang San and asks him to cure her warriors. Tang San removes the poison from the opposing team. Although he had removed the poison, its long-term effects were still going to remain. Because of this, the people of Martial Soul Hall were sad, and BB Dong was also feeling angry. After removing the poison, Tang San started going back toward his teachers. But at that moment he noticed that all the great grandmasters present there were looking toward Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu appeared slightly frightened. Tang San did not understand the reason. Just then, the host immediately announced the prizes, in which Shrek School was being given 3 soul bones. Although Mr. Dai was the captain of Shrek School, he asked Tang San to receive the prize, because it was due to Tang San that they had won the competition. Tang San received the prize. After that, he gave 1 soul bone to Catgirl, because the first soul bone matched Catgirl's personality. He gave the second soul bone to Motu, because it would help Motu fly. The third soul bone suited Tang San himself, but he wanted to give it to Ning Rongrong, because she had received nothing. As he was about to give the last soul bone to Ning Rongrong, the Grandmaster stopped him and said that the soul bone Tang San had obtained by killing a master earlier would be very useful for Ning Rongrong, so that one should be given to her, and Tang San should keep this current soul bone. Both Ning Rongrong and Tang San became very happy, and they began talking. But suddenly, BB Dong appeared from behind and said, "Now that the tournament is over, I can attack you all. And now, I want Xiao Wu." Everyone was shocked to see BB Dong's evil form, and no one understood why she wanted Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu herself was terrified, and the people of Martial Soul Hall were staring at her with evil smiles. Then the Grandmaster stepped forward, showed his card, and said that he was a former elder of Martial Soul Hall, so he had the right to know the reason for seizing Xiao Wu. BB Dong replied that, "This girl is a soul beast who has taken human form." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Now it was revealed that Xiao Wu was not actually human. She was a soul beast. When a soul beast becomes extremely old, it gains the power to take human form. However, after taking human form, the soul beast loses its cultivation power, which is why Xiao Wu was only as strong as a human. All the children were astonished. At that moment, Tang San revealed that he had already known this. When his purple demon eye upgraded, he discovered that Xiao Wu was a soul beast. The Grandmaster had not been able to detect it because Xiao Wu possessed a special treasure that hid her soul beast aura. We also learned that Xiao Wu's mother had been living with her in human form. But one day, BB Dong and her 2 Soul Land Masters came to take their spirit rings. Xiao Wu's mother fought fiercely to protect her daughter, clashing directly with BB Dong, but in the end she began to lose. She told Xiao Wu to run away, and Xiao Wu escaped. After Xiao Wu escaped, her mother decided to commit suicide, because if she died by suicide, BB Dong would not obtain her spirit rings. But before she could do so, BB Dong killed her and took her soul ring. Back in the present, Long Grandmaster and the Dean stepped forward to protect Xiao Wu, forming the Iron Gold Ring, and the Poison Master also tried to help. Uncle Sword attempted to protect the children as well, but their power was nothing compared to Martial Soul Hall. Seeing that Long, her current guardian, was in danger, Xiao Wu decided not to repeat the same mistake. Instead of running away, she chose to surrender and walked toward BB Dong while crying. BB Dong became very happy and attacked to kill her. Tang Sen loved Xiao Wu deeply, so he ran toward her to save her. He released his hammer to protect her, but his hammer was too small. Everyone became terrified. But suddenly, a gigantic hammer appeared, nullifying all attacks. That hammer belonged to Tang Hao. Tang Hao stood in the sky like a roaring lion, warning the two Soul Land Masters of Martial Soul Hall to step back. This scene was extremely goosebump-inducing, and his entrance was truly iconic. Seeing Tang Hao, Bibi Dong became afraid, and the faces of the two masters were worth seeing. However, Bibi Dong could not lose the honor of Martial Soul Hall, so the three of them attacked Tang Hao together. They were the greatest powers of the continent, and Tang Hao also attacked with his full strength. The collision produced immense energy, causing all the children to faint, while Bibi Dong and her two masters were severely injured. The Grandmaster was shocked, because Tang Hao was only slightly injured. He then took Tang San and Xiao Wu with him. Bibi Dong could only grit her teeth, and since she now had no reason to kill the remaining Shrek members, she let them go. Everyone then left the secret temple, which had been the pride of Martial Soul Hall, but was now completely destroyed. The Grandmaster realized that Martial Soul Hall would not stay silent, and great troubles awaited Tang San in the future. Still, since Tang San was now with his father, the Grandmaster felt relieved. Shrek School began returning, and all the children praised Tang San's father. Motu even considered him his hero. The dean said that if Tang Hao had not arrived, none of them would be alive today. Chief Ning then said farewell and took her daughter back to the tribe, since everyone had graduated. Oscar requested permission to join the Bao Amber tribe, and Chief Ning happily agreed. Ning Rongrong thought that now she should explain those rules to him, the details of which will be revealed later. Chief Ning invited the other children to his empire, but Mr. Dai politely refused, saying he and Catgirl would return to their own empire. Motu said he wanted to stay free like Tang San, travel the world, and later return to serve Shrek School. The dean became emotional, and everyone said their farewells. It was a deeply emotional scene. Everyone then went their separate ways. Later, Xiao Wu woke up from unconsciousness and saw Tang San still unconscious, along with Tang Hao. She greeted Tang Hao, but he sadly said, "I am a Soul Land Master. I should capture you and kill you to give your spirit ring to Tang San so he can become stronger. But I will not do that." Xiao Wu asked if it was because she and Tang San love each other. Tang Hao said yes, and revealed that Tang San's mother was also a soul beast, and he too had fallen in love with a soul beast. Because of that love, he made many enemies, and in the end both he and his wife suffered the consequences. He said Tang San is not yet strong enough to face the world's hatred. Therefore, before Tang San wakes up, Xiao Wu must go to Stardow Forest, where she will be safe. Xiao Wu loved Tang San deeply and cried a lot, but she knew Tang Hao was right, so she left while crying. After some time, Tang San woke up, felt happy seeing his father, and then looked around for Xiao Wu. His father told him, "She has already left." Hearing this, Tang San was completely shocked. His father sits beside him and tells him that he must become stronger, and when he becomes the strongest, he will be capable of protecting Xiao Wu, and only then will he be able to gain her. Tang San understands his father's words. Tang Hao then asks Tang San, "I kept you away from me for 8 years. Are you angry with me?" Tang San refuses and says that children should never complain about their parents. Hearing this, tears fill Tang Hao's eyes, and he hugs his son. Tang Hao then explains that Tang San still has a lot to learn about the continent and politics, but the time has not yet come. First, he must become strong, and only after becoming strong will he be able to learn everything related to martial souls. Tang Hao decides to personally train Tang San and make him stronger. Although the Grandmaster could also train him, Tang Hao will teach him how to train the Hammer Martial Soul, so he decides to become Tang San's teacher himself. He then explains about soul beasts. When a soul beast reaches the level of a Millennium Soul Beast, meaning it becomes very old and powerful, it has two choices. 1. Remain a beast, enjoy immense power, and live peacefully for 1,000 years. 2. Transform into a human, lose all powers, start cultivating again from 0 rank, and potentially live like a god until the end of time. Because of this, many soul beasts choose to become human. Soul beasts in human form do not kill other soul beasts to obtain spirit rings. Tang San now understands why Xiao Wu always went alone to obtain spirit rings and why she never killed beasts. In human form, a soul beast remains in an infant stage until rank 60, and during this transitional phase, powerful soul masters can recognize their aura. Tang San understands everything and then asks about his mother, wondering if Martial Soul Hall killed her. Tang Hao becomes furious, but calms himself and explains that fighting Martial Soul Hall is beyond Tang San's ability right now. He must become stronger first, so that one day he can defeat Martial Soul Hall. Tang San understands and goes to sleep. The next day, Tang Hao takes Tang San across mountains to a special place. Tang San remembers Xiao Wu, but the only path to reach her is to become strong, so he continues forward without losing courage. Meanwhile, Oscar is practicing cultivation of his food Martial Soul, creating different dishes using soul power. After finishing, he happily goes to Ning Rongrong, tells her about his training, shows her the dish, and starts to leave. But Ning Rongrong stops him, hugs him, and begins crying intensely. Oscar asks why she is crying. She says that they can never be together. Oscar's heart breaks. He confesses that he liked her from the first moment, that she gave purpose to his life, and that he truly loved and cared for her. He says if she doesn't want to marry him, he won't blame her, because she is royalty and should marry someone of royal status. He assumes she refuses because he is from a middle-class family. Ning Rongrong cries heavily while Oscar walks away. Tang Hao brings Tang San to a waterfall and says he will train here for 2 years. He trains Tang San's purple demon eye through meditation. At first, Tang San's eyes hurt and he faints, but Tang Hao makes him continue. After intense training, Tang San can clearly see 200 meters away and gains purple god light, an extremely powerful vision ability. The soul bone he used in the competition also enhances this vision, and he has now fully connected with it. A heartbroken Oscar decides to leave the tribe, since he came only for Ning Rongrong. She runs after him, confesses, "I love you," and hugs him. She explains the tribe's rule. Because she will become chief, her husband must belong to the attack branch, so together they can protect and lead the tribe. Oscar belongs to the food branch, so the elders will never allow their marriage. Oscar understands and cries. He decides to leave for 10 years, gain combat abilities, and return as a warrior. He asks for 10 years, saying if he doesn't return, she may marry someone else. They say goodbye emotionally, and Oscar leaves. Her father comforts her, saying Oscar will definitely return. Tang San trains under the waterfall, climb rocks underwater against drag force, reach the top and defeat the water dragon. No martial soul use for 2 years, only hammer strength and skill. After 3 months, Tang San defeats the water dragon using 81 continuous hammer strikes, a feat that took Tang Hao 1 year. Training becomes harder. He must use a heavier hammer, facing greater drag. After 2 full years, he finally defeats the water dragon with that hammer. Tang Hao says his skills are good, but he lacks essence, the core spirit required to become a true soul land master. He takes Tang San to another special place to obtain it. At Martial Soul Hall, a girl defeated by Tang San still dreams of defeating him after 2 years. She is the future pope, so she must become extremely strong. All students are being sent to Death Valley for punishment training, but she chooses an even more dangerous place, Slaughter City, to gain brutal strength and kill Tang San. She receives a precious skull soul bone, greatly increasing her soul power. Humiliated by Tang San, she seeks revenge through his death. Tang Hao tells Tang San to meditate for his 5th spirit ring. While meditating with the blue silver plant, Tang San hears a voice calling him. "Emperor, you have finally arrived." He follows the voice and meets an old spirit who says, "Royal blood flows inside Tang San. He is the son of the blue silver emperor. His mother has died, but he is the true descendant." Tang San is shocked, realizing his talent is not just training. It comes from royal blood. This bloodline is not fully awakened, which is why he hasn't reached the peak of blue-silver power. To awaken it, he needs a teacher connected to blue-silver, not a normal human. Remembering his mother, Tang San understands why he always felt peace near blue-silver plants. The old man asks to train him and awaken the royal blood. Tang San agrees. The old man lovingly calls him "my king" and begins awakening his royal blood. During this process, Tang San becomes covered with blue-silver plants, and he transforms into an infant, then slowly begins to grow. In this procedure, he is also able to see his mother. Tang San changes from an infant to a child, from a child to a teenager, and finally, he becomes an adult. After that, his body completely changes, and he finally becomes a grown man. Tang Hao is watching all of this from a distance, and he too catches a glimpse of his late wife. Tang San has now obtained the original form of the blue-silver plant, and he has officially become the blue-silver plant emperor. He has also gained a soul ring, and this soul ring is 25 times more powerful than normal soul rings, and these soul rings will continue evolving along with Tang San. Seeing his increased strength, Tang San becomes very happy. He goes to his father, and his father is also extremely happy to see his son in this position. Now the two of them move forward, but suddenly his father collapses. Tang San lifts him up and realizes that Tang Hao still has wounds in his body that have never healed. Even a healing branch soul master was unable to cure these injuries. But Tang San says that he will heal his father. However, his father tells him to forget all this and focus on training, because he does not want his son to stop training and worry about him. But Tang San still refuses to listen. He places a knife on his own neck and forces his father to promise that until his injuries are healed, he will not fight warriors stronger than himself. After this, father and son continue their journey, crossing many forests, deserts, mountains, and rivers. Along the way, they also spend good time together, and eventually they arrive at a village. This village looked very frightening, and there were many crows, making the place feel even more terrifying. The two of them enter a bar, where several dirty and immoral people are present, drinking a red liquid. Tang Hao also orders the same red liquid from the waiter. The name of this liquid is Shorts of Netherland. Tang Hao drinks it, and tells Tang San to drink it as well. As soon as Tang San drinks it, he suddenly reaches another place where he sees souls from hell, trying to pull him toward them. Tang San screams in fear and opens his eyes. Seeing Tang San behave like this, everyone starts mocking him. Some people come near him and begin attacking him with knives, saying that the weak have no place here and the weak must die. At that moment, Tang Hao orders Tang San to kill them all. Tang San stands up and, using his blue-silver plant, tears all of them apart in a single strike. He becomes very happy seeing his new power. Then, following Tang Hao's instructions, he finds a secret path. When he goes there, he sees a tunnel. Tang Hao tells him that once he enters Slaughter City, only he himself will be able to save himself. Whoever tries to frighten or threaten him, he must kill them all. Inside is the Hell Slaughter Arena, and only the winner is given a chance to return alive. Therefore, he must become the champion, and if possible, return alive. Tang San passes through the tunnel and reaches the Netherworld, where he begins seeing many illusions meant to frighten him. But using his purple demon eye, he dispels the illusions and moves forward. Tang San is now inside Slaughter City, which can truly be considered a kind of hell. As he walks forward, a man riding a horse appears and tries to test him. The man attacks with his sword, and Tang San tries to release his soul power, but he cannot. He realizes that martial souls cannot be used here, and this is why his father trained him for 2 years without using his martial soul. Tang San uses his hammer to block the sword, producing tremendous energy. Seeing this, the guard understands Tang San's capability, declares that he has passed the test, and gives him an identity number, allowing him to enter. Inside, a girl assistant helps Tang San and explains Slaughter City. She tells him that bats will watch him 24 hours a day, so he should not attempt to escape. At that moment, they see a man trying to return to the real world, but the bats kill him instantly. She explains that the only way to leave is to become the champion. While she is talking, she suddenly disappears, and some dirty boys approach Tang San, mocking his clothes and preparing to beat him. But when they see the girl, they become afraid and run away. It is revealed that this girl holds great authority in Slaughter City and is actually the messenger closest to the Slaughter King. She comes to Tang San again, and Tang San asks her to take him to the Hell Arena because he wants to fight there. As they move forward, we see small gangs everywhere. Since there is no government rule, strong gangs kill weaker gangs so they can never grow stronger. Violence is happening everywhere, making it a terrifying place. Then Tang San sees Hulayina, a martial soul warrior who will become the next pope. Tang San is shocked because her power has increased greatly. Hulayina sees Tang San and shoots arrows, but he realizes she was actually attacking an evil man behind him who was trying to kill him. Tang San is surprised and tries to talk to her, but she says he does not seem to belong here. Tang San understands that she did not recognize him because his appearance has changed. She leaves, and the messenger explains that Hulayina is extremely strong and has already won 16 consecutive matches, likely entering the top 100 soon. Tang San then registers for the arena. Inside, fighters are ruthless, and after killing opponents, they even absorb their souls. To become champion, one must win 100 matches. So far, no one has achieved this. Hulayina has the best record with 67 wins. The girl sarcastically tells Tang San not to make friends here. He does not understand yet, but soon he will. The match begins. Tang San reveals his Tian Hao hammer, shocking everyone. Hulayina is reminded of Tang San, though she still does not recognize him. A gang attacks him together, but Tang San fights using his hammer and defeats them one by one. Stronger warriors are killed using his hidden weapons, which he has further improved. As time passes, Tang San becomes stronger day by day, increasing his score. Hulayina, the strongest warrior there, now has a true competitor and carefully analyzes all his matches. In another match, powerful opponents arrive with shields against hidden weapons and defenses against the hammer, thinking they can defeat him. But Tang San uses Ghostly Trace, fights one-on-one, and instead of breaking armor, he pushes enemies into lava. One enemy survives using rope abilities and binds Tang San, but Tang San selects the perfect hidden weapon, cuts the rope, and kills him instantly. Everyone is stunned by Tang San's power, believing he is as strong as the King of Slaughter. He has already won 67 matches in just 1 year, causing fear everywhere. All gangs unite to attack him outside the arena, but Tang San kills 100 men alone, though he is injured. Meanwhile, the messenger reports to the Slaughter King, saying the Shura King has won another match and is incredibly powerful. Even great masters cannot defeat him without soul power. She believes he will win all 100 matches. His true identity and story will be revealed later. On the other side, Hulayina continues killing opponents in the Hell Arena while Tang San analyzes her strength. Later, news spreads that the Shura King has completed 99 matches. Now we learn that the Shura King is none other than Tang San, because he kept winning matches one after another. Tang San is sitting in a room, and Hulayina comes to him. She wants to form a team with him and work together. She is holding a red liquid, which is given to champions here, and drinking it is considered a matter of pride. This is the same Netherlands short. She tells Tang San that she understands he is here for training and must leave this place alive. So she suggests that they team up and escape together. Tang Sen replies that she belongs to the Martial Soul Hall, while he belongs to the Hao Tian tribe, and these two have always been enemies. How can he trust that she will not betray him? Hulaina says those things belong to the past. They are the new generation, and that conflict exists in the outside world, while right now they are here, and first they must escape alive, which requires cooperation. She then reveals the secrets of this place. Soon they will be taken into the Hell Road, which is toxic with sinister spirit energy, and they will face great difficulty there. But if they cross Hell Road, they will receive the title of Death God, and afterward they will be able to absorb sinister spirits. Tang Sen now understands why his father sent him here. He asks how she is so sure about this knowledge. She says it is because she knows someone who has already obtained this title. Tang Sen realizes she is talking about Bibi Dong. She asks for his final answer about forming a team. Tang Sen thinks, and they continue talking. Soon, Tang Sen arrives for his 100th match. This time, many powerful warriors stand before him, actually Soul Land Masters. If you wonder why Tang Sen never fought Hulaina, the reason is, once a warrior wins 50 matches, they never fight another warrior who has already won 50. Before 50 wins, Tang Sen had no chance to face her, and after 50, it became impossible. All the warriors attack Tang Sen together, and he counterattacks using his hidden weapons. After an iconic battle, Tang Sen wins. Everyone becomes very happy seeing his victory, and the Slaughter King arrives, praising Tang Sen. Tang Sen realizes the Slaughter King must be a very powerful Soul Land Master. Hulaina also arrives, and we see their earlier conversation again. While speaking to Tang Sen, she had been drinking too much of the liquid. Tang Sen tells her the liquid is poisonous. Hearing this, the glass falls from her hand. Tang Sen explains the liquid intoxicates the mind, and drinking too much can even drive a person insane. It is given so that if champions enter Hell Road, they remain mentally unstable and make a fatal mistake, dying there. The Slaughter King does not want anyone else to gain the Death God title. Tang Sen says the poison inside her is still low and gives her medicine, which she takes. She comes closer to him, suggesting she may have started liking him. She asks his real name. Tang Sen tells her his name is Tang Yin and removes his mask. Seeing how handsome he is, she becomes shy. Inside the arena, the Slaughter King congratulates them, because both have won 100 matches. He declares them champions and says they may leave anytime, and his door will always remain open for them. Both are shocked, because after winning 100 matches they had planned to go to Hell Road. But since the Slaughter King does not want another Death God, he had removed the Hell Road trial. Neither Tang Sen nor Hulaina likes this, because Hulaina came to train in Hell Road. Tang Sen came to absorb sinister spirit energy there. So they both insist they will not leave and want to enter Hell Road. The Slaughter King is surprised, but he cannot break the rules, so he opens the path, and both fall into Hell Road. Inside, they are shocked to see Netherland Short flowing like a waterfall, the power source of Slaughter City. Small bridges hang above rivers of the liquid. Hulaina suggests swimming, since Tang Sen has an antidote. Tang Sen says the antidote works only for a normal amount of poison, not an entire river. They tie themselves together with a rope and move forward across the bridges. As they advance, the heat increases because they are near the core. Suddenly, many bats attack, and the sinister spirit aura becomes unbearable for Hulaina, causing her to lose mental control. Tang Sen releases the blue-silver domain, stabilizing her. As the blue-silver emperor, he can create such a domain. They fight the bats, and Tang Sen kills them all at once with hidden weapons. But the real enemy appears, the leader of the bats. Meanwhile, the Slaughter King watches everything, feeling happy seeing them in danger. Tang Sen and Hulaina attack together, but the leader has regeneration, instantly healing from damage. Hidden weapons and hammer strikes fail, as it keeps healing stronger. Tang Sen analyzes its body, discovers the weakness, and launches a combined attack, destroying it piece by piece so it cannot heal, and it falls into lava and dies. Moving forward, they encounter a giant serpent. They try to escape, but it keeps chasing, forcing Tang Sen to fight. Using alcohol fire, hammer techniques, and teamwork, they struggle intensely. Finally, Tang Sen strikes the serpent's eye with the Tian Hao hammer, killing it. A massive energy shockwave spreads, even reaching Tang Hao far away, who realizes his son's location and remembers his own past battle in Hell Road. But Tang Sen becomes affected by sinister energy and nearly attacks Hulaina. She stops him, and he regains control using the blue-silver domain. As they continue, Hulaina begins to fall in love with Tang Sen. But the sinister effect returns, making her hallucinate Tang Yin as Tang Sen, and she attacks him. Tang Sen refuses to fight seriously, because if she loses, she would be trapped here forever. He even considers it better to die by her sword. But when she sees his face, her heart stops her, and she embraces him instead. Tang Sen realizes the real danger here is not external, but the inner demons of fear and anger. He throws a special herb into the lava, reducing the sinister essence effect. Hulaina loses consciousness, so Tang Sen carries her forward. Tang Shang's blue-silver plant had a length of 100 meters, but the upper wall was 120 meters high, which meant he could not grab the wall and make the jump. A dragon was also approaching him, so Tang Xiang had to think of something quickly. At that moment, he took out one of his hidden weapons. This hidden weapon was a crossbow rope with a range of 70 meters. Tang Xiang then merged the blue-silver plant with the hidden weapon and leaped forward. Because of Hui Lina's weight, he was unable to reach the other side at first. However, he did not give up, and after struggling with great effort, he finally reached the other side and returned to the real world. Now both of them received the title of the God of Death. Hui Lina regained consciousness and thanked Tang Xiang, because if she had been alone, she would have died on Hell Road. She had fallen in love with Tang Xiang, but she knew that her future could never be with him, because the Pope of Martial Soul would never allow a relationship with the Hao Tian tribe. Thinking this, she felt deep regret and wished she had never been in Martial Soul Hall. After this, Hui Lina left, and Tang Xiang saw his father. Tang Xiang learned that his father had also obtained the Dead God domain and had come here before. The heinous essence that Tang Xiang had acquired had not only made him look dangerous from the outside, but it had also greatly increased the anger inside him. Because of this essence, Tang Xiang could not calm his rage and had become irritable very quickly. His father already knew that this would happen because of the heinous essence, so he decided to take Tang Xiang to a special place. Tang Xiang asked him to now tell his past story, since he had already completed training in the slaughterhouse. Tang Hao replied that Tang Xiang was still not worthy, and that he still had to train at one more place. Only after training there would he meet the requirements to hear everything. Meanwhile, on the other side, two soul masters sent by the Pope arrived to take Hui Lina back. Tang Xiang and his father reached a special academy where many girls were present, along with some boys. Tang Xiang could not understand what he was supposed to learn there. The place was called Obscure Full Moon Marks. Tang Xiang asked a girl standing there to call the director, but some rude men nearby mocked his clothes. Unable to tolerate this insult, Tang Xiang broke their hands. Tang Hao was shocked to see such anger in his son, and everyone else became afraid of Tang Xiang. This cruelty was caused by the heinous essence, which had made him extremely ruthless. Tang Xiang was still not calming down when he suddenly heard a melody. This melody was being played by the director of the place. Tang Xiang realized that this was a music domain, which spread through rhythm, and it was an extremely powerful skill. He understood that she was a great soul master and an expert in music. The director stepped forward. Her name was Yu Hua, the owner of Moon Pavilion. She taught music and etiquette, and she could change people's psychological behavior, making them calm, civilized, and gentle. She also taught music because music plays a huge role in transforming human behavior. Tang Xiang now understood why his father had brought him here. As soon as Yu Hua saw Tang Xiang, she hugged him tightly and cried a lot after seeing him again. She then told him, "I am your aunt." She took both of them to a private area and angrily asked Tang Hao why he never remembered her all this time. In truth, Tang Xiang had developed a murderous aura, which needed to be cleansed. Tang Hao explained this to Yu Hua, and she reassured him that she could easily cleanse it. Tang Hao then asked about his elder brother. Yu Hua replied that he never shares his condition and always remains sad. The last time she went home, he was staring at a picture of the three of them, remembering the past. She urged Tang Hao to return home, but Tang Hao refused, saying he no longer wanted to rebuild the tribe. Yu Hua insisted, but Tang Xiang explained that it was not that his father didn't want to return, but rather that his body no longer supported him. Hearing this, Yu Hua was deeply shocked. Tang Hao admitted that even if he returned, he would be useless there. Tang Hao then told his son to train here for 1 year and meet him in the valley after a year. Before leaving, he warned, "Your greatest danger is not the enemies outside, but the enemy growing inside you." Tang Xiang realized that although Tang Hao had once been a powerful warrior, he had lost control of his heart and slowly became weak because of his emotions. He did not want his son to become strong outside but weak inside, which is why he brought him here to become strong internally. Tang Xiang began to doubt whether hands meant for killing could ever play music. Just then, Yu Hua arrived, explained the meaning of music and etiquette, motivated him, and told him to come to the classroom the next day, where his real training would begin. The next day, Tang Xiang entered the classroom and saw many children from noble families who wanted to excel in the music competition. After 1 year, royal families would come, and the top performer would get a chance to perform before them. When everyone was asked to play instruments, Tang Xiang wondered how he would play. As soon as he touched the instrument, harsh sounds came out, and the children mocked him. His murderous aura began activating, frightening everyone nearby. At that moment, Yu Hua played a single gentle note. Hearing this melodious sound, Tang Xiang instantly calmed down, and his murderous aura subsided. With a peaceful mind, he looked at the instrument and began playing beautifully, mesmerizing everyone. From then on, Tang Xiang worked extremely hard, studying extra music books and improving in both music and etiquette. His growth became very rapid. One day, Yu Hua arranged dance training for etiquette practice. Everyone chose partners. Tang Xiang approached a girl to ask for a dance, but she refused arrogantly, saying she was from a royal family and could not dance with a normal boy whose origin was unknown. This was a deep insult to Tang Xiang and his family. Yu Hua feared his murderous aura might activate, but instead Tang Xiang calmly explained that greatness comes from skills and actions, not royal blood. Then another girl, Prince Zhu's sister, stepped forward and danced with Tang Xiang. Yu Hua praised Tang Xiang, saying the first rule of etiquette is to treat everyone equally, which Tang Xiang had demonstrated perfectly. Because of his long, hard training, Tang Xiang had learned to control his murderous aura. Later, Prince Zhu's sister wrote a letter to Prince Zhu, telling him about Tang Yin and praising him as a very good boy. Prince Zhu was shocked, realizing his sister had begun to like Tang Yin. In truth, Tang Xiang had introduced himself as Tang Yin to hide his identity, since he had many enemies. Now, 1 full year had passed while Tang Xiang was learning there. There was a rule in that place that the student who learned the best would perform in the ceremony held after 1 year. Since Tang Xiang was the best student there, he was now performing in front of all the royal guests. Many royal guests were present, including Prince Zhu. Tang Xiang played the instrument beautifully, and everyone was stunned by his performance. The people who were working nearby became so mesmerized by his music that they forgot their work, and the rest of the audience began wishing their children could become like Tang Xiang. After the performance ended, Prince Zhu went to meet Tang Xiang, praised him, and said that he wanted to talk to him alone for a while. In truth, Tang Xiang did not want Prince Zhu to discover that he was Tang Xiang, so he refused to meet him and said that they would definitely talk the next time they met. But for now, he had some unfinished matters to take care of. While they were talking, Prince Zhu's sister kept staring at Tang Xiang, as she had started to like him. That night, Tang Xiang was standing on the balcony, lost in thought, when his aunt, Yu Hua, came there. She praised his skills and then jokingly said that he could easily marry Prince Zhu's sister because she liked him. Tang Xiang explained that he did not think of her in that way at all. When his aunt asked whether he had another girlfriend, Tang Xiang remembered Zivo and became sad. Yu Hua understood and comforted him, saying that love is like this. She told him that she too had once loved someone and sacrificed everything for love, but in the end she received only disappointment. Now that 1 year had been completed, Tang Xiang finished his training and returned to his father. He felt happy upon seeing him, but suddenly noticed that his father had lost 1 arm and 1 leg. Seeing this, Tang Xiang became furious, but his father calmed him down and asked whether he had not learned to control his anger there. His father explained that he himself had cut off 1 arm and 1 leg, and only after doing so had his internal injuries slightly healed. Looking at Tang Xiang, he realized that the time had come to tell him the truth about his mother and father. He began telling his story from the beginning. When he was Tang Xiang's age, he and his brother were able to cultivate very quickly because of their talent and hard training. Seeing their talent, people started calling them the double star of Hao Tian. The 2 brothers loved each other deeply and always practiced together. One day, their father sent them away for 1 year of training in different cities. During that time, they helped many people and gained much knowledge. One day, while traveling, they reached a village where they were given great respect. But during a ceremony, a huge monster appeared and kidnapped a child. The 2 brothers chased the monster and, after a long struggle, killed it together and rescued the child. The villagers began to worship them as heroes and celebrated joyfully. However, during the celebration, they failed to notice a dangerous soul beast, which suddenly attacked another child. Everyone rushed to save the child, but he was too far away. At that moment, Yin arrived, killed the soul beast, and saved the child. The moment he saw Yin, he fell in love with her. After talking with her, the 3 of them formed a group and began training together. Yin was extremely powerful. One day, while the 3 of them were sitting together, both brothers realized they loved Yin. But the elder brother understood his younger brother's feelings, stepped back for his sake, and returned permanently to the tribe. That same night, Yin and he confessed their love to each other. Yin revealed that she was actually a soul beast. This was shocking, but his love had crossed all limits, so he decided to marry her anyway. After some time, Tang Xiang was born. On the day Tang Xiang was born, they were returning to the tribe, but Marshal Soul Hall discovered that Yin was a soul beast and chased them to kill her. He tried desperately to protect her, but Yin bound him with her blue silver plant and sacrificed herself, telling him to protect Tang Xiang. Filled with rage, he defeated every warrior of Marshal Soul Hall. He could have killed them all, because Tian Hao was powerful enough to defeat them even if all attacked together. Yet he still found no peace, because Yin was gone. He knew the true mastermind was the Pope of Marshal Soul Hall, and if he wanted revenge, he would have to kill the Pope, who at that time was Qian Junji. After this, Tang Hao lived sadly in a nearby village. Later, he heard that Qian Junji died from illness. After his death, Martial Soul warriors went to the Hao Tian tribe and threatened his brother to expel Tang Hao. Unwillingly, his brother banished him to protect the tribe from destruction. After Tang Hao left, the Hao Tian tribe eventually declined, and he came to live in a village with Tang Xiang, working as a blacksmith. The rest Tang Xiang had seen with his own eyes. Hearing all this, Tang Xiang became extremely sad and cried seeing his father's missing arm and leg. His father explained that he was above level 90, so he could create temporary limbs, but when he cut them off, his soul bones separated, causing his rank to fall to 75. Apart from this disadvantage, he was still healthy. He told Tang Xiang that when he became strong enough and no longer needed to run from anyone, he should rebuild the tribe and dedicate it to his late grandfather. Tang Xiang agreed. Finally, Tang Hao gave him a mysterious box. As Tang Xiang began to open it, inside it, he finds a soul bone, which his mother had left behind for him. Following his father's instructions, Tang Xiang sits down to meditate there and begins absorbing the soul bone. While doing this, he sees his mother, who embraces him tightly and cries a lot. Now, Tang Xiang finally absorbs the soul bone. There were 3 soul bones inside the box, and his father tells him that the remaining 2 soul bones should be given to his uncle when he returns to the tribe. Then we learn a new truth. When Tang Xiang's mother died, she transformed back from human form into a blue-silver plant, and Tang Hao had grown many of Yin's plants there. This means that whenever many blue-silver plants appear around Tang Hao, they are actually Yin in plant form. Right now, Yin is in plant form, and if she wants to become human again, she must cultivate for thousands of years and reach the rank of a millennium soul beast, after which she can take human form again. Tang Hao is very sad, because he cannot wait thousands of years, and he expresses his sorrow in front of Tang Xiang. But Tang Xiang tells him that he knows a place where a plant's cultivation speed increases 1,000 times. You might be wondering, can plants cultivate too? In this world, all living beings can cultivate to increase their ranks, and other living beasts can transform into human form after reaching the Millennium Soul Beast rank. Hearing that such a place exists, Tang Hao is shocked and immediately asks about it. On the other side, we see Martial Soul Hall, where Huilina has returned, and she is granted the right to become the next pope because she came back after intense training in Slaughter City. Everyone is happy for her. Then the Pope announces that the soul beast they tried to capture 5 years ago has been found hiding in Stardew Forest. Inside Stardew Forest, we see Zivo, who lives with the giant ape and the lake dragon. This is the same dragon mentioned earlier by the Grandmaster and Dean. Both creatures are Zivo's close friends. She can talk to them, and they protect her. Zivo misses her human friends deeply, especially Tang Xiang, whom she misses the most. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong orders her powerful warriors to go to Stardew Forest and capture Zivo. At the same time, Tang Xiang brings his father to the Icefire Spring and says that his mother's cultivation speed will greatly increase here, allowing her to become human again quickly. Tang Hao is very happy to hear this and plants in there as Tang Xiang suggested. Then father and son talk, and Tang Xiang asks when he can return to Zivo. His father replies that both Tang Xiang and Zivo must first reach rank 60, because after rank 60, Zivo will fully become human and no longer be in danger. Before that, they must hide from Martial Soul Hall, since Martial Soul is after their lives. Tang Hao tells Tang Xiang to return to the tribe first and help them, and Tang Xiang sets off alone following his father's guidance. When he arrives, everything looks ruined. Suddenly, 3 warriors approach him and ask for his identity. When Tang Xiang shows the Hao Tian hammer, they realize who he is. In truth, Aunt Yuhua is already there, waiting for Tang Xiang, and she sent those 3 warriors to bring him. As they walk, Tang Xiang sees that to reach the destination, they must climb an iron chain, which is very difficult. He understands this is for the tribe's protection. While crossing, one man suddenly falls into the abyss. Without caring for his own life, Tang Xiang jumps down to save him. The remaining 2 think Tang Xiang has died, because the abyss is so deep that even a great Soul Land Master would die instantly. But suddenly, Tang Xiang flies back up, holding the rescued man in his arms. Here we learn that after absorbing the soul bone left by his mother, Tang Xiang gained the ability to fly. Finally, they reach the Hao Tian tribe's palace, which is extraordinary inside, filled with amazing artistry and designed so that enemies cannot even find their way. It is a highly secure area. Inside, Tang Xiang meets Aunt Yuhua and his uncle. He greets his aunt, but his uncle suddenly attacks him with force, applying immense pressure. Tang Xiang realizes this as a test. He immediately uses his Death God domain and Blue Silver Emperor domain to resist the pressure. Seeing his abilities, his uncle becomes very happy and greets him warmly. Tang Xiang then gives him the remaining 2 soul bones, saying his father sent them, and that he has come in his father's place to contribute to the tribe. His uncle is overjoyed, organizes a feast, and talks with him. He explains that they are the 3rd generation. Currently about 200 people remain in the tribe. Only some attended the celebration, the rest are training in the yard. Within the tribe, there are 2 different mindsets. One group supports Tang Xiang's uncle and believes Tang Hao was not at fault. The real blame lies with the evil Martial Soul Hall. The other group, including powerful elders, believes Tang Hao caused the tribe's destruction by falling in love with a soul beast, and they will never accept Tang Xiang. His uncle tells him not to lose courage and to stay strong. Just as they are talking, the elders arrive, all staring angrily at Tang Xiang. The moment they saw Tang San, they understood that he possessed the death domain and that he was just as powerful as his father. But even then, the elders said to him, "You may indeed be as strong as your father, but we do not need another Hao Tian to destroy our tribe. Tang San remained humble, bowed before them, and apologized on behalf of his father. He said that he had come to correct his father's mistakes and that he wanted to restore the tribe's glory. Despite hearing all this, the elders insulted his father and abused his mother, then explained how 20 years ago Marshal Sol Hall killed the son of the seventh elder. After that incident, the seventh elder and his followers started a movement to expel Tang Hao from the tribe. After learning all this, Tang San said, "Yes, the tribe suffered 20 years ago because of my father. But the real damage was caused by Marshal Sol Hall. So your enemy should be Marshal Sol Hall, not my father. Still, since this happened because of my father, I have already apologized. But you insulted my mother, and now I will not spare you." Hearing this, all the elders looked at Tang San in shock, because he had openly challenged the seventh elder. The seventh elder laughed and said, "How could you possibly defeat me? First, fight my disciple." He sent his disciple forward and ordered, "Defeat Tang San. If you fail, I will imprison you for 1 year." This disciple's name was Tang Hu, and he was the strongest disciple here. Tang San then said that if he defeated Tang Hu, the seventh elder would have to fight him personally. The seventh elder agreed, and the battle between Tang San and Tang Hu began. The entire tribe, along with Tang San's uncle, watched the fight. Tang Hu's rank was 64, and he belonged to the Storm Branch. Tang San's rank was 59, and he was a Control Branch warrior. However, Tang San possessed the Death God domain, which could give him the advantage. Tang San summoned his blue-silver plant, and seeing his twin martial souls, everyone was shocked. Tang Hu attacked with his hammer, but Tang San used Four Spirit Drink and trapped him inside a blue-silver cage. Tang Hu tried to break free, and Tang San realized the cage would soon shatter, so he increased its density and slowly injected poison into Tang Hu's body. After some time, Tang Hu broke the cage with full strength, and the fight turned into hand-to-hand combat. Tang San then pulled him away using blue-silver plant, threw him aside, and used his new abilities gained after becoming the Blue-Silver Emperor. He unleashed Blue-Silver Emperor Tyrant Spear and attacked. And finally, Tang Hu was defeated. Seeing the power of the spear, the seventh elder was shocked, realizing that even he could not withstand a direct hit. Now Tang San challenged the seventh elder. The seventh elder stood up and declared, "I will use only 30% of my power, and you must defeat me." Tang San replied that he would use soul bones, so the elder could use 40% power. But the seventh elder mocked him and insisted he would still win with only 30%. Tang San agreed and said he would choose the battlefield, the iron chain outside the tribe. Everyone gathered there. Standing on the iron chain, they set the conditions. If Tang San wins, he may stay in the tribe, help it grow, and receive 3 wishes. If Tang San loses, he must leave the tribe forever. The fight began. Tang San quickly realized the seventh elder was a soul land master with 20 years of training, making victory extremely difficult. Meanwhile, Tang Hao sat beside Yi near the Icefire Lake, worrying about Tang San. Tang San used hidden weapons combined with blue-silver plant in the best possible way, dodging attacks and counterattacking. But the seventh elder summoned 2 hammers, attacking from front and back simultaneously. Tang San formed defenses using blue-silver domain, death domain, blue-silver aura. The hammers collided, and everyone thought Tang San was crushed. But he had escaped using ghostly trace. Enraged, the seventh elder exceeded 40% power. Tang San began to weaken, yet refused to give up. An iconic battle unfolded, and the iron chain broke, causing both to fall downward. While falling, the seventh elder empowered his hammer with all spirit rings and hurled it at Tang San, then returned upward. Tang San, still falling, first threw his spear, then defended using Death God Domain, Blue-Silver Domain, Spider Leg Soul Bone. The hammer collided through everything, injuring Tang San, but he was still able to fight and rose back up. Everyone was shocked, because he had endured an attack from a Soul Land master. His uncle supported him, and Tang San sat down to meditate due to injuries. The seventh elder believed Tang San was dead and approached happily, but upon seeing him alive, he was terrified and thought the uncle had interfered. However, the second elder declared, Tang San received no help. The seventh elder lost. He had cheated during the match. The seventh elder accepted defeat, and the second elder dismissed everyone. After 20 years, Tang San had returned to the tribe, so a celebration was announced. Everyone praised Tang San, noting that even Tang Hao wasn't this powerful at his age. Tang San's uncle then suggested to the second elder that Tang Hao should be brought back and his exile revoked. But despite being kind toward Tang San, the second elder refused, leaving everyone shocked. In truth, whatever happened in the tribe, the elders still consider Tang Hao responsible, and they will never allow him to enter the tribe again. Tang San wanted to meet his grandfather, but the second elder also told him that his grandfather would not see him, because he hates Tang Hao and all of Tang Hao's family members. Tang San asked how he could convince his grandfather and how he could remove the old grudges. The second elder replied that if he truly wanted to make his grandfather happy, he would have to complete 3 tasks. If Tang Sen accomplished these 3 things, then not only would he be able to meet his grandfather, but his father could also return to the tribe, and Tang Hao himself would appoint Tang San as the next chief of the tribe. Hearing this, Tang Sen became very happy and quickly asked about the 3 tasks. The second elder then told him, 1. Tang Sen must reach rank 80. 2. He must bring back the head of a Soul Land Master from Martial Soul Hall. 3. He must obtain a Decade Millennium Soul Ring. Tang Sen had to achieve all of this within just 10 years. After accomplishing everything, he would obtain everything he desired. Hearing these conditions, Tang Sen trembled, yet he had to complete them at any cost, because he wanted to bring his father back and restore the tribe. On the other side, we see Mr. Dai and Cat Girl returning together to Shrek School. Actually, 5 years ago, all the children had promised to hold a reunion after 5 years, and now, after 5 years, everyone was coming there to meet each other. Mr. Dai tried to enter, but a child stopped him angrily, saying outsiders were not allowed. Mr. Dai replied, "I am Mr. Dai, and I need to go inside." Hearing this, the child looked at him suspiciously and said, "If you are Mr. Dai, then I must be Tang San." Soon, more children gathered and jokingly said, "Yes, I'm Motu, I'm Ning Rong Rong, and I'm Cat Girl too." This scene became very funny, and Mr. Dai felt happy, because even after 5 years, his popularity had not decreased. Then Motu arrived, became happy seeing Mr. Dai and Cat Girl, and ran to hug Cat Girl. But Mr. Dai quickly stepped in and hugged Motu instead, making the moment even funnier. After that, Ning Rong Rong arrived, and the 4 of them felt happy seeing each other. However, Oscar was not with Ning Rong Rong. When they asked about him, she explained that 5 years ago Oscar had left her, asking for 10 years to train. Just then, Tang Sen arrived and greeted everyone. They could not recognize him, and when they saw Tang San's belt, they thought he had killed Tang San and taken it. Everyone became furious and attacked him immediately. A fight broke out, but Tang San handled all of them alone. Finally, the match stopped, and Motu revealed they had recognized Tang San. It was just a small prank. Then Mr. Zhao arrived, felt very happy seeing all his little monsters, and took them inside. On the other side, we see Oscar, who had joined a group that helped him hunt a soul beast for a soul piece. The group's leader was Hulk, a rank 76 warrior. Hulk was very kind and followed Oscar's guidance, because he knew how knowledgeable Oscar was. However, all the other team members were jealous. They wanted to become the leader and resented Oscar and Hulk. After killing a soul beast, Oscar began absorbing its spirit ring and noticed a soul bone inside it. Seeing this, the other members became greedy. Although the beast belonged to Oscar, they wanted the soul bone and moved to eliminate him. Hulk tried to stop them, leading to an iconic battle between Hulk and the team. But since Hulk was alone, he was defeated. Elsewhere, we see the Dean, who had been acting lazy, but when the little monsters arrived, he became very happy. The Grandmaster and Erlong also arrived and felt happy seeing them. Erlong could not even recognize Tang San, because he had changed so much. During their conversation, we learn Cat Girl is about to become the queen of Jingla Empire, since Mr. Dai is now the crown prince. Ning Rong Rong has been chosen as the next chief of her tribe. Motu is close to reaching rank 50. Meanwhile, Oscar finally obtained the spirit ring and soul bone. When he saw his teammates attacking together, he stood up to fight. Oscar was no longer the same as before. He had mastered martial arts, and, despite being from the food branch, could fight extremely well. He possessed many hidden weapons given by Tang San, and had learned to use them almost as skillfully as Tang San himself, greatly improving his combat abilities. Using hidden weapons, Oscar gained the upper hand, but the opposing side attacked him with different martial souls. Oscar counterattacked, and since his rank was now 60, an iconic level battle took place. On the other side, Tang San told everyone his story. How he had to leave Zivo, how he trained hard with his father, how he went to Slaughter City, met Hui Lina, and obtained the Death God domain, how he became the Blue Silver Emperor. He also told the story of his parents' love, how they met, how Martial Soul Hall attacked them, and how their love could not be fulfilled because of Martial Soul Hall. Then he explained the tribe's 3 conditions given by the second elder. The Grandmaster understood that they wanted to turn Tang San into a great Soul Land Master, so that the Tianhao Empire's name would shine across the continent again. Meanwhile, Oscar continued fighting and used his 6th soul skill, Cloning Sausage, which created a clone of himself. Both of them then combined Piercing Feather skill and attacked the opponent together. Ning Rong Rong also shared her story with them, explaining how Oscar had left her. She was crying a lot, but the Dean comforted her and said, "You should trust him. He will definitely come back." After that, the Dean told all of them that he had prepared something big for the 5 of them, something that would make their names famous throughout the entire school. Actually, the Dean was planning a match between the 5 of them versus Mr. Zhao and himself. He had even invited all the students to watch this match, because he wanted to show everyone the strength of Shrek School's graduated students. And also, he wanted to earn money from ticket sales. The Dean, Frander, did not want to fight himself, so he decided to send Erlong in his place. But Erlong refused directly and said, "You are the boss here, and you never do any work. So this time, you will fight yourself." On the other side, we see Oscar, who had used his sixth spirit ring in his battle. His sixth spirit skill was called Cloning Sausage. By using it, he copied Hulk's martial soul and absorbed it into himself. Because of this, Hulk's martial soul temporarily transferred to Oscar, and Oscar and Hulk together defeated all the team members. However, Oscar was seriously injured during the battle, so he lost consciousness. After some time, when he woke up, he saw Hulk beside him. Hulk gave him something and asked about his sixth soul skill. Oscar explained, after consuming Cloning Sausage, he can copy and use his partner's martial soul. That's why in the fight, he was able to copy Hulk's Snow Demon Bear and use it himself. But there were limitations. If the partner's soul power is higher than Oscar's, he can use only 70% of it. If the partner's soul power is lower, he can use up to 80%. The copied martial soul lasts for 3 minutes, and using this skill consumes 2/3 of his soul power. Because of this massive consumption, Oscar fainted after the battle. After that, Hulk gave Oscar the soul bone of the beast he had killed and told him to absorb it. Oscar wanted Hulk to absorb it instead, because Hulk could use it better. But since Oscar had killed the soul beast, the right belonged to him. So Hulk insisted that Oscar should take it, and finally, Oscar absorbed the soul bone. After gaining it, Oscar became even stronger, and now he was fully qualified to go to Ning Rong Rong and become her husband. On the other side, inside Shrek School, all the students were preparing to enter the arena. The Grandmaster told everyone to wear masks, because they had already attracted the attention of Martial Soul Hall, and Martial Soul Hall was also searching for Tang San. Everyone entered the arena and faced Mr. Zhao and the dean. All the students summoned their martial souls, and the scene became extremely exciting, because their ranks had increased significantly. Their skills had reached a very high level. Dean Frander told everyone, "This match is not for entertainment, but for learning and motivation, so that everyone can see how strong their seniors have become." Then the dean asked Erlong to light an incense stick and announced, "The students must hold out until the incense burns out. If they fail to endure, they lose." Mr. Zhao was actually very nervous, because they were already strong before, and now after 5 years, they had become even stronger. But Dean Frander calmed him and said, "I will protect you from these kids." Now both Mr. Zhao and Dean Frander summoned their martial souls, and Erlong started the battle. During the fight, Dean used pressure to bind everyone. Mr. Zhao rushed toward the students and attacked, but Mr. Dai counterattacked him. Then Dean Frander flew into the air and attacked, and an iconic level battle began. Everyone thought Motu was weak, but now Motu also used his powers and attacked Dean Frander, injuring him badly. At that moment, Dean remembered that a few months ago Motu had sent him a letter, saying he had obtained special spirit rings and had become very strong. Back then, Dean did not believe it, but now seeing Motu's strength, he was completely shocked. Then the other students also used their best spirit ring abilities, and Mr. Zhao used the power of Akula. But even then, Mr. Zhao was defeated and severely injured. The students told Dean Frander, "If we defeat you too, it won't be good for you. So it's better to declare this match a draw." But Dean did not want to accept defeat. However, since he could not win alone, he came up with a plan. He came down and announced, "Mr. Zhao has already lost. And this itself is the greatest achievement of these students. So this match ends here." After the match, Mr. Zhao went to the dean's office, where the dean treated his injuries, and the scene became very funny. On the other side, inside Martial Soul Hall, we see Bibi Dong, who called a Soul Land Master and ordered him to gather an army, and to complete the task within the darkness of tonight at any cost. Meanwhile, inside Shrek School, all the students were laughing and enjoying together. The dean, seeing them, realized that in the future, all of them would become very famous. He then asked everyone about their future goals. Motu said that after traveling for 5 years, he now wanted to stay here and become a teacher, which made the dean very happy. Tang Sen said he would go to Zivo, because he hadn't met her for 5 years. Mr. Dai said he would stay here for a few days, then return to his empire with Catgirl and manage things there. The dean then told everyone, "If in the future you don't have a place to stay or feel lost, you can always come here. You will get protection here," and Martial Soul Hall would not dare to attack, because students from 2 major empires study here, and attacking would mean facing both empires. Meanwhile, Ning Rong Rong was still sad thinking about Oscar, so she couldn't decide her future goal. Suddenly, she even started feeling pain in her head. Then we see Ning Tribe, where Chief Ning was observing the disciples, who were training very hard because of Ning Rong Rong. Actually, to make the tribe stronger, Ning Rong Rong had pushed them into intense training. While Chief Ning was watching, suddenly guards at the tribe's border were attacked by Martial Soul Hall's army. News spread quickly, alarms started ringing everywhere, and everyone realized that the tribe was under attack. The soldiers and disciples of the tribe tried to resist Martial Soul Hall, using the hidden weapons created by Tang San, and many of Martial Soul Hall's soldiers started dying. But then, 3 Soul Land Masters from Martial Soul Hall arrived, broke through the walls, and allowed their army to enter inside. After that, intense hand-to-hand combat began. Then Chief Ning's father, known as Uncle Swad, arrived and started fighting everyone. He was extremely powerful. The other disciples quickly spread the news throughout the tribe, and soon the entire tribe joined the battle, using Tang San's weapons. However, Hui Lina arrived there, and using her martial soul, she began spreading fire everywhere. She was so powerful that she even set water on fire. There was destruction everywhere, and Uncle Swad alone was holding off 3 Soul Land Masters at once. Seeing his father in such a situation, Chief Ning felt deep sorrow, and the commander urged him to escape immediately. With no other choice, Chief Ning had to leave his father behind fighting and escape. On the other side, inside Shrek School, we see the Grandmaster and Ning Rong Rong when Chief Ning arrives to meet them. He explains everything. Martial Soul Hall attacked their tribe. More than 2,000 disciples were killed. Their tribe was completely destroyed. He also tells them that his father fought 3 Soul Land Masters alone. He defeated them, forcing them to retreat. But despite that, the entire tribe was destroyed, and Uncle Swad lost one of his arms. Hearing this, Ning Rong Rong becomes extremely sad. Chief Ning then says that after the Cabello Amber tribe, Martial Soul Hall will attack the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family next. Hearing this, Erlong and the Grandmaster are shocked, because that is their own family. They immediately leave to warn their family. Meanwhile, we see Bibi Dong, who is reviewing the attack results and learns that many of her own soldiers also died. Because of this, she becomes angry, strengthens her army further, and orders an attack on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. On the other side, Erlong and the Grandmaster, while traveling toward their family, see many dead bodies floating in the water. They realize that their family has already been destroyed, and that their relatives, including their father and brothers, have been killed. Seeing this, Erlong breaks down emotionally, and the Grandmaster tries to comfort her, but she keeps crying uncontrollably. Meanwhile, we see Tang Sen entering the Star Doe forest because he wanted to meet Zivo. The forest was filled with many kinds of soul beasts, and Tang Sen carefully observed them while moving forward. Back at Shrek School, the Grandmaster returns, and Erlong is still crying. He learns that Mr. Dai and the others have gone to seek help from different tribes against Martial Soul Hall. Out of the 7 strongest tribes, 4 were already under Martial Soul Hall's control. 2, Cabello Amber tribe and Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, have been destroyed. Only Tianhu tribe remains, and it will likely be the next target. The Grandmaster is filled with anger, because when his father was killed, Martial Soul Hall had ruthlessly extracted his soul bone while he was still alive, causing him immense suffering before death. On the other side, Bibi Dong feels satisfied after destroying the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, but she is still angry due to her losses. At that moment, Hui Lina arrives and says that she will personally lead the next battle, so that no more soldiers are lost unnecessarily. Meanwhile, seeing that the hidden weapons are not working, Zivo attacks the spider directly. Tang Sen joins in with hand-to-hand combat, but it still has little effect. Zivo narrowly escapes death. When Tang, without caring for his life, he attacks the spider directly and uses his spider legs to tear its back apart. The spider gets severely injured and escapes. Tang San is now heavily wounded, but Zivo supports him and carries him forward. But suddenly, Elder Yu appears and stops them both, and summons his martial soul, blocking Tang San's path. Soon after, more warriors from Martial Soul Hall arrive, and all of them summon their martial souls and attack Tang San together to capture Zivo. Tang San tries to dodge their attacks, but he knows he won't be able to escape like this. So, he comes up with an idea. He decides to throw Zivo into the air, because if he doesn't, she will die along with him. As soon as Tang San throws Zivo upward, all the warriors shift their focus toward her, stopping their attack on him and trying to capture her instead. From below, Tang San uses his blue-silver plant to hold them back, buying time for Zivo to escape. He fights all of them alone, gradually pushing them back. The battle becomes extremely deadly, and Martial Soul Hall destroys Tang San's spider legs. Tang San is now severely injured, but he still continues fighting. At the same time, Tian Hua senses that his son is in danger, and he fears that his son may suffer the same fate as him. He becomes worried, but he still has complete faith in Tang San. Meanwhile, the battle continues. Instead of chasing Zivo directly, Martial Soul Hall forms a formation, releasing a powerful energy to capture her. But suddenly, Tang San steps in front of that energy attack. Seeing this, Hui Lina is shocked, and everyone else is stunned, because what Tang San is about to do is clearly suicide. Before the energy hits him, Tang San throws the poisonous parts of his broken soul bones toward Martial Soul Hall. But they dodge it, and the attack ends up hitting Tang San himself. Now heavily wounded, Tang San is about to collide with the energy. But at that moment, Zivo shouts, "I won't let you die." Suddenly, a massive explosion occurs. Everything stops. Tang San and Martial Soul Hall both freeze, shocked, and no one understands what just happened. Then Martial Soul Hall realizes the truth. Zivo, who is a soul beast, has sacrificed herself. She converted her soul into a spirit ring and absorbed it into Tang San's body. When a soul beast sacrifices itself, it creates a huge explosion, which prevented the energy attack from hitting Tang San. Zivo gave up her life to save Tang San. Seeing this, everyone in Martial Soul Hall is shocked. Huilina also realizes that if anyone truly deserved Tang San's love, it was Zivo. Feeling heartbroken, she leaves, and the entire Martial Soul Hall army withdraws, because their mission has now failed. Zivo is gone. Then we see Zivo's soul, moving toward Tang San, healing his wounds and embracing him. It becomes an extremely heartbreaking scene, and then her soul slowly disperses. The next day, Tang San wakes up and sees a small rabbit in front of him. He immediately understands what happened. That rabbit is Zivo's body, but her soul has already dispersed. The body is also injured, and when Tang San tries to talk to her, there is no response. Nearby stand the giant ape and the lake demon, both of whom were Zivo's close companions, and they are just as heartbroken. Tang San hugs the rabbit and breaks down in tears. Suddenly, he notices the love-sick herb, which he had once given to Zivo. He remembers that this herb can separate life and death and protect its master. He wonders if it might have preserved a fragment of Zivo's soul. He feeds one leaf of the herb to the rabbit. The rabbit shows slight movement. Tang San realizes that there is still some hope. He becomes very happy as the herb begins to take effect and the body shows signs of life. However, the giant ape says, Zivo has sacrificed her soul. Even if her body awakens, it won't change anything. Tang San is filled with rage toward Martial Soul Hall, because they are the reason both his mother and his beloved had to sacrifice themselves. He decides to take revenge. For 7 days and 7 nights, Tang San sits holding Zivo, thinking only about her. He doesn't eat anything during this time. The giant ape feels sad for him. After 7 days, the rabbit finally shows more movement, and Tang San becomes happy again. But the giant ape says that there is still no true life inside it. Tang San hasn't slept for 7 days, and due to exhaustion, he collapses unconscious and begins to dream. In his dream, he sees Zivo. Seeing her causes intense pain in his head, and then he realizes that all his attributes have increased, including his mental strength. This happened because Zivo gave him her soul. Zivo tells him, "You have reached the 65th rank, and now you must become the strongest warrior on the continent." But Tang San replies, "I don't want to become anything. I just want to stay with you." Zivo gently calms him and says, "You must become a great Soul Land master and take revenge against Martial Soul Hall. My soul will always be with you. Just take care of yourself." Tang San starts crying, but then Zivo begins to fade away, and in fear, he wakes up. After waking up, he cries deeply for Zivo. Seeing him like this, the giant ape tells him, "If you are truly a man, then stop crying and do something. Bring Zivo back to life." Tang San is shocked and asks, "Can I really bring her back?" He explains, "Zivo sacrificed her life for him. Only Tang San can bring her back. She gave him not only her spirit rings, but also her soul. The rabbit he is holding is Zivo's body. She also sacrificed her thousands of years of cultivation. Everything is gone, but her body still remains, and it is slowly improving. It is still possible to restore her soul, but it will require great struggle." Tang San is ready to face any challenge for Zivo, and seeing this, the giant ape realizes that Zivo chose the right person. He then explains the method. To bring Zivo back, Tang San needs 3 things. 1. Sacred Soul Root, to awaken her soul. 2. 9th Grade Ginseng King, to restore her body. 3. Ancient Soul Beast's Soul Essence, to reunite soul and body. The third item is already with Tang San, because he obtained it earlier by killing a beast. Now he only needs to find the first 2 items. With this determination, Tang San sets out on his journey to find them. When Bibi Dong finds out everything, that Huilina couldn't differentiate between Tang Yin and Tang San, and that Tang San tricked her, she becomes extremely angry and scolds her harshly. She is also furious at the elders, blaming their carelessness and foolishness for losing someone like Zivo. As punishment, she locks Huilina inside the castle. After venting her anger, she says, "What's done is done. Now we must focus on the war. Our next target is the Tian-Do Empire." On the other side, we see Prince Zhu, standing somewhere with an evil smile. Then we see the Emperor of Tian-Do Empire, who has been poisoned and has fallen seriously ill. Meanwhile, we see Tang San, who is moving forward and checking the soul bone he received from Zivo. He uses it to create an armor, but after forming it, he cannot control it, because his 4 soul bones start clashing with each other, making it unstable. So, he removes the armor and realizes that only the Grandmaster can help him solve this problem. He decides to go directly to him. At the same time, we see the Grandmaster, who is training the soldiers of Tian-Do Empire, because he knows that Martial Soul Hall will target this empire next. He is making them train under gravity pressure, and he himself is also standing within it. In reality, Martial Soul Hall destroyed his entire family, and since he cannot take revenge directly, he is punishing himself through this harsh training. Mr. Zhao is also training the soldiers, and everyone is working extremely hard, because if Tiandou Empire loses, there will be destruction everywhere. Erlong feels very sad seeing the Grandmaster, as he is pushing himself too hard. Meanwhile, Tang San is remembering Zivo, and the giant ape, Joint Ape, tells him, after Zivo comes back to life, you will have to return the soul bone she gave you, and you will also need to bring the 9 rings of Feng Hao Delaw. During this process, Tang San's martial soul will enter Zivo, and his years of cultivation will be lost. Hearing this, Tang San feels sad, but he knows he cannot live without Zivo, so he is ready to do anything to bring her back. After saying goodbye to the giant ape, Tang San heads toward the Tiandou Empire to meet the Grandmaster. As he moves toward the palace, he encounters the 4th prince, whose soldiers are beating common people, and they even try to whip Tang San. Tang San stops them, and seeing his defiance, all the soldiers attack him together. But Tang San defeats all of them alone. Then the 4th prince, named Zhu Bank, steps down from his carriage. He is extremely arrogant and always troubles the people. Tang San moves forward to teach him a lesson, but suddenly, a poison master appears to protect him and asks Tang San to step back. The poison master doesn't recognize Tang San because his appearance has changed. Tang San introduces himself and says, "How weak is your eyesight that you couldn't recognize me?" The poison master realizes that he is Tang San, becomes happy, and greets him warmly. He tells Prince Zhu Bank that Tang San is his friend, and then takes Tang San into a room. There, Tang San explains everything. How Zivo transformed into a rabbit, how he is now searching for a way to bring her back to life, and how he wants to take revenge on Marshal Soul Hall, but will first become stronger. Then Tang San asks why the poison master is protecting someone like Zhu Bank. The poison master explains the situation. The emperor has 4 sons. The middle suspect is Zhu Qinghe, but there is no proof. The poison used was not ordinary, but related to a poison-type martial soul. At that time, all 4 princes were inside the palace, and guards were outside, so it was unclear how it happened. He also explains that the emperor, Zhu Yu, has now been poisoned as well and is in critical condition. The poison used on the emperor is commonly associated with Prince Zhu Qinghe, making him highly suspicious. Tang San realizes that Zhu Qinghe is not as gentle and noble as he appears. They then discuss Martial Soul Hall, and Tang San learns that Martial Soul Hall has started attacking tribes. They have destroyed the Grandmaster's tribe, and also Chief Ning's tribe. Hearing this, Tang San is shocked and deeply saddened. He also learns that Martial Soul Hall is planning to attack Tiandou Empire next. Tang San immediately goes to meet the Grandmaster. There, Grandmaster, Erlong, and Mr. Zhao are giving intense training to the disciples. Erlong notices the rabbit in Tang San's hands and asks about it. Tang San asks them to move to a quiet place and explains everything about Zivo. Hearing this, Erlong becomes furious, but the Grandmaster calms her down. While they are talking, the Grandmaster suddenly faints and is taken to a room. Tang San learns that due to extreme training and stress, the Grandmaster has weakened his health significantly. After that, Tang San goes to meet the Dean, who asks him, "What will you do now?" Tang San replies that he will train and become stronger. The Dean encourages him and says, "You can stay here and train." Ma Hongjun, Mo Tu, and Ning Rongrong are also here. The Tiandou Empire will provide you with all the facilities you need. The next day, that can be effective against Martial Soul Hall. Then he goes to Mo Tu and tells him that he plans to create a new sect. Mo Tu becomes very happy. Tang San decides to name it the Tang Sect, based on the knowledge from his previous life. Mo Tu asks whether this will create conflict with their current sect, and whether Tianhou sect will be upset. Tang San replies, "The Tianhou sect has already ended. I will build my own sect, and in the future, I will also support the fallen Tianhou sect." Then they see Ning Rongrong. Tang San asks her about her father's condition, which is still serious. He asks her to arrange a meeting with Chief Ning. Then he whispers a secret into her ear. After hearing it, Ning Rongrong promises not to tell anyone and leaves. Meanwhile, Oscar is secretly watching from behind a tree. He starts thinking that Ning Rongrong and Tang San are in a relationship, although he doesn't recognize that it is Tang San. So after Ning Rongrong leaves, Oscar comes directly in front of Tang San and asks him about Ning Rongrong, what kind of relationship he has with her. Tang San also fails to recognize Oscar because Oscar has now grown up and changed a lot. Because of this, Tang San doesn't tell him anything. Then Oscar attacks him, and Tang San also retaliates. A fight begins between the two. During the fight, Oscar uses hidden weapons and tries to defeat Tang San. Their battle reaches an iconic level, and from here we get to see Oscar's true power. Then Tang San releases his murderous aura and activates his martial soul, trying to trap Oscar within it. But Oscar's skills are very refined, so he manages to escape the blue silver plant, and the fight continues again. Now Oscar uses his martial soul, and Tang San is shocked to see it, because even though Oscar belongs to the 4th branch, he is extremely skilled in combat. When Tang San is unable to defeat him using the blue silver plant, he brings out his hammer. Upon seeing his twin martial soul, Oscar immediately realizes that this is none other than Tang San. He stops fighting, and Tang San also realizes that this is Oscar. Then both of them embrace each other. Tang San wants to take Oscar back to the school to talk, but Oscar refuses to go there. So they both go to a quiet place and start talking. Tang San tells Oscar about Ning Rongrong's condition and says that she is very troubled. He tells him that Oscar has caused her a lot of pain, and now he should go back to her. Oscar has now become strong enough to protect Ning Rongrong, but even now he hesitates to face her. That's because during these 5 years, Oscar went through intense training, and due to that, his face now has many scars. Hearing this, Tang San feels very sad and says that even if he becomes the greatest person in the world, he would never leave Zivo. Then he tells Oscar the entire story of Zivo, what happened to her. After hearing everything, Oscar becomes very emotional and finally decides to face Ning Rongrong. While they are talking, Tang San suddenly faints and collapses. Oscar takes him back to the school, where he is given rest. Oscar feels very happy meeting all his old friends again. Then Grandmaster comes to see Tang San and talks to him. From here we learn that Tang San fainted because of his intense training, and also because he is unable to properly control the new soul bones he has obtained. Grandmaster examines his new soul bones and realizes that Tang San is about to gain a special ability known as the Spirit Bone Fusion skill. What exactly this skill is, we will learn in upcoming episodes. But for now, just know that acquiring such a skill is extremely rare, and in the entire continent, only one person possesses it, and that is none other than Bibi Dong. After that, they talk about Martial Soul Hall, and Tang San comes to know that Grandmaster is currently dependent on Tiandu Empire and is not making any independent plans. Tang San doesn't find this appropriate because the internal situation of Tiandu Empire itself is unstable. He tells them about Prince Zhu Qinghe and Zubin, and shares his suspicion that perhaps Prince Zhu Qinghe is behind poisoning the emperor. Tang San wants to deal with Martial Soul Hall by training together with his friends. So he tells Grandmaster about the Tang sect that he is creating and says that all his friends will be part of it. However, to build this sect, he needs resources and power. Therefore, he asks for permission to leave, as he needs to gather those resources. Grandmaster also wants to help Tang San in building this sect. But since Grandmaster is very close to the Emperor, Tang San wants someone trustworthy to stay with the Emperor during such critical times. So he asks Grandmaster to remain there. After that, they all go outside, where they see Ning Rongrong approaching along with her father. Seeing them, Oscar hides his face. But Tang San encourages him, and Oscar finally shows his face to Ning Rongrong. The moment she sees him, Ning Rongrong starts crying and hugs him tight. Taitan are very happy to see each other. They are old friends and have great respect for one another. Inside, Old Rhino asks for Tang San's introduction. But when he finds out that Tang San is the son of Tang Hao, he becomes extremely angry. The people of the defense attribute hate Tang Hao because they believe that it was due to him that the Hao Tian tribe was destroyed and all 4 attributes were forced to separate. They hold Tang Hao responsible for everything. So when Old Rhino learns that Tang San is Tang Hao's son, he gets furious and tells him to leave immediately. However, Tang San apologizes and says that he is apologizing on behalf of his father. Even then, Old Rhino does not calm down and releases his energy to force Tang San out. But Tang San withstands the pressure and remains standing there. Titan tries hard to calm Old Rhino and explains that this is not the time for internal conflict. Right now, they need to unite and fight against Martial Soul Hall. If they fail to do so, Martial Soul Hall will destroy all 4 clans. He also says that even though they hate Tang Hao, starting a civil conflict right now would be foolish. It is better to unite. Moreover, Tang San is not at fault, and the Tang sect he is creating has no connection with the Hao Tian tribe. So they should not treat him this way. But Old Rhino's heart is filled with hatred for Tang Hao, so he refuses to listen. Even then, Tang San continues to move forward while enduring his energy. At this point, Old Rhino realizes that Tang San is a powerful warrior, just like his father. Old Rhino then gives him a challenge. He says that if Tang San truly wants to stay here, he must defeat him. He will only use half of his power, and Tang San must withstand him. Tang San accepts the challenge. They all go outside, and Motu creates a circle using his flames. The rule is that Tang San must push Old Rhino out of the circle. They are not allowed to use their martial souls, only martial arts. Whoever steps out of the circle loses and must obey the winner. The fight begins. Titan lights an incense stick, and they must fight until it burns out. Old Rhino releases his immense energy, causing the entire place to tremble. He is extremely powerful, and his specialty is defense. He can withstand even the strongest attacks. Tang San's friends become worried because this challenge favors Old Rhino the most. At the start of the fight, Old Rhino gives Tang San the first move. Tang San attacks him, but Old Rhino easily withstands it. Then Tang San uses the God Killer domain and attacks again. This time, Old Rhino is pushed back and barely manages to stay within the circle. Now Old Rhino realizes that he cannot take this match lightly. He becomes serious and attacks Tang San with full force. One of his punches lands directly on Tang San. Seeing this, Motu becomes extremely worried, and a massive energy wave spreads around. During the fight, Tang Xin uses his hammer and launches a full power attack at Old Rhino. Old Rhino is unable to defend against this attack and is thrown far outside the ring. After that, Old Rhino accepts his defeat and praises Tang San, saying that he is truly an outstanding warrior and that he is allowed to stay here. Everyone becomes very happy. Then Titan asks Old Rhino to join the Tang sect. However, Old Rhino still refuses because he does not want to take the risk of uniting again only to be separated later. Titan tries to explain to him again and reminds him about a competition from 5 years ago where a group of young fighters defeated even Marshal Soul Hall. He says that his grandson was also part of that winning team. Hearing this, Old Rhino is shocked and goes to Tai Long to congratulate him because he knows how difficult it is to defeat Marshal Soul Hall. But Tai Long tells him that their victory was only possible because of Tang San. Hearing this, Old Rhino is completely stunned. He realizes that Tang San is even stronger than his father, and if he builds a sect, it will surely rise to great heights. While they are talking, suddenly a leader from the armored elephant clan arrives at their gate. Everyone goes to meet him. The leader speaks respectfully and tells them that he has joined Marshal Soul Hall, and slowly Marshal Soul Hall will bring more sects under its control. He also advises Old Rhino to join Marshal Soul Hall, saying that after 1 year there will be elections, and they can become elders there. He tries to lure him with power and status. But Old Rhino firmly refuses and says that he may become a dog of Marshal Soul Hall if he wants. But he himself, White Bird, realizes that he must use his martial soul. He releases his martial soul. And the moment everyone sees it, they are shocked and terrified. Got scared watching this moment. But at the last second, the situation was handled, and the fight took an unexpected turn. At one point, the situation even became slightly funny and lighthearted, but Tang San was still struggling to keep up with Old White Bird's speed. However, something inside Tang San awakened, allowing him to escape danger and avoid a serious outcome. This kind of forced energy usage was dangerous for the body, and everyone realized that continuing like this could harm him. After that, Tang San admits defeat, saying that he relied on tricks and not purely on speed. But Old White Bird also says that he lost, because he wasn't able to touch Tang San within the time limit. So in the end, the match is declared a draw. This fight creates mutual respect between them, and they begin to admire each other. After this, Tang San proposes that the Speed Clan should join his Tang sect, but Old White Bird refuses. He explains that he cannot leave his current obligations and alliances. It is revealed that among the 4 clans, the Speed Clan depends heavily on external support and has previously relied on powerful backers to survive. Because of this, Old White Bird feels indebted and cannot simply abandon them to join another sect. Everyone understands his situation. Even though Tang San wanted him to join, he respects his decision. Later that night, everyone relaxes and enjoys together. There are fun and light moments, and they recall past memories, how they trained, studied, and reached their current level. At one point, a funny romantic moment also happens when someone gets charmed by a girl's beauty and tries to get close to her, but she quickly realizes his intentions and pushes him away, turning the moment into comedy. Meanwhile, Tang San is resting when someone comes to talk to him. From their conversation, we learn more about Tang San's background and family connections, including details about his elders and past inheritance. That person gives Tang San a very valuable item, a special box containing rare resources that can enhance his strength. He explains that these items are extremely rare and grow more valuable with age, and normally no one would give them away. But because of trust and belief in Tang San, he hands it over and tells him to take care of himself. Later, Tang San consumes something important, realizing that it will help him recover and grow stronger. That night, while Tang San is resting, a meeting takes place among the leaders of the 4 clans. They are discussing the growing threat of Marshal Soul Hall, which has already absorbed many forces, including the Elephant Clan. They reveal that Marshal Soul Hall is trying to dominate everything, and they all hate it, especially because it was responsible for breaking their unity in the past. Now they want revenge. They discuss forming a united force and attacking together. But they also realize that defeating Marshal Soul Hall won't be easy. They need more allies and better planning. One of them suggests seeking help from a powerful empire and building alliances to strengthen their chances. Another idea is to expand their influence and gather more sects under their control. However, not everyone agrees. Some are hesitant, especially when extreme ideas are suggested. At one point, someone gets very angry and storms out of the meeting. Others try to stop him and calm him down, but he refuses to listen. Tang San steps in and apologizes, trying to handle the situation peacefully. But the person is still furious and even threatens him. Eventually, the tension escalates into a fight. Both sides clash with full power, but neither is able to completely defeat the other. During the fight, one of them uses a powerful technique, but Tang San manages to dodge it. However, the energy backlash hits Tang San instead, leaving him seriously injured. He was no longer in a condition to keep fighting. But at that very moment, Zivo's soul suddenly emerged from within him. The instant she saw Tang San in such a critical state, her expression filled with pain and anger. Without hesitation, she rushed straight toward Old Goat and launched an attack. Everyone watching was completely shocked. Zivo began using her continuous legs technique, delivering a rapid succession of powerful kicks. One after another, she unleashed 7 devastating strikes. If she had landed the 8th kick, Old Goat would have died on the spot. Realizing this, Tang San quickly stepped in and stopped her just in time, preventing that final blow. However, Zivo was still furious. Because Old Goat had hurt Tang San, she grabbed him and threw him high into the air. The entire scene left everyone stunned. After that, Zivo returned to Tang San's side. She looked at him gently, her eyes filled with concern, and then, slowly, her soul merged back into his body. Tang San, still trembling, forced himself to stand up and began healing himself. While returning to his body, Zivo had pointed toward a nearby herb. Tang San noticed this and couldn't help but wonder why she was indicating that particular plant. Meanwhile, Titan and Old Rhino went outside to search for Old Goat. As for Tang San, exhausted from everything that had happened, he went to rest. That night, just before falling asleep, he finally understood what tells him the name of a place and asks him to go there. The name of this place is Haishin Island, and this is a very dangerous place. Inside it, there are many dangerous soul creatures. Now again we are shown Qian Renshua, who went to grandfather and was crying and telling him everything. Grandfather advises her to stay calm and asks her to follow what her mother says. But Qian Renshua wanted to do something separate from Martial Soul Hall. Meanwhile, now again we see Prince Zhu Bang inside Tiando Empire, whose coronation is being done, and he now takes an oath in front of all the citizens to become king and fulfill his duties. And there again Poison Master comes to meet him. Poison Master wants to join his clan, and Tang San happily makes him an elder there. Old Master says that now my retirement will pass well, and then with this laughter and fun, they leave from there. Now again, the next day, Tang San again goes to Grandmaster and talks about Martial Soul Hall, and now they have 1 year to increase their power. Because 1-year elections are going to be held at Martial Soul Hall, and when they get good leaders in that, only then will they think of attacking the empires. Because if they attack the empires right now, then all the empires of the contest together will be able to compete with Martial Soul Hall, and Martial Soul Hall will not take this risk right now, use of this time. But before that, he thinks of going to Hao Tian tribe and meeting his uncle. Grandmaster asks him to take the other 6 friends also because everyone needs training now. Now Tang San returns to his Tang sect, and there when he tells all these things to Old Bird asks to take his granddaughter also to that island because his granddaughter also needs training. Hearing this, Motu becomes very happy because Motu has been trying to woo his granddaughter from the beginning. But Tang San calms Motu down and asks him to act with restraint because Motu's this desperate behavior might make that girl feel uncomfortable. Now again, Tang San takes Zivo and goes inside Hao Tian tribe, and there he meets his uncle and tells him everything that has happened so far. Tang San shows all the elders his millennium years old spirit drinks, and seeing this, they become quite very shocked because they had never seen such spirit drinks before. He requests his uncle to come to Tang's sect and make a special kind of hidden weapon because that weapon can only be made by a powerful man with a hammer martial soul. Uncle agrees but asks him not to tell anyone about Tang's sect right now because if he mentions Tang's sect at this opportunity, then the elders of Hao Tian tribe will understand that Tang San is destroying Hao Tian tribe and creating his own new tribe. Now Tang San tells them about his tribe that they are going to Haishin Island, and hearing this, they become very shocked because his great-grandfather had gone to this island, but even he lost after going there. Actually, his great-grandfather, whose name was Tang Chun, he had gone there with the Pope of Martial Soul. His rank was 99, and he was the biggest Soul Land Master. A fight was happening there between Tang Chun and the Pope. Tang Chun was slightly more powerful, but the Pope was also not less. They were fighting there when just then Ocean Emperor dangerous. His uncle asks him to take care of himself, and then bids him farewell. Meanwhile, now we see inside Shrek School where now Old Bird's granddaughter whose name is Jiang has also arrived there, and there all the children are practicing by fighting each other, and in the middle of this fight, Motu flirts with Jiang a lot, due to which Jiang gets very angry, and she beats Motu a lot, and this scene becomes quite very funny. Now again, then there Mr. Dai and Catgirl come from Shaolin Empire. Mr. Dai sees Oscar and hugs him, and all the children reunite once again, and everyone feels very good. Mr. Dai sees Motu's crush, and they tease Motu and have a lot of fun with him, and then now they ask him about Tang San and Zivo. Then we see Tang San who was with Zivo, and there he goes to the ice fire spring. There his father was with his mother, and his mother who was still a blue silver plant, seeing Tang San, gives him a warm welcome and hugs Tang San and Zivo. Tang San sees his mother so grown and cries tears of joy, and that family becomes very happy. Now he tells his father about marrying Zivo, and says that he will marry Zivo. His father and his mother become very happy seeing their daughter-in-law, and this scene becomes very emotional. Zivo, who was understanding the atmosphere just a little bit, also agrees to marry Tang San. And when Tang San proposes to Zivo, Zivo says yes, and both kiss each other. And this is the first kiss of this series, which makes this scene very romantic. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see inside Shrek School where Grandmaster has brought Uncle Sword with him. Grandmaster wanted to conduct a hard training here before sending the children to the island, because of which, he asks Uncle Sword to fight with them. In this fight, Xiang becomes weak and she could have been injured, because of which, Master asks Xiang to go out, and Xiang feels a little bad about this. Now again, Uncle Sword versus Shrek Devil begins, and they are about to attack, when just then Tang San arrives there, and Tang San also supports the Shrek Devils in this fight against Uncle Sword. Tang San and Mr. Dai become very happy seeing each other, and then now come into fighting position. Everyone takes out their own martial souls, after which Uncle Sword also takes out his sword. The name of his sword is Seven Killers, and he decides to defend with this. Tang San uses Blue Silver Realm and God Killer Realm together, and meanwhile, Oscar gets ready by making a clone of Mr. Dai's soul power. Now Catgirl also supports them, and the three of them attack Uncle Sword. But Sword Master easily defends every attack of Catgirl. Ning Rongrong also boosts the skills of all 5 warriors together, and she also contributes very much, due to which Shrek School is getting quite a lot of benefit. But even now, they are not able to spoil anything of Uncle Sword. A very iconic level fight was happening between them, in which Mr. Dai and everyone else were using their full strength. Uncle Sword was having to face quite immense pressure because they were facing the biggest young geniuses of Soul Land. But still, Uncle Sword was so powerful that they endure all attacks without any problem. And now again, Uncle Sword also comes into defense position using his spirit ring. Now Uncle Sword had also started using his full strength, because of which Tang San now gets in the mood, and he tries to locate them with the help of Purple Demon Eye, and then attacks them. But Tang San also cannot spoil anything of them. They attack Tang San using their formation, and now that formation kept moving towards the children. Tang San and everyone else try to break the formation using their powers, and Tang San strikes the formation using hammer. And finally then, from Tang San's this strike, the formation breaks. But Uncle Sword was still capable of fighting. But meanwhile, on the other side, no child could fight any longer. Because of which, Uncle Sword wins and all the children lose. Now Grandmaster again explains to the children that they need to practice more, and therefore Grandmaster has told everyone to go to the island. He says that when someone's level becomes more, tell this to just anyone like that. If you really want to know that method, then you will have to become my disciple. He was very impressed by Tang San, because of which he becomes his disciple, and now he is declared a member of Tang's sect. Tang San now tells him about a herb brought from the Ice Fire Spring, and gives him that herb. The name of this herb is ginseng, and it is a 10,000-year-old herb, because of which it is very strong, and Tang San asks him to consume it. Ji Xiang does the same, and then sits down to meditate. After some time, now Ji Xiang also gets soul power, and now he can also cultivate and become a Soul Land master. He thanks Tang San because the regret that he had since childhood has now gone away. Now Tang San and Ji Xiang talk, in which Tang San asks about the head of Purple Pearl Pirates, and then Tang San learns that its head is a lady, and she is not bad. Tang San thinks that that lady must surely know something. Therefore, he starts going with Ji Xiang to the head of Purple Pearl, and reaching there, he sees a very big ship inside which his friends were, and they were tied with ropes. Seeing this, Tang San gets angry, and he immediately goes to his friends and gets them freed. His friends were quite sick, and they were not able to speak either. Tang San does not see Zivo in this, and he starts looking here and there, when just then he sees Zivo's shadow next to which a man is standing, and he is trying to force himself on Zivo. Tang San gets angry and immediately goes near that shadow, and he learns that there is no man near Zivo, but a woman is standing who is applying medicine to Zivo. He thinks that this woman is doing some test on Zivo, because of which, Tang San attacks her, and a fight starts between them, in which, obviously Tang San dominates, and he is about to kill that lady, when just then Ji Xiang comes there and stops him. Now there, many men of this lady also come, and they ask to spare their boss's life, and say that we have only helped you. Now again, they tell the whole thing, and say that your people were freezing from the cold, and we had hung them outside the ship in the sun to fix them. We were also applying medicine to Zivo. Hearing this, the misunderstanding that had been created between them now goes away. Now Tang San takes out an artificial sun which he had obtained by killing a demon beast, and uses it to cure his friends. His friends now tell him the whole story, that when we all got separated in the ocean last night, we kept floating in the ocean for a long time, and then a 1,000-year-old soul beast came in front of us, and it started attacking us. Then all of us counterattacked it, and a lot of struggle started between us. But in the end, that beast went away. But because of it, a very cold atmosphere was created all around, and everyone started freezing one by one. Motu's became unconscious from the cold and fell into the sea, and then, while floating, reached a shore. On that shore, this lady saw us and treated us. Hearing all this, Tang San thanks the lady and starts going towards Zivo. But the lady refuses to give Zivo to him, and says that you are her fiancé, but you could not even protect her. Zivo is a good girl, and you do not deserve her. Hearing this, Tang San becomes sad. But he says that I will take Zivo with me no matter what, and I am worthy of her. On which, now an argument happens between them, and a bet is placed between them. The rules of the bet were that within 30 minutes, Tang San will have to catch the lady, and the lady can run anywhere on the entire island. The lady can use any skill she wants, but Tang San will not use his martial soul. If Tang San loses in this, then he will become a slave here. She has to climb more stairs than all of them. Everyone has to climb 108 stairs, but Ning Rongrong has to climb 136 stairs. Meanwhile, Tang San, who was meditating, now finds himself fresh, and he understands that the pressure he Ji-Woo's speed and ability to endure pressure. Her speed was even faster than Tang San, and now Tang San falls into thought that is Ji-Woo even more powerful than Tang San. Everyone is shocked seeing Ji-Woo because Ji-Woo kept moving forward with speed. Ji-Woo easily crosses 40 stairs, and this shocks Tang San quite a lot, because Mr. Dai had only been able to cross 38 stairs. From this, it is proven that Ji-Woo is far more powerful than Mr. Dai. Tang San also keeps moving forward behind her, and now after 38 stairs, Tang San has to take the help of his spider legs. But Ji-Woo is still moving forward without using any skill. Now as Ji-Woo moves forward, the pressure also starts affecting her, and she also starts struggling. Tang San understands that Ji-Woo has this much strength that her, because of which her speed and endurance have increased to this extent. Now as Ji-Woo struggles and moves forward, she is pushed back. But Tang San was standing behind her, and he saves her. Ji-Woo cannot go any further now, because her spirit power has reached its limit. Tang San asks Ji-Woo to come back inside Tang San again. But now Ji-Woo gets angry because whenever a crisis comes upon Ji-Woo, Tang San harms his own body to save Ji-Woo's soul. But this time, Ji-Woo makes Tang San promise, and says that now this time you will give me a chance to fight as well. Now a lot of talk starts between them, and this scene takes a romantic angle. When Moto sees that Tang San is not giving up for Ji-Woo, then tired Moto also now decides to complete this challenge for Jiang and gets motivated and starts moving forward. Meanwhile, inside the water, we see Jiang on whom the beast attacks again, and now a battle starts between them in which the beast was dominating quite a lot, and Jiang was about to lose when just then Moto comes there and starts saving her. But inside the water, Moto's fire could not reduce. Therefore Moto loses, and the beast wounds his stomach and goes away. Moto is now dying, and Jiang, seeing this, becomes quite very sad, and she cries a lot. But then she calms her mind, and then she realizes that this is an illusion of this beast that it has cast upon me. It has shown my biggest fear in front of me and tried to weaken me. And now as soon as she understands this, the illusion of Motu becomes alive, and she hugs the illusion. After which, now the illusion spread around, ends, and Motu disappears. Now in front of Xiang was the same demon that had put Xiang in an illusion, and now again Xiang starts fighting with it. Xiang this time attacks the demon with full motivation, and using her skills and the hidden weapons given by Tang Shan, she strikes it. There is a lot of struggle between them, and their fight becomes worth watching because both the beast and Xiang are using their own martial souls and are attacking each other while dodging each other. This fight was of iconic level, at the end of which Xiang, while displaying the speed of her clan, strikes it down and finally wins. That same girl who was talking to Tang Shan after seeing him with her mind's eye was watching Xiang. Who is that girl? And what is her relationship with this island and with Tang Shan? We will find that out later. Now on the other side, we see Tang Shan, who was trying to climb up. His friends were also climbing up, but they kept getting pushed down again and would start from zero again and reach the top. They would fall again, and after falling, they would rise again. Many days pass by while they do this, and they keep practicing only like this for days on end. They were having to face very high gravity pressure, because of which their spirit power was increasing, and all the people were becoming after falling down. They would meditate and heal themselves, after which they would go up again. All the children were putting in their own hard work with full strength. But Motu was struggling the most among all of them, and he was moving forward even after getting tired because he does not want to lose Xiang now, and to obtain Xiang, he will have to become strong, which is why he is working so hard. Motu was now able to reach 31 stairs. Now everyone sits down again and starts talking and have fun among themselves, and then talk about their challenges. Mr. Dai was also doing very well, and his skills had now increased 3 times more than before. They were given only 1 year, and they had to complete this in 1 year, because of which it was a little difficult for them. But none of them give up. They climb up and fall. How all these people help each other, and Motu is ready to give his life for his friends. She was quite very impressed with Motu, and now she also starts liking Motu. But she still had this inferiority complex that she is the weakest. But now this time she does not lose courage, and says that my fate is in my hands, and I will definitely change it. She says this, and then this episode ends like this. Like, comment, and subscribe for the next part.